That's how you do it.
What up?
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the FU podcast. This is episode 214. It is July 23rd, and somebody has their phone volume turned up, and that'd be me.
I was gonna say mine's down, dude. I double checked. So
My bad.
you gotta get your shit together.
Hey, you know what? Fuck you very much.
Thank you very much.
What's up, everybody? It is July 23rd, 2024. How's everybody doing out there?
This year has flown by.
Dude, you have no idea. Like, I can't even wrap my head around, like, how fast shit is. Like, it's insane.
I know. I can't. I'm just getting older, and it's like days go by, and I can hardly remember last week. I'm like, what's up?
Like, literally, in less than 6 months is my birthday. And I was like, I felt like I just celebrated this shit.
Yeah. Well, I did in June.
Yeah, you did.
You dangled with me.
I did dangle with you. It was a fucking blast.
This was a blast.
It was funny because you had a birthday, and then my friend Brianna had a birthday, and then, like, one of my other friends had it was literally 3 or 4 weekends in a row. It was like back.
That's usually how it is. I think my May was kind of like that. It was like event after event after event, and they're like, "You're always doing something." I'm telling you, it's birthdays.
Well, that's what I love about you, because you're always doing something.
Really,
it's like, if I ever want to do anything, it's like, what's Jackie doing?
I know. I was talking to this one guy one time, and he'd always ask me what I'm doing. I'm like, well, I have this. I could go to Fort Worth. There's a party here. There's a live band here. So, like, I'm still just deciding. There's always options. But it's nice to be invited to things, I will say.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I know, like, my friend has a party this weekend, and he's like, there's been like 4 people asking if you're coming, and I'm like, so I shouldn't go? Like, I'll be there, but who's asking? Why? Like, what kind of expectations do they have?
Right? What kind of expectations do I need to meet?
I know. I'm like, or
exceed, for that matter.
I'm just gonna bring me and my tits. No, I'm kidding, but no, it's nice. I know we always have a good time, so.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So what are your plans for this weekend?
Okay, so I'm going to that one party. So, see, there's like so many different things going on.
That one party.
There's like 4 parties going on this weekend.
Like house parties or
There's like a pool party, there's a glow rave party, like EDM.
Really?
And then my other friend's having like a Playboy party where like lingerie, body paint, whatever. It's very fun / pool party. So that's on Saturday. So Friday, I'm going to Morgan Wallen, and I took off.
Wait, isn't that in Houston or something? Woodlands?
No, dude, it's here.
Oh, okay.
Here. He's playing Friday, and I think he's playing Saturday too. But I'm going to Morgan Wallen, and I'm gonna like just take the day to get pretty, because if he sees me, like, I'm gonna look good. So I'm gonna take my time to get ready, so I look really fine.
Are you like in the front row, or like how's he gonna see you?
No.
Oh, he's gonna see you.
Just
through
never
the
know.
Sea of audience.
You never know where he might see me. Just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case.
You hear that, ladies?
Yeah.
Always be prepared.
Always. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go to lunch first with some friends, and then go to the show.
When is the show? Is it Saturday or when?
Morgan Wallen's Friday.
Friday.
It's at 4:30. So I thought it was at 7.
Oh shit! Yeah.
I thought it was at 7, and so I was gonna take the day and train.
What venue is it at?
I think it's at ATT.
You don't even know?
No, you know what?
I got tickets.
No, it's at Globe Life. It's at Globe Life.
Oh,
I have tickets to Morgan Wallen, Kane Brown, Zach Bryan, Jelly Roll. So we've got tickets for all these events. So I know you're a little jolly right now.
I'm totally.
Jelly Roll will be front row.
I'm really not.
We'll be in the pit.
Not really into the country scene, so.
Well, I like a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
I was like, for a long time, I was like the concert hoe. Well, kind of still am. Like, if you have a concert and you want to go to it, or even an event, like a sporting event, like Rangers games, if you call me, usually within 2 hours, I can go in 2 hours. Like,
isn't that nice?
So nice. So like, people know that about me, and they know that I love.
I know, like when like we talk about going to the lake, and like boom, you're here, and I'm like, I love it.
It's hard for me to turn the lake down. It really is hard, because the lake is my happy place. But so people know that, and like, I've gone to see Imagine Dragons that way. I've had like 2 hours notice. I saw Beck. Lindsey Sterling. I've seen. Oh my God, I've just been to so many concerts that way, just with a notice. And I'm like, yeah, I'm down, of course. And I don't even care if I know a lot of the songs.
Yeah.
I'll still rock out.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm still gonna have a really good time. So yeah.
I mean, that's also a good way to hear like bands you've never heard of.
Oh yeah, Beck was probably one of the best concerts I've been to. Well, Gavin Rossdale. Oh
Bush.
my God. Like, I was not a big Bush fan before, but after I was a fan. When I tell you this man was sweating so much in his white ripped up t-shirt and it was dripping on his guitar. The lady boner I got was so insane. I was like, what? I love this man. It was so hot. And he jumped in the crowd. I mean, we were usually like general admission, so we were on the pit, you know. He jumped in the crowd and rocked the crowd, and oh my God, he was just amazing.
So was that like your best all-time favorite concert of all time, or which one was?
It's so hard because one of my favorite bands is Turnpike Troubadours, and I've seen them front row so many times, and I get so into it. And I got one of their drumsticks one time, and I got the set list. That was really exciting. So those are probably some of my favorite concerts, really, because Turnpike is never a bad show.
Yeah.
I've just been to so many good concerts, but it's definitely a different kind of show when you're in the front.
Oh yeah. So, truth be told, so I have press credentials, so I can go backstage. I can go front,
where
any concert.
Why have we not? Hello, love you too, Penny girl.
So yes, so your fan club says hi, by the way.
I know, I love my Penny girl. She's got COVID right now.
Oh,
poor thing.
So so like a lot of concerts and stuff, I will bring my crew, and then basically I'll bring my cameras and video equipment and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. And you got to get like pre-approved ahead of time and that sort of stuff. But like when I had my entertainment company, which you saw the photos and stuff like that from the studio.
Yep.
So I would go to, back then it was Nokia Theater a lot.
Yeah.
There was a lot of concerts. So where they separate the pit in the front of the stage, right? And then where like the audience is, there's a huge gap. There's about a 4 or 5 foot gap.
Yeah.
And so that's where media is. So we're actually in front.
But you can't like bring a friend.
I can, but they have to be like
professional.
Well, they have to be carrying equipment, or
I can have some headphones on and pretend I'm rocking out to like,
or just pretend like you're shooting pictures or video or whatever.
Oh, I can do that. I can do that.
But the cool thing is like a lot of concerts that I've been to where they actually step down into the media box. And then they'll like sometimes go into the crowd and stuff like that, but they literally jump down right in front of you, and it's just like just snapping pictures and shit.
I could hold like a fake camera, or like
I'm gonna hold an iPhone. I'm professional. But it was funny.
God, my twin sister's on. You already know. My Twinkie's on. She wants a little shout out. James, we love you.
Aww. There you go. Oh yeah, and you can click on the comment too on the side, and it'll show it up on the screen.
I'll let you do all that fun stuff. Jamie, what's up? I love you. That's my Twinkie.
That's your Twinkie. Well, now that your Twinkie's on, do you want to talk about being a twin and?
Oh my God, yes. So
because I know you two are drastically different.
So different.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, we're so different, but I love her so much. We're super close. She's an incredible mom. She's a physician's assistant in Conroe in the Houston area. She has the 2 just most adorable little boys. And really? You know how like some people have kids and they're like not cute.
Yeah.
Her kids are actually really cute. Like my nephews are absolutely adorable. She is the evil twin. Oh my God. We switched places one time. We're so different.
Yeah.
Polar opposites. She has amazing style. She's so organized.
She's classy where you're
hey, not no, kidding. I'm more wild for sure. I'm wild.
Like when I met her, I think it was over at Grapevine at the wine.
I remember.
Yeah, and like she was all being conservative, trying to cover you up, and I'm like,
I had this dress
with my
cleavage was out there. It was a cute dress though, and super comfy. And that's not the story. she was like, cover up, Jackie.
Yeah, she was.
And then you were in the car when she was like, everybody buckle up. You're not leaving.
No, I think we took your Wrangler at the time.
Yeah.
I don't know if she was in the car or not. I remember. I think I was in the
Was it? Maybe
front.
it was before with my
I don't know who was behind us, but I was in the front
Oh
seat.
man. Yeah, so Jamie has like an alter ego. When she drinks, it's Sasha. Sasha
Oh,
comes
Sasha.
out.
Okay.
Sasha and I are like besties. Like her and I, we like Sasha's so much fun. But Sasha gets in trouble. So she can be wild whenever, Sasha comes out. But other than that,
Yeah, she said, "Yeah, I 100% covered your boobs."
yeah. So she wants me to tell the evil twin story. So
yeah, I want to hear this evil twin story.
well, there's several stories. We traded places when we were young. I forget I think it was 5th grade, and it was my teacher's idea, and we did it at the wrong time though. So we were supposed to do it, I think, in the afternoon, and we did it in the morning. And it was a whole mess. I failed her bat quiz. Like it was bad. So, but like that's the only way they really knew is because I failed the bat quiz, and they're like, Jamie's a lot smarter than that. So it became a big mistake, and we laughed about it. I was super embarrassed. But one time Jamie was doing this thing, and she came into my classroom in the middle of the day, and she like gave, I don't know if it was the teacher a note or she just put it on my desk, and it said like, it was something that said the evil twin, and it was me. It's for me. Like I'm the evil twin, and in front of my entire class. And I was like,
she said, "That's a different story."
Yeah, there's several stories. But yeah, she gave it to me in front of everybody, and it was pretty funny. But yeah, she's like, "That's right." Yeah, no, we have fun. Yeah, we've traded places. We looked a lot more like when we were younger. And then I ate my vegetables and she ate ketchup. So I sprouted like a root. Like I kept growing. No, I'm 5'10" and she's like 5'7", 5'6", I think.
Oh, wow.
So different. So, but I have 2 different colored eyes.
Oh, she doesn't have the heterochromia?
And I have a birthmark. So we're a little different. That's kind of how you can tell some of our differences. When we're sitting down next to each other, we kind of look alike.
Yeah.
But like she knows how to do her makeup. I don't. She has like all these like brand name clothes. I don't care about brand names.
Right.
She's like, guess what?
She says, "Nom nom nom ketchup."
She's like, she puts ketchup on her steak.
Oh God.
Yes, I know.
Oh, that's terrible.
But like she'll call me. She's like, "Guess what purse I got?" And I'm like, "I don't know." And she's like, "I don't know, what was it, Jamie? Kate Spade or something? I forget. Coach something." And then she's like, "I got a Coach purse." I'm like, "Cool." Like I don't care.
High five. Very nice.
Good for you.
I like.
Yeah, but no, she's great. I love seeing her as a mom. It's so cool to see her in that role.
Wait, did she have twins?
No, she should have,
That
but she
would've been
didn't.
awesome.
I know because it runs in the family. My mom has twin brothers,
Oh, really?
so it runs in the family.
That's awesome.
So if I ever have kids, it's possible. That'd be
Spitting 2 at a
nice.
time.
Hey, you know what?
You know,
Knock 'em out
one
at
and
the
done.
same time. Knock them out at the same time.
Yeah.
One boy, one girl. Done. Not a bad
There you go.
idea.
Tie it up.
Yeah. There's surgery I could get from my belly after that. Gilbert's gonna be like extra big then. Gilbert's what I call my belly.
Gilbert's going to be feeding for 2.
For those of you who don't know, Gilbert is my fluff since I've gained a little fluff over the last year. And I've named him, so he just kind of sticks around now. It's a joke, though.
So you and your sister were IVF babies?
We were. So
I didn't know that. I learned something new today.
We were created in a test tube.
Hey, I dated a girl that actually did the same thing, like had her kid from a test tube.
Yeah, it does typically create multiples. It's known for that. It's pretty cool, but yeah, it was amazing. My dad, I don't think he was able to have kids, so yeah, we did. My mom tried for a long time, and
So did they use your dad's? Oh, okay.
yeah, no.
Mailman's?
So
Milkman?
we found out. We found out like a few years ago.
Did you get on Craigslist, or how did that work?
No, my mom chose and all that. And
Did she get on Tinder?
No.
I just need a donor.
I think it was from like the medical hospital in Houston.
How much did you know like about how much that runs? Because I heard, like, I have a couple friends that had it as well.
Really?
And it was like they told me the price, and I was just like,
yeah.
And I'm like, and you're not always successful, so
Yeah.
then you got to pay it again. And I'm just like, oh my god.
I think it's amazing. And I mean, she tried so hard. So, it gets to a point and then she was successful. So she calls me her bonus baby because she just wanted a baby, just wanted a child.
So were you born first, or was you?
No, I kicked her out. It was the most peaceful 2 minutes of my life. I'm 2 minutes. She's 2 minutes older, and she will make sure everybody knows that too. Yeah. No, yeah.
Well, that explains why she's shorter too. You done stomped her ass out.
Get out.
Get out. Let me out of here.
And that set the tone for our growing up.
That is weird.
Yeah, she was first. She always makes sure everybody knows she's older. But we were so close, even as kids. We had a lot of the same friends. Even like she had such good taste. It was like, what do you want for your birthday? What do you want for Christmas? I was like, whatever Jamie wants, because it was probably going to be good.
Yeah.
So we always
and at the end of the day, like,
yeah.
Like, how did that work with the dynamic of like sharing clothes and different things? And
well, my mom did like to dress us up the same, so we did have some of the same outfits, but
do you remember what age that kind of stopped and you kind of developed your own individuality? Or?
Yes, so she went to a different high school our senior year.
Really?
She was a troublemaker.
I was just gonna say, dude, she get kicked out? What happened?
No,
who's the bad child now?
She was dating an older man. He was actually a really good dude. He was super cool, well known, respectful. But it was just my family, my parents did not agree with the relationship. He was much older. And so she decided to go to a different school. And we were trainers at this school together. Like we had all the same friends. Everybody knew us as the twins.
So did she move in with that guy and then go to a different school?
No.
Because you can't just up and leave unless you change your address, right?
Well, she did kind of stay over there at his family's house for a while, but
she had to abuse the family.
So my dad lived in one part of the Woodlands and my mom lived in another part of the Woodlands. So I don't really know how they managed that.
Divorced or?
Yeah, my parents were divorced. Yeah, totally.
Okay, you kind of skipped over that part.
Sorry, my
you made it sound like we're so baller. We have two houses.
So baller. It's the Woodlands.
It's the Woodlands.
No, yeah, they divorced. I think they were like, oh God, I don't know how old I was.
Oh, so she said it's only 3 years. Yeah, you're right. That isn't that much older unless you're like 14 and then.
Yeah. So she went to a different high school, and that's where I really figured out who I was individually. Yeah. I made my own friends. I had my first boyfriend. So
that was kind of like the precipice for you creating and developing your own individuality when she was completely out of the picture.
Yeah, when she was the black sheep, we flopped it. It's like, okay,
but it's funny because she's the black sheep in this situation.
I know.
She's the goody.
She's the good one. Yeah, she's the good one.
The irony in this, you can't make this shit up.
I know. But no, it was fun, and we were both trainers at both of the schools we were at.
Like what kind of
athletic
which explains like why you wanted to pursue that avenue as far as the rest of your life.
Yes.
So what changed? Because I know you kind of mentioned briefly, like you got into it, and then you decided. Oh, it was the
business side of it.
Was it the business or the pult? Was it?
I wanted to have my own practice as a physical therapist because sports medicine got me into that interest.
Yeah. And
I had shadowed and interned at a couple different locations. One was in the Woodlands, and then two was in SFA, Stephen F. Austin State University, and the one that had his practice was the coolest. I loved shadowing him and working with him and watching what he did and how he ran that business. And the other one was just so like you had the same exercises for everything for the rehab. It was just so like by the book, which was great. It was by the book, but it was so like it had to be the certain way. And I wanted to do it my way, like my own way. So there was just more to it on the business side. So many loopholes you had to worry about. And I was just like, man, that would stress me out,
Did you want to be like the owner, or did you just want to be like a physical trainer?
I wanted to have my own practice eventually. Okay. Yeah.
Well, and that's what a lot of people don't realize is like, they have these hopes and they have these dreams and stuff, but then they get into it and they don't realize that the business side of things is drastically different.
So much. Well, it's like, okay, so for me, I'm in business development. I'm doing I'm out in the community, I'm marketing, I'm talking to people. I don't want anything to do with what the owner does. Like he's
So-
running numbers, he's looking at website traffic, I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
So I try to explain this to people that like want to start their own business and want to get into follow their passions, which, I'm not going to deny anybody, like, but understand, you got to understand the business fundamentals.
Yeah.
Like, understand you're going to be the financier, you're going to be the hiring HR, you're going to be the marketing, you're going to be every single thing until you can hire. And then how do you know the people you're hiring are like legit for the job? Because the thing is, if you want experience, that comes with pay.
Yep.
So you're gonna have to pay them more. Well, then that's gonna cut into your bottom line here. But so this is the struggles that I've experienced.
Operations is a lot of work,
and it is. And people don't they see like I'm passionate about a certain thing, but they don't realize what goes into
behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes, like you got to chase fucking money all the time.
That's just as important as the marketing side. It's just as important, if not more important, because you're dealing with all the issues, the glitches, the problems, anything that goes wrong, and then trying to make it even better.
Yeah.
It's so much work.
I mean, like, perfect example, the company that I work for now, they've been around for over 55 years. And like, I looked at their website and I'm like, oh yeah, website works, functioning, blah, blah, blah. Then I deep dove into it and realized I'm like, there's so many things that don't work.
Yeah.
And so many things that are broken. And then all of a sudden we started getting spam, like just inundated. It was just like
it hacked. People get hacked.
Yes. So that people were hacking.
God.
So then I had to talk to the developers, and it was just like it ended up costing like tens of thousands of dollars after everything was said and done. But it was like it wasn't done right the first time, and I'm walking into this big void, not knowing what they have and not knowing what they don't have, and not Then I started looking at like a couple days ago because I was just curious because I'd been running Google Ads since I started the company.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, let me pull up the analytics and see like what the business has been doing since I've started with the company. And it was like literally it was eye opening. And like I can't wait for our next big sales meeting. So once a year we have a big week long type thing where everybody, the head of every department, like presents.
Oh.
And so like since I am the marketing department,
yeah,
I get to present. And so like I'm gonna present these numbers, and like they're literally astronomical. Like so we're talking from thousands of views to tens of millions.
Wow.
Like, I'm like, we're looking at like this is where the company was, and like this is where they are now.
Yeah.
And I'm just like going, holy shit. Until I saw those numbers, like I had no idea that all the stuff that I was doing was actually like, paying off.
Yeah, for sure. That's awesome. Yeah. The numbers make a difference, and people don't see the numbers. The operations see those numbers.
Well, and the crazy part is like, everybody's focused on sales, right? They're focused on what did we do last year and what did we do this year?
Yeah.
And so then they look at those numbers, and like, you can be down in every department. So like, let's say production numbers are down, sales numbers are down. But if your marketing numbers are up, what does that tell you? That tells you your salespeople aren't selling.
Right.
Or it could also tell you that you don't have a good product, which we've been around 55 years. We know that's not the problem. But then you got to look at the granular things. And these are all things that you don't know unless you have a business aptitude to figure out.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of people, like I even talk to, like especially when I was in the film industry and stuff like that, is like they want to be producers, they want to be directors, they they don't understand like, okay, how are you going to get your clients?
Right.
What's your ROI? What's your KPIs? And then they're just looking at me like
I know what KPIs
like that's why we hired
ROIs,
you.
KPIs. We have KPIs too that we have to
do
through, yeah.
You have to deal with EBITDA and all that shit.
EBITDA, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So when I worked for AT&T, that was the first time I ever.
Is it EBITDA? I've been saying it wrong the whole time.
EBITDA,
I've been saying EBITDA.
EBITDA,
okay.
EBITDA, it's all the same.
Woo! I felt a little like I'm saying it wrong all these years.
Some people say EBITDA, some EBITDA.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing.
I got it.
But yeah, so like that was like, so when I originally started for AT&T, like they hired me as basically a product manager.
Yeah.
And then that kind of evolved into like I got involved in the innovation and automation because I was able to automate all these different processes and everything else. But it's just like I realized after I did that, I'm like, I could literally go to any company and do the exact same thing
Do it.
and increase all of their sales and all their numbers.
Do it.
I know, and I'm like going, dude, this is like a huge opportunity to go into any company, any business, anywhere in the world and just kill it.
Jamie, did you have to look that up?
She did. Love it.
I swear she looked that up.
Natalie says, what inspired you to follow your passion? Knowing it's not just your passion, but also the business side, what are your thoughts about running a business now?
Well, I mean, my passion has definitely changed since then. My passion then was healthcare, sports medicine, physical therapy. And then the business side kind of lost me on that. But then I got into recruiting in healthcare. I stayed in that healthcare side. Loved that. Loved working with doctors. Loved working in healthcare still, providing quality physician care to underserved communities, which was good. It was rewarding. And then now, even more so, my passion is helping people.
Yeah.
And I do that every single day with my job and, share resources. So my biggest passion is helping people. And I think if I were to ever do a business now, I think I would maybe like be a relationship coach or something, or like a dating guide. I wish that I could do, what's that guy's name? His name's like Matthew something or other. And he like coaches women. He like talks to women about dating. But like, I want to talk to men about dating.
So funny story.
Yeah.
To be a life coach is what you're talking about.
No, not even a life coach, but just like
a relationship life coach. It's
like I could do presentations like Matthew does and talk to men about how to be a leader.
Well, what I'm trying to steer you into is
a life coach.
Well, what I'm saying is you don't have to have certifications to be a life coach.
Yeah.
Now, if you get into what you're describing, which is more of an analytical, more of a data-centric side, then chances are you're going to have some kind of medical license.
Yeah.
That's where I'm trying to steer you into not having to get the medical license.
Oh, yeah.
But still follow your passion, still be able to help people and stuff like that. And what I was going to say is when you were talking about physical therapy and like it at the end of the day, what you were really doing is you wanted to help people.
Yeah.
So you're not doing anything different now
True.
than you were then. You're just helping people in a different way. And that's what I look at as like all I'm doing, no matter what business, what I'm doing is I'm problem solving.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm giving them a solution. Like whether they want to take the solution or not, that's all on them.
And that can go both ways in business and in, relationship advice as well. But I feel like I'm a pretty good coach. I give really good relationship advice. It's just, I
give really good advice too, but I suck at following my own shit.
That's okay.
Are you bad about that too?
That is my problem too.
I literally have people going, "Hey, Debbie, you remember that time you said this?" I'm like, oh.
And then also like all my friends, well, not all of them, the majority of my friends come to me for relationship advice. It's been that way for a long time. And I feel like I give good advice, but it's like coaches don't play because I don't date very much anymore. I used to date a lot. There were some weeks that I would have like 4 dates. And there was a couple times where I had like a date after a date. It was so bad, Devin. It was so
I remember the days of I used to call it double, triple booking. Oh shit, I triple booked.
I just wanted to meet people and vibe, and I wanted to,
I did until I got older and wiser, and I realized I don't want.
Well, to me, like dating isn't like dating isn't like dating really. It's like, okay, you're just meeting somebody. You're just meeting someone. You're having a conversation. It's not. There's no expectations. You're just having a chat. So that's kind of how I look at it now. Back then, I'm like, this man's gonna fall in love with me.
Well, I mean, and it works on both sides of the coin because, like, I've had friends that are girls that like never once tried anything on, and then the more I hung out with them, the more they were all like, talking about like making a move and this, that, and the other, and I'm like, I'm not interested at all remotely. Like, I just needed to get out of the house.
Yeah. Right
I was
now,
like, I needed to get anywhere other than here.
Yeah. Right now, I have a hard time being motivated for dating, but I have no problem going up to men. Like, no problem. I dated a guy for like 6 months, and I met him in Houston, and I saw him. Me and my girl Becca, we were supposed to go on a double date. That ended up not happening. So we were like, screw it, let's go on a road trip. Let's go to Houston. I was like, all right, I'm down. So we go to Houston for the weekend, and we get there. It's late, but it's not super late. So we're like, we're not ready to go to bed. Like, yeah, let's go out. So there's this bar on the corner we go to. It's not very crowded, but there's a few people there. It's cool. It's a newer bar. And it's over in the Heights area. And I see this fine specimen of a man. Okay. And I'm literally
We're not like, pieces of meat. Thank you very much.
Okay. I just saw a very handsome.
I'm fucking with you. Go ahead.
Man.
Say it how you. We're uncut, unedited, uncensored. Go ahead.
And so I saw him, and I was not like dressed to go out. I was dressed to go on a road trip. I had a ball cap on. I had a tank top. I had yoga pants, and I had a knife in my pocket because we were in the hood. We were in the Heights, but I didn't know the area around Houston, so I'm protecting myself, right? And I had tennis shoes. You see this guy. There's a song playing. I forget what song it was. But I kept looking at him, and he kind of looked over at me, and then we kind of played back and forth, and then I threw him a wink and did interpretive dance to him. I was like dancing the song to his direction, and he like watched it, and he was like laughing. And so I think we had like some guys from the Netherlands buy us some shots, and we were hanging out with them for a bit, and then we roll over to the other side of the bar closer to this guy that I winked at. And if I like you, like I make it known, like I'm a winker and I get it. It's fun. And I'll come up to you and say, hey, I think you're cute. What's up? Like I have no problem. It's just very rare that I come across anybody I want to do that with. But for this man in particular, we go around and he's there and he comes over to our side of the bar. And I had already written my name and number on a napkin. And I put like Jack Attack in my number. And he came over and I immediately stuffed this napkin in his pocket. And I was like, well, it took you long enough. And I put it in his pocket and we talked, and it was so easy. It was so cool. And then my friend I was with, he wanted to roll to the next place. So I was like, well, we got to go. Nice meeting you. You got my number. And so he texted me the next day, but because I had scribbled it so fast, my 5 looked like an 8, so he was texting the wrong number the whole day.
Oh shit.
So the next day he was like, is this Jackie finally? And I was like, yeah, this is me. Well, me and my girl Becca had been swiping on Bumble all day, dude. We were like, we're gonna meet all these guys tonight, and we were like, first one there wins, So
wow,
there was already a guy that was cute, and he ended up meeting us out first. Well, by that time, this other guy that I had stuffed the napkin in his jacket, he texted me and we were like, well, we're going to Kung Fu. We'll be over there later. Anyways, they had gotten there a little bit at the same time, but the other guy was already there. So I had to swerve this other guy. I had to swerve like the hot guy. And I was so bad. I was like, oh, he's here. And I was like, hey, I got to go to the bathroom. And I went to the bathroom, and then I swerved him and I was like, couldn't find you. Sorry. This place is so crowded. So I thought, I was like, I'll just hang out with him the next day or something. And the next day we ended up leaving pretty early to go back to Dallas. Well, he was like, hey, come to brunch. It's on me. Yada yada, and we can go hang out later. And I was like, cool. We're already driving back to Dallas. So we're like texting. And he's like, we're just like, getting to know each other or whatever. And I'm like, well, hey man, like I have the next like week off because I was in between. I was like going to another job, so I like to, I took vacation right before. And so he's like, well, like I'll come visit you. You sound pretty great. And I was like, all right, bet. And I'm like, here's my address. And I didn't think he was gonna actually come, but he did. He came and he was like, I'll be there tomorrow at 4. And I was like, okay. And he came down, his car broke down on the way. And he's like, I'm going to get there. It doesn't matter, like, no matter what, I'm going to make it. And he gets there, and I'm not kidding. This man stayed at my house for 4 days. It was like we'd known each other for years. Wow. And we dated for like 6 months. We went back and forth.
So what happened?
He ended up getting a job where he worked like far, like he had to go travel, and he was there for like a month or 2 at a time.
Oh,
And then
wow.
he started working nights on top of that. So it just sucked. I need more attention than that. So
I need more
just, like,
FaceTime.
I don't do distance very well. So
Well, I mean, distance makes the heart grow fonder, right? Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
I guess. I don't know. For me, I just needed more. I was like, do your thing. I'm proud of you. I support you. But like, it was hard for us.
Well, and I think that was like my biggest challenge, like with, the society today. Like everybody wants to communicate via text. And I'm
Yeah.
like, I got to have something real and tangible.
Yeah.
Like I can't stand it. Like whenever I brought people, not you or your friends, but like I used to bring
You
people
love
out
my
on
friends.
the lake. Yeah, your friends
Yeah.
are fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Like it was so crazy because like all of a sudden I got like 20 friend requests on Facebook, and I'm like going,
Yeah.
do I remember this person? Like, and they're all mutual friends were you. And I was like, I hung out with them at one point.
At one point, Jackie introduced me, I guess.
Which is ironic because that's how I met you. Was through.
So I am what you call a gatherer, and it's a blessing and a curse. I
Okay.
love bringing people together. Like even when I used to throw parties at my house, I used to always be like, hey, bring a friend, and like people would come together, and like nobody really knew each other except for me. So they would all come together like, oh, how do you know so-and-so? Well, I know him through Jackie,
Uh-huh.
but like then we'd have this friend group and we would grow and grow, and it was great. But it sucks at the same times because then like other people connect and then they kind of start hanging out without you, and you're like, what? That sucks. Like, but I love being I love it at the same time.
Let's talk about that because like I literally have a bunch of friends that like I connected, and then like
Yeah.
I find out like they're all hanging out with each other, and I'm like
Rude.
going
Rude.
like, hey, what about me, motherfucker?
Hey, what
I was the one that hooked y'all up.
yeah.
And now these are guy friends and stuff too.
Yeah. It used to hurt my feelings a lot when I was younger, but I learned to get over that because I do have such a vast group. I know a lot of people, but in the last year, I would say I've really focused on my circle and just getting the right circle. Like I know a lot of people, but I'm close.
So let me ask you, when you were younger, was it quantity over quality? And now as you're older, it's quality over quantity?
100% quality.
Because like
now,
I've
but-
noticed my circle has
Yeah.
like decreased exponentially.
I think that happens when you're older. When I was younger, I was still so involved. I mean,
Yeah.
even when I was in college, I was, working 3 jobs, and then I was rush helping for 2 fraternities, and then I was a rugby little sister, and I was always doing stuff. I was, just. I was always going to like one. There was no weekend where I hung out with the same people over and over again. Usually, it was like I was
So let me
kind of
ask you
hopped
this.
around.
Let's backtrack a little bit. So like when you were younger, were you involved in sports or were you?
Yeah.
Okay. So the reason why I asked that is because like I was super involved with sports. Like literally every weekend we were traveling somewhere. And then now like I look at it as I'm older, and I'm like I'm constantly like needing to do something. Like I'm always like, and I'm like wondering is like, did that stem from like at a very young age always being involved in like activities, sports, whatever you name it, and then like now it translated as later in life I'm like I'm taking on all these projects and all these things, and it's just like,
well, sports medicine kept me very busy as in school. Like as a trainer, we were always going to games on the weekends. We were
because you weren't just one sport, you were all sports, right?
Oh yeah, as a trainer, we were working with all sports: varsity basketball, varsity baseball, the football team.
So it like never ended. Like whereas like when the season ends, like not for you, like it's like now is the next sport.
Yep.
Yeah.
So anything I did was usually on the side of that. So I played softball, I played tennis for a while, I rode horses for a while. Sand volleyball was my favorite.
Oh my god, I love.
I could play.
You still play?
I did. I played at a league in Grapevine. I played kickball and sand volleyball and court volleyball in Grapevine for 5 years.
That's so funny. So
we were the Honey Badgers.
I snapped my Achilles playing kickball in Grapevine. It was the team that I belonged to, like they were like last place team.
They always have the best names though.
Oh god, what was our fucking?
Ours were the Honey Badgers because it's my favorite animal.
I'm trying to remember what our name was. I literally have the shirt in the drawer somewhere, and I can't even for the life of me.
You have like the Master Batters.
Well, so it was all Christian. It was all
basic pitches. It's a Christian.
Yeah, okay. No. So it was a religious.
Oh.
So like me, yeah. And like they were like last place team, but like whenever I came on, like we ended up going into the championship.
Oh, okay.
And like the second to the last game, I went to kick the ball and fucking I heard something pop and I just thought it was the ball. And so I went to take a step and run and I realized there's no meat.
Oh my God. That sucks. That had to hurt. That pains me just hearing about it.
And the worst part was it was my right Achilles and that's the drive foot, and I drove to the fucking event. So I had to drive with my left foot and then brake with my left foot.
What was the recovery of that?
So when they talk about the Achilles injury being one of the worst, most painful fucking
it has to be.
It is. And I've had knee surgery, I've had heel surgery, I've had back surgery.
ACL? Have you ever torn your ACL?
I've torn everything but a 3/4 tear in the ACL. The doctor said I could get it repaired because I had the MCL, PCL, and meniscus and all that stuff repaired.
Wow.
I'd literally torn everything in my fucking knee.
You should be an Olympic athlete now and everything's repaired.
Different scenario that tore that. That was actually a dirt bike incident.
Oh, fun. Okay, that's okay.
Have you ever been to Rocky Ridge? Because I know you did a lot of... Oh, you never... Even with your Jeep and everything?
Where is it?
It's in Decatur.
What? Decatur?
Decatur, yeah.
Call it Decatur. No, I went to Oklahoma to off-road.
Okay.
Oh, I love Oklahoma off-roading. Davis, Oklahoma, Crossbar, one of my favorite places to go. And then I did Rednecks and Paychecks, which was fun.
I know. I saw those. I was like, I've been wanting to go. I've never been. I've never been. I was like, I was hoping to go with you one time just to like.
We can still go.
Just for like film's sake. I was like, I just want to film all the chaos and the craziness.
There's some chaos there. You might get some buttholes too.
Oh, we can edit those post.
You can edit that. No, you see some things. It is like the ultimate people watching.
Oh, I know, and you love to people watch. I can only imagine
Oh my God, I just learned what voyeurism was. I was
an exhibitionist.
It's a different one. It's a different kind of. I was at a meeting for work, and there was like 35 people in this meeting, and it was a sex addicts anonymous guy presenting. And he was like talking about his journey and his story of how he overcame sex addiction and how he's in recovery and what sources there are for help. It was really cool to hear, but I was learning a lot at the same time. He had this chart of all types of sex addiction, and one of them said voyeurism. And this guy had a cool story about it. He lost everything. It was wild. But you know, it's addiction. So, but he said voyeurism on there, and a guy was like, "Hey, what's voyeurism?" And I was like, I piped up and I was like, "Yeah, what is that? I don't know what that is." And he goes, "Well, it's like watching people." And I was like, I love the people.
Well, watching people do what?
I know, but I blurred out. I'm like, I love people watching. That's so fun. And everyone looked at me. And they were
different type of people watching.
You're hilarious. It flew right over my head.
That is hilarious.
Does this mean I'm really innocent? But
she's
yeah, it was so funny. I called my boss after. I was like, "Listen, this is what happened. We need to add this terminology to our playbook, and please don't fire me."
Please don't.
Sorry. And then this other guy came over to me after, and he was like, "So you like to people watch?" Let's go. Oh man, I was so humiliated. But hey, they remembered me.
That's hilarious.
It was fun. Now
Leave
I know
your
what
mark.
voyeurism is. Everybody probably learned on air too.
So speaking of voyeurism, have you ever had anybody walk in on you or been a voyeur?
My sister.
Uh-oh.
She walked in on me one time.
Did she have a conversation
in college? Did she have a conversation with me? No. She was like, "Ew, gross."
I'll never forget my dad walked in on me. And I was in the middle of Pound Town.
Way.
And I'm like, and you hear that door open, and I like fucking Spider-Man fucking shooting webs and shit.
Oh my God. What did the girl do?
She was like, she stayed where she was at, and like I hopped, off and whatever, because obviously I was, handling business. And then my dad like carries on a fucking 20-minute conversation. I'm like going, I'm literally
you cannot.
I am not in a place to talk.
They can't look at you the same after that. Oh my God. I swear my parents like pretended that I was a virgin for like the longest time.
I think one of the best ones was So I was over at Party Cove in Louisville,
Yeah.
and you know where like everybody docks up and everything, right? And there's that little beach area with trees and all that sort of stuff.
You dirty boy. You did not.
I was handling business, and all of a sudden I look up, and there's two guys carrying fishing poles in their tackle box.
Okay.
And I'm like,
Okay.
it's stroke. And I stop, and I'm like, going, fuck it. I'm like, who knows what they've already
Those
seen?
like viral tactics of like people like the couple in New York under the blanket.
Oh,
Do you remember seeing that?
Here's the best part. I was filming it. This
No way.
I was dead to rights.
Man, that's brave. That's brave, man. That's brave. And they didn't say anything to you.
No, they just kind of like they looked down and they just kept on walking.
Doing your thing, man. Doing your thing. That's a good story.
Then there was another time we had parked out on same area out on Party Cove,
Mm-hmm.
and my parents had like a Cuddy cruiser, so it had like a little porthole.
Yeah.
And so I'm out the porthole talking, carrying on a conversation, and nobody knew what was going down, going on down. And come to find out, the boat that like I was bullshitting and talking to or whatever,
Yeah.
they were all like adult movie stars.
Oh,
And they
okay.
were all like, and so at the end of the night, it was like us and them.
Yeah.
And so we ended up, because they had a bigger boat at the time than what my parents had or whatever. So like we ended up swimming to them because they had more people, they had a bigger boat and everything else. So we ended up hopping on their boat, and oh my god, like all I remember is everybody got butt ass naked, and we were literally hanging out.
Well, isn't Louisville like one of the biggest like swinger
It probably is,
kind of?
but like nobody hooked up with anybody or anything like
Okay.
that. But it was just like we just ended up, everybody got naked. I ended up losing like 4 life jackets.
Oh my gosh.
And also I'm like kind of like anal retentive when it comes to fucking life jackets. They're not cheap.
No, they're not.
And especially when you have like 10 and 15 and 20 people on the boat, you gotta have one for every single.
You have to.
And I'm like, I don't want to give my guest a cheap ass one of those orange ones, you know.
Oh,
what I'm talking about?
God.
Yeah.
That's why I
Which-
just bring my own saddles.
So I have I think I have 6 orange ones that are stowed away because of US Coast Guard.
Right, just in
Like
case.
yeah. So then I have in the hull itself, I think I have like 15 or 20.
Wow.
So like I think total I have about 30, probably close to 30 life jackets. But it's one of those things. It's like, you know, you don't know until like somebody stops you and they ask you like, where's your life jacket?
Right.
Where's this? Where's
and
that?
it's like all of a sudden you sober up.
Yeah, you're like, oh, that's over here.
Woo!
Here, that's
Have you ever been stopped by like a cop and like while you're doing the fun stuff and
yes,
they ask you if like or her if she's there on her own?
I know.
Okay.
So I've had it happen twice.
Mm.
Once I was in Missouri when I had old my Black Betty,
Oh
my Jeep Wrangler that I had.
yeah.
She was given some, you know, road knowledge.
Right. People still do that these days, just saying.
And so like I look up and I see woo, woo, and so like I pull over.
Embarrassing.
Embarrassing. She gets up.
You know what? Props to you, man. Props to you. That cop should have been like, I see you.
Oh no.
Dangerous.
Oh no, it gets better. So I zipped my window because these were before you had the actual, you know, the newer Jeeps that have probably the roll down windows and all that sort of shit. So I got to zip my window, fold it down, talking to the officer, yada yada yada, give him my insurance, give him my ID, yada yada. He goes back, runs it, everything's clear, I'm good to go.
Mm-hmm.
When we finally get to the destination where we're going, I go to get out of the car and I can't.
No.
I had buckled the seatbelt in between my fly and the button. So if the cop would have asked me to get out of the car,
You would have been
I'd have been like,
I'm sorry, officer. I'm incapable.
right? I can't get out. I can't do it as
Oh,
you want
that
me
would have
to.
been on my Bad Boys of Cops or something like that.
So that was one. And then another one was I was getting not roadhead, but road loving
Okay.
on my way home.
Mm-hmm.
Cop,
Also brave.
cop decides to follow me.
Yeah. He's like, what is going on?
No lights, no nothing, just tails me, right? And then as soon as I turn into the subdivision, I realize, oh shit.
Oh no.
He's he's looking, right? And so I go, okay, just FYI, I told her, I was like, there's a cop behind us.
Yeah.
Don't freak out. Don't do anything.
Same girl, different girl.
Different girl.
Okay.
So I said, whenever I turn the wheel to hang a left. I said, whenever I turn left, I go dive back into the passenger seat.
Yeah.
And keep your head down. And then buckle your seatbelt, obviously.
Listen to me, yeah.
And so she literally clockwork.
Oh my god.
Turn the wheel, she hops over.
You're like, good girl.
So I pull into the driveway. The cop slows down, stops.
Oh no.
And I'm like going, oh fuck. It was like they totally busted on the dash cam. And then he fucking took off. I was like, teamwork makes the dream work. But that was the closest where I legit almost got fucking totally busted.
Can you get the ticket for that?
I don't even know what the charge would be, but that would be fucking hilarious to see the mugshot of that charge.
You'd be like, 2 thumbs up, man.
Right? High five.
High five. Thank you very much. Oh man, those are some good stories. It's like things you won't forget, like just adventures,
Ross, he said, I had the same cop, but with 2 different occasions. That was a fun one. Hey, elaborate, homie.
2 different girls?
2 different girls?
Mm-hmm.
Same cop? What?
That cop, he's definitely judging.
So Ross is like my brother from another
exposure,
mother.
that's what it is. It'd be indecent exposure.
But what's exposed? If you're in the confines of your car and if the clothes are still on
area,
it would disorderly conduct.
Yeah,
that's probably what they could. And he probably was like, yeah, that's a bullshit charge.
Yeah.
He's like, he could win that one.
Because when I think of indecent exposure, I think of a man coming out of the bushes like, look what I got.
Yes,
that's what I think.
I literally so when I went and got my Range Rover, I had to pee so fucking bad, and I don't know if I told you the story.
No.
So I went to go get this Range Rover. It was in Denton. It wasn't very far from the house. I borrowed my buddy. He has a racing trailer.
Yeah.
He's got a 3,000-pound winch, which I was nice enough to donate to them.
Nice.
So start winching this thing up. It gets about 3/4 of the way up the ramp, and then all of a sudden I hear pop, and then the whole fucking Range Rover comes off of the trailer. And mind you, is picking up momentum because it's fucking straight downhill at that point.
Oh, yeah.
And so it went through the fence of the place where I bought it.
No.
And I'm going, and I'm running. I'm literally sprinting. I grab the fucking mirror, and the mirror bends backwards. So then I grab the A-pillar, and I got the A-pillar and the fucking mirror.
Oh, my God.
And I'm like Fred Flintstone and shit.
How many miles per hour were you on there?
I did stop it from hitting all the cars behind the fucking
thank
gate.
Goodness.
But literally,
that would scare me. I'd be like, ugh.
Oh, the worst part is Natalie was behind it. She was pushing the car up, helping the winch.
That could have been really bad.
So come to find out that Range Rover weighs close to 7,000 pounds.
Oh my god!
It is a fucking heavy.
You trying to murder your girlfriend?
I didn't try. I didn't succeed. I mean, I didn't. No, I said, move, jump, run, get the fuck out the way.
Move.
She did. She straight up fucking beeline to the left, and then all of a sudden I see this thing just roll.
God, you got it though.
I did. I got it home, parked it here, and then this douche fucking tard, which I have not seen this car yet after this was done.
Yeah.
The police went down the entire subdivision and started issuing tickets. And I had just picked this thing up, and they put a ticket on the Range Rover, and I'm like going, I've not even owned this thing for 24 hours, and it's got a fucking. I go, it crashed through a fucking gate. It's got a ticket on it.
Yep.
I'm like, if that's
You had a
not
bad day.
bad juju, bad, like that's what I'm saying. Like my week last
That's a
week
bad
was
day.
fucked.
Dang, that sucks.
And then I had animal control
Yeah.
call me. Then I had was the other one
Mm-hmm.
city
Was it
code enforcement.
okay? Was it for your little cage back in the backyard?
No, it was because they said that the dogs weren't registered. I think I talked about it on the last podcast.
Oh
They
yeah,
weren't registered, which meanwhile, like they had been actually registered here locally.
that's right. 'cause we
Yeah,
talked
shots
about-
records are all here locally. So I'm
I've
like,
never registered any of my dogs. I mean, I feel like when I've adopted them or rescued them, maybe they were already registered, but I never did that myself.
so with like the city here, like my understanding was pit bulls have to be registered.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
So,
maybe.
and I knew that because I had registered my other pit bull, but
Mhm.
they're saying now that all dogs have to be registered, which
Wow.
I'm like literally going, I go, everybody in this fucking neighborhood has a dog.
Yeah, I don't think everyone's doing that.
Yeah, nobody's like, it's just another reason for
What
them
if
to
you have a
get revenue.
chicken?
I'm about to get some chickens.
Are you gonna have to register them?
Fuck no.
You want to hear my chicken joke?
I want to hear your chicken joke. You got a chicken joke? Let's hear it.
Okay. What shoes do chickens wear?
I don't know what.
They wear ring bok 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 bok. I mean, please tell your kids that one day.
That's terrible.
It was great. I told my new people that.
Oh shit, he did. He said, yes, it's indecent exposure.
Yeah.
Exposure. Yes.
Same cop, but we didn't know if it was two different girls. Or-
Yeah, you never mentioned if it was two different girls. He said yes, so I'm guessing. Hey,
Oh, okay.
hey, Ross, just FYI, you got to give us context. You can't just say yes and no. You got to give us
Mhm.
context to the answer because by the time we get to your response, we might be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You never know.
I love that we have more chats today.
I know, right?
Getting some action over here. You got some loved ones on here too.
Hey, Ross, if you still have the link to come into the studio, which is the screenshot you sent me earlier, if you want to do that and then turn on your camera, you can. And then that way you can actually come into the studio in the green room and we can actually pull you on. We can do split screen and all that sort of stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah. So, like, that's the cool thing. Like, if you have people that, like, Tika, whatever, like, want to come in,
Oh yeah, she should totally jump in. Sometime.
like, we could send her the link and she could literally come in using her phone and make sure she has headphones on. Like, that's the
Yeah.
biggest thing. Is like the sound and, like, is always the biggest challenge with any type of video.
Mhm.
So just like make sure she has headphones in
Yeah.
because a lot of people will like try to do speakerphone and I'm like, no, you got echo and all that sort of
Right. He's like, say less. I love that. Ross Bone. Is he married? Jackie Bone. What's your name? Bone. Ross Bone.
Hey, you're gonna get him excited now. Calm down.
It's like I don't know about anybody else, but girls do think about their last name. If you marry someone, it's like, what's your last name gonna be?
I literally had a girl go, things will work out. And I'm like, why is that? She goes, because your name Devin has 5 letters and my name's Emily and it has 5 letters. So
What?
Emily and Devin like just fits perfectly. And I'm like going, if that's what you're gonna gauge a fucking relationship on.
Oh my god. What about
Yeah.
have you ever had someone like bring crystals and everything to you?
I've done the crystal. Actually, we had one in studio.
Oh,
And
you
it
got
was-
all the things here.
Oh yeah, we've had some really creepy. We had like I don't know if I told you, Ashley Patience Project, which I wish Ashley, our previous show admin,
Not as cool as me.
she knew like all the different episodes and stuff. Like when I would reference this, she would be like, "It was episode this, that, and that." Anyway, long story
Wow.
short, all of the lights in here went out. Yeah, it was like one of the creepiest. And she was literally talking about, she was like, so let me backtrack. So the Ashley Patience Project,
Yeah.
her daughter was murdered.
Oh my-
And like they tried to report the boyfriend and all this sort of basically they passed a law
Okay.
in Oklahoma because of her,
Wow.
because of this situation. So the mother was in here and she was talking about it. And in fact, she had ran into me a couple times of red carpet premieres that I'd done,
Yeah.
and she had told me about the story, and I was like, I want to do it. Like I told her, I said, I want to shoot this.
I love scary stories.
I was like, I want to do it because A, it's real, and
Yeah.
B, it's going to impact a lot of fucking people.
Right.
Because like I've been in situations on the flip side where I've had like a crazy chick and like can't get away,
Right.
and like it literally costing me my job and my livelihood and everything else. So I'm like,
Yeah.
I understand like from a personal side, like that there needs to be some laws in place to protect whoever you're dating, guy, girl, it doesn't fucking matter.
Right.
And so anyway, she was talking about like the tragedy and everything that happened. And those of you go look up Ashley Patience Project, Frustration Unlimited, and go watch the episode. But like literally, she was talking about her daughter, and we asked about like, does she communicate? Does she any type of way that she makes contact with you? And she goes, every time like I touch her necklace. So she had the necklace that she was wearing when she passed.
Oh my God.
And she like literally grabbed the necklace, and as she grabbed it, the lights turned off.
What?
And then as she like was talking about it, then the lights came back on. It was like a real moment.
Quick, yeah.
But I was like, dude, we've done like 200 plus episodes, and that's never happened once.
That's crazy. I'm going to see Matt Frazier on Saturday night.
Who's Matt Frazier?
He's like one of the biggest psychic mediums in America. Probably, yeah.
Where's it at?
He's in the Majestic Theater, and he's done readings for like celebrities. And he has a YouTube channel too. He does all these different stories.
So how do you feel about that? Like, what do you think? What are your thoughts on that? Honestly,
okay,
uncut, unedited, uncensored.
So I don't know. Because I have had a waitress one time at Chili's was a psychic, and I didn't know that. And I was hanging out with my girl Becca, and we were having dinner, and I was about to move out of Grapevine over to like the Irving area.
Mm-hmm.
And my granny had passed away like 2 years ago before that. And we were just talking, and I guess it was only a year she had passed. And I was scared about leaving Grapevine because I still felt her in Grapevine. My granny, she was big in Grapevine. She was all over the chambers. She loved Grapevine. She was there for a long time. So I like felt her there. And I was afraid that when I moved, I wasn't going to feel her anymore. And I didn't tell a soul this.
Yeah.
I didn't tell anybody this. It was just a fear that I had internally.
Right.
And this waitress goes, I don't do this very often, but there's somebody who wants me to give you a message. And I was like, what? And she told me about her age was like 83, 84, which was about the same age as my granny. And she told me that she knows that I'm making a transition in my life and that I'm moving. Didn't say a word about me moving. I never said a word while I was at dinner. Mm-hmm. And she said she just wants you to know that she's still going to be there. She's going to follow you. She'll be with you.
So you want to hear something crazy? That's an awesome.
Wild. And me and Becca,
you have her contact information?
Were like, she was like, I don't do this very often. If you want to come back tomorrow, I have a shift. I have another message for you then.
Is she still there? Where's she at? Where's the girl at? Where can we find her?
The Chili's in Grapevine.
Can we find her?
Maybe,
how long
I don't
ago?
know. But I don't know, Matt. I'm hoping this Mac I can bring. So I would really like my friend Ashley committed suicide last May. May 24th. She committed suicide. And my friend Air, she hired a medium in Canada. And Ashley came through to her. She did it twice, and Ashley came through twice. And kind of, we weren't sure if it was like suicide or if it was possibly murder in some way.
Oh, wow.
So we were confused, and kind of we all didn't know what went down.
But you want to know answers. You want to have.
Right. We didn't know what went down and like why she did what she did, because she had seen her the day before, and I had seen her 4 days before, and she was fine. So something like really big had to happen between that, those few hours. And so there were some off things about her situation. Like she shot herself with her non-dominant hand. Her handwriting was really different in her suicide letter. She was making plans the night before. There was just all these things that didn't really add up. Right.
Yeah.
So we were like a little sus about that. We're like, So, but Ashley came through twice, and she reassured her that she regretted her decision. It was her decision, but things had happened the night before. This person that she was with was a bad person, and she just was in the moment. But which is weird because she had a letter. So anyways, but there were things that were said that Air never told that medium. So do I believe it? I feel like it would have to be like the one at Chili's was freaky.
Yeah.
But my friend Becca was like, well, she could have like overheard something or looked you. I don't know. And I was like, no, we weren't even talking about that.
Yeah.
We were talking about dating. so it was like completely different. And it was wild. But
Yeah.
I mean, I believe in ghosts, hauntings.
Have you ever experienced one?
Not a ghost, no. But I
But a
used
haunting?
I used to sit at home and watch The Haunting like all day. It was either The Haunting or like House Hunters.
So it's funny you mentioned that. So Andy, who's supposed to be here,
Yeah.
he's really big into. He went to
Big fail, Andy, by the way.
Yeah, you're getting ostracized, fucker. So he went to the Conjuring house. He went to a couple different places.
I met the girl that used to live there with her family.
So I actually am in contact with the son of what's her name? Basically, the two ghosts.
Lorraine?
Lorraine, yeah.
Yeah, Lorraine
son.
and Ed?
Yeah, that's son.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
he
wow.
he knows the story and he knows like all that sort of stuff. And I was actually trying to get him on the podcast about a year ago.
Yeah.
But
You
he
know my friend Justin Ross, he does paranormal
does he really?
stuff. Yeah, he's got a YouTube channel and everything, Paratheory.
Uh-huh.
He could probably get on it and tell you some stories.
So he's got some equipment,
Mhm.
and then I think his boss or something's into that, so he's got other equipment, and then I have the thermal camera,
Yeah.
which those are super fucking expensive, but I
Yeah.
got my hands on one, and
Yeah.
so I can do video and photography on the actual thermal cam. So like if I capture something, I can actually video record it.
And you've never done it?
I took it once. We went to Andy's fiance's father.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. Her father's farm out.
Yeah.
Fuck, I forget where it is. It's way out in East Jesus. And I took it out, and I was just like, "Fuck it, we're out in the middle of nowhere. Like, let's see what this thing does." And all of a sudden, like, it was radiating this heat signature,
Whoa.
and it was like up in like the sky area, and I'm like,
Yeah.
"Oh, what the fuck?" So like, we all are like, "What the fuck are we? Like, what the hell is it?" And we get there, and it was like a transformer, and I'm like, "Oh, that fucking sucks."
Fake. False alarm. Have you
was-
ever talked to a medium or a psychic though? Like, I think ghosts are one thing, but
I have.
mediums
So
and
that's where I was going to go with like when you
Yeah.
were talking about that. So my best friend, his mom, she got into like the whole psychic thing and all that stuff, and she got into like the Greek way of how they used to do psychic readings.
okay.
So they use coffee grinds.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's really weird how they did it, and I can't remember for the life of me. But she like literally, she goes, "I see in your future a lot of cameras. Like you're sitting in like there's a lot of cameras around you," and I'm like going,
What?
and I'm like going, "Holy shit, we're 3 years in,
Yeah.
and there's fucking cameras everywhere."
Yeah. A part of me like wants to go talk to a medium or a psychic and find out my future, or maybe just have, talk to Ashley or my granny even. But like, it also kind of scares me because you're kind of opening a portal there.
Are.
Yeah. And so you don't really know what could happen. There's some risk there. And I just don't want to mess with that kind of stuff,
Mhm.
So I'm a little.
Andy's kind of the same way. He's like, he doesn't want to get psychic reading. He doesn't want any of that stuff. He's like, he doesn't want to know like that. Me, I'm like, dude, the more information you have, the more ammo you have. That's the way I look at it.
So if you so if you went to a psychic and they're like, you're gonna die when you're 65, would you want to know that?
Yeah.
You'd be like, yeah, dude, I got,
Yeah, because I'd be like,
24
now I
years.
got to live my life like to its fullest. That means all the things that I put off till I was older, like I need to like reevaluate that, and reassess that, and be like, okay, I need to do those things now.
Why don't you just do it now?
That goes back to
Live like you were dying.
that goes back to our previous conversation where I was like, I'm to the point where like I just want to get an estate salesperson and just have them just get rid. Like I'm to the point where like I've acquired all this stuff over the 20 years, and I'm just like,
There's no need for it now.
The stuff that I have is now owning me instead of the other way around. And it gets to a point where like I see like Facebook memories, and it's like
I hate those.
I know, right?
Unless it's Bailey. I'm like, Bailey.
I know, right?
My baby.
But like, perfect example, like a couple days ago, one of the memories was when I got the crazy cart.
Yeah.
And it came in this fucking 6-foot gigantic crate, right?
Oh man.
And so I did an unboxing, and I'm literally using fucking crowbar to get this thing out.
Yeah.
And it's so fucking heavy
Uh-huh.
that I'm like, I don't even know how to get this thing out of the box without fucking it up, right?
Yeah.
So like, you see me like trying to figure this thing out, and I pull it out. Anyway, and I'm like going, it's gotten to the point where like I bought that one, and now I'm 7 or 6 crazy carts in.
Yeah.
And I go, and they're so buried in my garage that I can't even enjoy them. And I go, and then
does that not stress you out and give you anxiety?
It does. It has been a lot lately. Because,
I would think.
Like, I'm like, I get so overwhelmed because I'm like, there's so much shit.
Yeah.
It's becoming a point where it's like a thorn in my side. Like it's becoming like, I just want to get rid of it all.
I was like,
blame you. I'd rather like, and it's funny because when I was younger, I used to laugh at people that had big houses and had nothing in them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what? These fucking people can barely afford like their house. Like they can't afford to like put stuff in it.
Right.
And here I am. Right. I'm like, goddamn, I need
I got everything.
I'm like, I got a goddamn mansion.
Get rid of it.
I gotta get rid of everything. What's like right now? Like I got over $100,000 worth of projectors that I'm.
You told me that, yeah.
Yeah, like
but
I put them on Facebook.
Marketplace.
Yeah, Marketplace. A couple days or yesterday.
Thank goodness.
But that's just one thing. Like I got so
one thing at a time.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm like, I literally need to hire like a crew. And I was like, I go, is there a company out there?
I know somebody looking for a job. I think maybe they can like part time or help you for a bit. I don't know.
Like, here's your job. Sell everything in my house. If I put a sticker on it, sell it.
Sell it. Market
because here's
it.
the best part. So with ChatGPT, I don't know if a lot of people know this.
I love ChatGPT.
There's plugins and there's different add-ons that you can have. One of the add-ons that I have is called Sell Me This Pin.
Yeah.
So you type in whatever the fuck you have, and it will go out and research what that product is, give you a description, and it'll tell you the value and what you need to sell it for.
Wow.
So it takes...
Is that the ChatGPT version you have to pay for, or is that the free version?
I think it works on ChatGPT 4.0.
Okay.
Which is the free version now.
Wow.
But on the paid version, yes, you had to, like, that was a add-on or whatever. Okay. I don't know if you can do plugins and add-ons on the 4.0 version.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I know that I log in, like right now I'm logged into the 4.0 version, and I can... Hold on, please.
I love it. I use it a lot.
Yeah, it's called Sell Me This Pin. Y'all type it in. You can go into Explore GPTs, click on that. And then you can type in search GPTs and type in sell me this pin. And like, if you're ever trying to list anything and unsure, because like what I used to do, the old process, I'd go through eBay and I'd look at all the ones that sold. I go to sold listings and I would basically add all of them up and then divide by how many there were.
Yeah.
And then find the average. And that's how I knew how to sell stuff.
Isn't that okay? Am I crazy, or is that what Leonardo DiCaprio does in The Wolf of Wall Street? He was like, "I'm gonna like sell me this pen," and then he's like,
"Yeah." Well, I can't remember if he did that. I mean, it seems like something
here, right here, and then they're like, "I don't have a pen." It's like, "Do you need a pen? Here,
sell me this motherfucker." But no, like when I would interview people and stuff, if they showed up and they didn't have a pen, I wouldn't hire them.
Yeah.
I'm like, so let me get this straight. You want to apply for a job, but you didn't come with any of the supplies. What does that tell me about you when you come into work?
Unprepared.
Exactly. Fail. And then there's other times that like I've interviewed people and then I find out what their passion is and I'm like, it's not here. Then I'm not hiring you.
That's good that you asked that. Like I interviewed for a long time and I would ask questions like that. Like what's your passion?
Yeah.
You know, what do you like to do for fun? Just to get to know them a bit more.
So let me ask you this question.
Ooh.
I love this. This is one of my favorite questions. You asked me one earlier. Now I'm going to ask you one.
Okay.
This is one of my all-time favorite fucking questions.
Okay.
If money was taken out of the equation, what would you be happy doing the rest of your life?
YMCA camp counselor.
See, like, look how fast that answer came.
Yeah, it was one of the best jobs ever. Oh, so fun.
So, all right. So, why was it the best job?
So I worked with 10, 11-year-old girls back then. I loved being camp counselor. The kids were fun. We did activities all day. We were in charge. You know, it was just fun. I was also a camp counselor. Like my best friend was with me. So we had a blast, and it was seasonal. But these girls, like, they didn't want to do the sports stuff every day. So when they didn't do the sports stuff, we would have circle time. And for one, we also taught them how to do the Thriller dance, which is actually a really long dance. So we taught them that, and they loved it. That was fun. They will dance in the studio all day versus playing baseball outside in the heat in the summer. And so we do a little bit of that, choreograph with them, and then we would do circle time. And we'd all get in a circle. We'd ask them a question every day. It was a different question. So the first question we asked them was, you know, who's your idol and why? And these girls at 10, 11 years old, they were like, oh, I want to be, you know, a Playgirl, the Playboy Mansion, and I want to be a Kardashian and this and that. Like, just so, like, not good role models, okay? And that was, you know.
So let's expand on that before you go further into this. Let's expand on that. Like, because I hear this a lot with this generation. They see Mr. Beast, they see these influencers, and they think like that they can do the same thing and be equally successful. Like, what are your thoughts? Like, how do you, like, since you experienced it with the Kardashians and everything else, like, what?
Well, the girls see their beauty and their fame, and they, you know, people look up to them, and, you know, they're big. They have all these different brands, you know, so I don't know what these girls wanted to be about the Playgirls. I can't really wrap my head around that, being a Playboy model, but, you know, now you have OnlyFans. So these girls are wanting to probably do OnlyFans, you know, but I think they just didn't have like good role models. But you see the success, you see that they're likable, you see that they're popular and famous. They're celebrities.
Yeah.
So they seem that it looks like they have everything just at their fingertips.
So do you think it's because, like, they don't have to really work that hard to achieve that? Like, they don't. I
don't think they do.
Exactly. They don't have to put a lot of sweat equity. There's not a lot of thought. There's not a lot of energy that goes into it. Like, literally, fucking turn on your phone and you record and like and then hope for the best kind of thing. Like,
yeah, I mean, well, look now, kids are making thousands of dollars by making 15-second talk ticks.
Right.
I mean, wow.
So
that's on us. Like, we entertain that.
What are your thoughts? So, like, to your example, like, let's say there's a 15-year-old, even like basically anybody below the adult age, which means you can't have a bank account, right? So that means that who's funding that account, which means typically the parents.
Yeah.
So there are certain states, I think Illinois was one of them, that basically said that like 15% of whatever revenue they receive has to go to the child.
Wow.
And what do you think about that? Like, do you think more states need to, like, what are your thoughts on that? Because, like,
I mean, you're
the Britney.
I think it should be managed well. I think it should be, if that's the case. I mean, yeah, the kids are doing the work. I mean, the work. I mean, you have kids getting paid for video games too. You see that thousands of dollars. Yeah, sure, they can earn a living for that, but I think it should be managed because kids, there's no way they know how to manage that kind of money.
Well, what happens when, like, they hear and see, like, the comments, the negative comments, the hateful, the hurtful, the go fuck yourself, go kill, like, you know, all the hateful shit, like, because you have that target on your back, because you're reaching an audience. Like, it's bad enough dealing with bullies in a school system of like 400 to 700 kids.
Yeah.
But now think about that. It's amplified. Like, you're reaching a worldwide audience. You could have hundreds, if not millions of people seeing that video.
Yeah.
And just imagine, because we all know, like, positive comments are few and far between.
Yeah.
Most people, like, they want to diarrhea their mouth of, like, negativity, and they want
Yeah, well, look at the
Trolls.
Hawk Tuah girl. The Hawk Tuah girl's getting all this negativity, being like, okay, your 50 minutes of fame are over. Well, we gave it to her.
Yeah.
We made her viral. We made her a big deal. Why are you bashing her for taking advantage of that and making it out of an opportunity to do better? She's like, well, she responded to it. She's like, well, if this is my 15 minutes of fame, I'm going to do something good with it. And she went to Petco and bought a bunch of like dog and cat supplies and food and everything and toys, took it to the local shelter. And I was like, you go, girl. Like, absolutely.
And that's one of the things that I love. Like, even like Mr. Beast, his stuff is like that philanthropy side, like give back.
Yeah.
And this is what I hate about a lot of the executives, because executives of corporations and companies and shit, they will like literally shit on their employees and make them work to death and then do nothing for society. Like, to me, I feel like there should be a law and a mandate that like, not only you as a CEO needs to do something and like to help and better society, but I feel like if we make it a law that then we'll be further ahead. We'll solve our own fucking problems rather than relying on the government, relying on Social Security, relying on all this bullshit. No, it starts at the top.
Yeah.
And the thing is like, we need to give these executives like a taste of humility and a taste of like what real life is. Because like, perfect example, there was an episode of Oprah, and I can't fucking stand her because of all the Hawaii.
You get this, and you get a card.
But there was an episode, I shit you not, where she went into a fucking Walmart and was like in shock.
Yeah.
She was like, I've never been in a Walmart.
What?
Yeah, like
yeah.
And like, it was so. And this is what I have a problem with, is that these executives and these people that make it billions of dollars, they're so disconnected from the rest of the world that they don't give a fuck about the rest of the world. And that's what people don't understand when they vote for these rich ass people.
Yeah.
They're not in their seat to make you better. They're in their seat
to make them better.
I'm like, when are y'all gonna fucking realize they're not doing anything that's gonna? When has any politician ever said, "I'm gonna do this to help society and help"? Now, Mr. Beast, on the other hand, go out there and like, I'm gonna do it and talk about it after the fact.
I don't know who Mr. Beast is.
Oh my god! Like, he's got him alone.
Does he have like a drink or something?
He does.
Okay.
Not a drink. He has a candy bar, some kind of bar, Mr. Beast bar or something like that.
Oh.
But he's one of the biggest YouTubers of all time. Like, his views are more than the biggest cable network combined.
Is it like all kids?
No, I mean, it's all ages that watch him.
I'm gonna have to.
But he does a lot of philanthropy stuff. And it was funny because people were joking about like having him be president, and I'm like, yes. Like, he went to fucking Uganda and built houses. Like, he went and fucking supplied electricity. He went and made people that were blind see.
What?
For the first fucking time.
Wait, what?
Yeah, this guy is like legit. Like,
how have I not heard of him?
I don't know.
Where have I been?
But like, I'm like, that should be your role model.
Yeah.
That person, and you haven't even heard of him.
I know. Where have I been?
I go, this is what's wrong with society.
Yeah, but I know who the Kardashians are. But I'm not a big Kardashian fan. But yeah, these are like the role models of our youth, which is sad. But I mean, the cool thing about going back to the camp counselor job is that we found out so much information about these kids. Like, one kid was like always the first kid to get dropped off and always the last one to get picked up. And she was like, I wish my parents wanted to spend more time with me. Like, they really opened up to us. And then at the very end of summer camp, we asked them, who's your idol and why? And they all said it was us.
Aww.
They're like, because y'all don't care what anybody thinks about you. Y'all are so fun and funny. And, you know, we just wanted to be like you. And I was like,
And that's the problem, is a lot of parents these days, they just hand a tablet to their kid, or hand a phone to their kid, or hand a screen to their kid and say, that's your daycare.
So bad.
But it's like that's an artificial interaction. It's not a real interaction. Like, look at the things we did as kids.
I know.
I literally rode my bike to Hearst, to Colleyville, to Grapevine, to like.
I played in the dirt. I, sat in a corner, picked my nose for a bit. Like the kids these days are like not able to be bored. They just have to have constant dopamine.
Natalie has a good point. She said there are so many people in the world that do amazing work giving back to the community without the camera rolling.
Absolutely.
But the problem is when you have the camera, because I've been on both sides of that fence, because I'm like,
well,
if you don't have the camera rolling, then nobody knows what you did.
And if you do have the camera rolling, people might judge you for it. But at the same time, you could motivate other people to do other things as well.
Ding, ding, ding. So like I watched a video of a female that went and started a basically like feeding the homeless in the city that she was in. And the whole reason that sparked my interest was that she did this shit all on her own, and she was solving the homeless and like the food, lack of food and all that sort of lack of resources.
Yeah.
By connecting all of these companies and stuff that throw out like perfectly good stuff.
Yeah.
But because like perfect example, like I'll give you an example. This is what when I worked for the Cowboys and I was in the Ring of Honors, and I realized like when I'm in 3 different suites, they have one gigantic dumpster for 3 suites. So you multiply that times how many suites?
So much waste.
So much waste. And I mean, these things were overflowing to the point like we had to go find the next dumpster to throw the shit in because that one was full.
Yeah.
And I'm like going, this is perfectly good cooked food that is gourmet. It's really good. And I'm like, and we're throwing it all away. And I'm like,
yeah.
Think about what this is doing to the landfill. And I go and think about how many people we could feed. We could feed all of Dallas and Fort Worth with one fucking stadium. And I go,
oh yeah.
And look what's next door. Ranger Stadium. You have you have Six Flags. You have Hurricane Harbor. You have 4 companies right there. If those 4 companies could feed all of the DFW Metroplex.
Yeah.
With all of their waste food. And so that's one of the reasons why I started a company called Hoopla, which is helping others, people. I can't remember the acronym.
I haven't heard of it.
So I started this, and then I realized all the red tape that I had to do.
Oh, yeah.
So the city of Dallas said you cannot feed homeless people.
What?
Yeah.
You do. I know.
It was literally like
groups that do.
Well, so I got City Hall in Dallas to basically explain the idea. And so they were greenlit. They were allowing me to basically feed, but then I ran into the logistics part. So the logistics part meaning...
What were you feeding them?
Well, I mean it was like gourmet mac and cheese.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like it was...
That could also make them sick, because if they're not used to rich foods like that, it can make them really sick.
Right. But so the thing is like the containers. So like then I had to come up with containers to put it in. And then I had to think about like, well, how am I going to get it to where it needs to go?
Right.
And then I'm thinking about, okay, where's the distribution center that can send it out to the masses? And there wasn't one. So it's like I literally would have had to build the entire infrastructure in order to make this idea plausible. And that's when I realized I'm like, this is a fucking problem. Because if I had like Mr. Beast money, I could build that infrastructure and sustain that and keep it ongoing. But I was like, I don't have that kind of funds.
And if it's like, if you're a celebrity, you can get away with so much more.
You can.
You can do whatever you want, really.
If you're, not an upstanding citizen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, there's plenty of.
So I was in Big Brothers Big Sisters for a while.
Uh-huh.
She moved away, but we always did things that cost a ton of money, and I was like, let's do something different. So we did, I saw on Instagram, it was like hashtag RAK, random acts of kindness.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, this will be really good for her to like see and experience. And so we did a RAK day. And we got like 2 big things of water bottles. We had like $20 bills, 20 just like dollar bills.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got these like mints, these little mints, these cute, colorful mints. And we had these note cards, and we would put like her granny was like her best friend, and her granny was like, she was murdered. She was doused in gasoline and set on fire. So her uncle was incarcerated for it. But like that's how she got in the program. It was crazy. It was a wild story. But we put on the back in memory of, and she put her granny, and I put my cousin Dawn. And so we put like in memory of, and then on the front we put little sweet messages like, you were meant to be, have a great day, pay it forward, you know, whatever. And we would put like these sticky notes on like the meters with a dollar bill, like, here's your meter money. And then we gave out cold water bottles. And like when we were giving out these water bottles or these like notes to people, the way they looked at us like we were crazy. We're like, we like, and some people were like, no, I don't want it. Like we were, you know?
Yeah.
And so some people just, they don't care. But like, it was just, that was her favorite thing that she did with me. And it's just so small and doesn't cost a lot of money. But if more people did that, I just think the world would be such a better place.
And to elaborate on that, so one of my buddies, his parents had 50 acres in Flower Mound, and where they have the 50 acres, I don't know if you're familiar with Point Noble. Point Noble is overlooking Grapevine Lake, and they're all like $1 million plus houses. Like the lot itself with nothing on it is like $1 million.
I think that I saw that location on my Hinge profile somewhere on a guy. Maybe I should go back.
So Point Noble over there. So he's got, his parents have 50 acres there.
Nice.
So like they're literally sitting on over $50 million.
Hey, land's the best thing you could own.
And so what they did is they took all the kids from like all these orphanages and stuff, and they got kicked out. Bad, delinquent, like just really, really the worst of the worst. And it was really fascinating. And I saw this at a younger age, and I was like, this is what society needs to have.
Yeah.
So what it was, so like in one of the rooms, it was just basic. It was, floor, ceiling, walls, a bed, and that was it.
Wow.
And then maybe some books. And then the next room was a bed, a plusher bed with nice fabrics, a TV, and then some books, whatever. And then the next room was like a sitting area with a lounge and really nice, like king size bed. And like just so as you went, it was a better bed. And he told me like what they do is they bring them in and they earn their way to the top, which is in life, you earn your way to the top. Like you don't start off as CEO, and that's what a lot of these fucking people don't get. It's like you don't start off as you got to work in a fucking mailroom.
that's how we do our program at Clear Fork Academy. Yeah, they start out at base camp, and it's like, it's comfy, but it's,
bare necessities, right?
Beds, bare necessities, and then you start off, you like, by participating in the program and doing different things like your group therapy, your life skills, all of the different things that are a part of it. You get points, so you earn your way up to different houses. The first house, is pretty standard. It's nice, but the next house that you can get up to has like a big grotto area and a pool and a basketball court. It's like got a big kitchen and a ping pong table, like all the things you could earn. Right. But they have to earn up to that. So it's funny because to me, like the jail and everything else, it's not a rehabilitation at all. Like there's none of that. And like the fact that you hit on the same exact thing that I experienced, to me, that was like life transforming, like seeing that and understanding that and watching it work. It works.
It does. It gives them a sense of belonging. It gives them a sense of gratification. It gives them a sense of earning without earning literal dollars, but it teaches them a sense of self-worth. And that's what's missing, because like they're panhandling on the street, this, that, and the other, and I'm like, that's not teaching them anything. And like by you giving them money, you're just enabling them. That's why like I refuse to give people money on the streets. Like, all I'm doing is enabling you to work this fucking corner for every fucking day.
I've given food to someone and they threw it back at me.
Yeah, see, and like I just no.
Rude.
Rude.
Fine then. Eat dirt,
ants
on the corner. Enjoy your ants.
So explain to me like what you're doing now and like where you're at in life now, like because that sounds very interesting what you just explained, like it's
Yeah.
almost identical to what the situation that I was talking about.
Mm-hmm. So Clear Fork Academy is where I'm at now, and it's a treatment program for teens who are struggling with substance abuse and mental health. So, these kids have been through a lot. A lot of the girls, have had some sort of sexual trauma. A lot of the boys, behavioral things, maybe life transitions. They're just not coping in the right ways.
Mhm.
So they come to us and we work with them through our program. It is a faith-based program, which I love about it because they can, have that foundation. I had a mom call me on Sunday, and she was concerned because her kid was like not sleeping as well. But we'd addressed it. But it's just she was like, I went to visit him over the weekend and he asked me to bring him his Bible. And she was like, and that is not like him. And I was like, really? So that is amazing. So they totally transform. It's really cool to see. And not everybody, does that. It's the faith side is encouraged. It's a great foundation, but we do baptisms on site. It's a 90-day program, and these kids just need to learn better ways of coping, better life skills, things like that. I mean, the drugs out there are insane these days.
Well, and that's the thing too, is nobody teaches kids, even adults, like to have an outlet that is positive.
Yeah.
Like whenever you're frustrated and when life hands you fucking lemons, like, are you gonna make lemon meringue pie out of this shit? Are you gonna fucking make lemonade? Like, what are you gonna do with it? Are you just gonna pour it on yourself and cry yourself a fucking river?
But like, parents aren't parenting.
I know, and that's the biggest problem, because a lot of these parents started reading these fucking books on how to parent, and I'm like, no.
They just they want us to they bring them to us and like, fix our kid. It's like, no, you have to do work too.
And that's the same thing with training a dog. You have to fix yourself in order to not allow them to jump up on you and to do all the things that you don't want them to do.
Right.
You as an owner or caretaker of said animal, you have to be the example that you want them.
Absolutely. But I mean, you have a lot of these broken homes, you have kids in fosters, and they just get in these situations and they never learn. So that they never.
Well, how much of that is they don't have a good role model. And I see this all the time with girls that I've dated that have kids. I'm like, they just don't have a good father figure.
Yeah.
And like even a couple people that I grew up with, and I was actually in business with their dad, and like finding out that they're strippers, and I'm just like going, like, that's your sole goal as a father, is to keep your daughter off the fucking pole,
off the street.
And then I realized, I'm like going, as much as like I hated like the struggles and stuff that when I grew up. And I look around at all the other people around me, and I'm like, their shit's even more fucked up.
But you also have some kids who literally just are pressured and they just got into the wrong group and got into the wrong substance or something and build that addiction. And some of these kids have a great childhood, great family, great parents.
Here's the thing.
They just get stuck.
Like where I grew up, like everybody around me was doing drugs, and they were like bad influences. But like,
I was afraid of drugs.
Like me, I'm like, I don't know what it was, but I was like, I never fell susceptible to peer pressure. Like I was always anti-drug. I was always, I mean, I wasn't part of the DARE program or anything like that. I'm just like me. I'm like, in my mind, I go, my mind is the most valuable thing I have. It's the most valuable organ, most valuable like asset that I have. Why would I want to fuck that up?
Yeah.
Why would I want to decay it? Why would I want to, damage it? Why would I want to hinder it?
But when you have like trauma in your life, I think when people cope with those substances, everything goes away temporarily, and that's the high they get off, and then they get addicted, and it's just a cycle, and it's sad.
But at the end of the day, like, it's an escape from reality. I don't see him.
love that, Ross.
Is he in the? He's not in the green room.
Oh, Ross, I thought you were in.
No, he sent me a screenshot earlier of the platform.
Oh, nice.
So actually, hold on. Let me see if I can.
Limoncello for my trauma when life ever gives me lemons. I love it. Everybody copes differently. For me, I go to therapy. But before that, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I definitely did, had some vices where I coped in the wrong ways.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never done like hard drugs or anything, So,
yeah.
But everyone's different. So I was at the link. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I sent the link.
Oh,
somebody chimed in. Like, where you at?
ding dong. Okay, I'm new to this, so this is kind of cool. I'm excited.
All right, so if he shows up here, so see where the box is at the bottom, where it shows me and you. There'll be another box that'll show up with him.
Come on in, Ross. Get in your box.
So I had posted the flyer of you and about tonight and stuff like that, and he was like, "She's hot. Who is she?"
Yay! Hey.
And I told him, I was like, "Hey, she's single." But back the fuck up off.
Oh, the dating life.
I bet you between the both of y'all probably got some stories.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, you had a recent one, right?
Oh my god. Well, this wasn't super recent, but I did talk to him again recently. But it's a guy that I dated years ago. Briefly, he used to play for the Philadelphia Eagles, and he was super hot. We had so much fun. He was just really ambitious and like goofy. He had kids. He seemed like a good dad, and we had a great time. And I'd gone to his ranch. First time I ever went hog hunting ever. It was so fun. It was super spontaneous. He's like, come out to my ranch in Mineral Wells and we'll go shoot hogs. And I was like, badass, let's go. So I went out there. We had the best time. And then we kept talking for a couple months. And he was like, hey, I'm going to the ranch with the kids. You should come out sometime. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. To spend time with, meet his kids.
Right.
And I was like, well, I'll text you later. I'm going to do yoga. And then, I'll catch up with you. And so I sent him a little cute yoga pic, and then I heard like nothing from him.
Wow.
He ghosted me completely, but I didn't know he was ghosting me because I wasn't blocked. Because I like texted him again later. I was like, "Are you good? Like, is everything okay? I haven't heard from you." And I had never been ghosted before, and it would deliver, and then it would show that he read it, but nothing happened. And then the red receipt went off, but it would still deliver. And I was just like, hey, just checking on you, or like something reminded me of him. And like, I didn't understand because I'd never been ghosted. So I looked up this man's obituary. I thought he died. I was like, there's no way I'm getting ghosted. He had to have died. Like the audacity to ghost me. And he was still alive, but like it was maybe like 3 or 4 months later, and I run a girls group on Facebook called Girl Talk Single Ladies, and it's nothing like the Are We Dating the Same Guy? It's not like that. It's like we like send cute memes, funny memes, tactics, you name it. Like we ask for advice in dating, share our funny dating stories, share our creepy dating stories, like all that. And some girl posted about this man, and she was like, here, like, let's all give a moment of silence to this man and his like heavenly penis. and my friend tagged me in it, and I was like, oh my god, he's alive. I was like, that's him. And like in my group, there's like 2,000 girls in this group, and like within the day there was like 8 girls that were like, he ghosted me too. This man was like a serial ghoster.
Nobody figured out why.
I guess not. Like nobody figured out why. He just was a ghoster. And he told me, like, he reached out to me later on. They always come back around, but he reached out to me like shortly after
he got outed by like 7.
Well, no, it wasn't from that. He got posted in the Are We Dating the Same Guy page eventually. And some girl was like saying that he was aggressive and blah blah blah. And I was like, well, he's never like I went out with him. He ghosted me, but it was fun while it lasted. He was still fun. I was like, he was never aggressive with me. So I just like shared my experience. I'm not in that group anymore, but it became a whole like lawsuit. So like I guess like some girl was claiming something about that he did, and he was like, no way, blah blah blah, that didn't happen. Like she was this random girl he had hooked up with in Illinois, and she just made this whole thing and had like 2 phones, was like doing all this, like making all this stuff up. And I got a call from, because my name is on the thread, the cops called me, and the guy got fired from his job and everything. It's crazy. And the cops called me and they're like, hey, we've heard different things. I know you went out with him. You were intimate or whatever. Like, was he ever aggressive with you? I was like, no, never. I was like, never. He was like, did you ever do any videos with him? I was like, no, never. I was like, I don't do that. Like, I'm not like that. No. So, anyways, there was a whole thing. The case ended up getting dropped. He got another job. He's back on his feet again. We still talk occasionally, but it was wild. I'd never been ghosted like that before, ever. And now, I mean, I think I've still been ghosted just a handful of times, but at the time I was like, there's just no way. He's super fun, but I would never go out with him again.
Yeah, like there's so many red flags at that point.
And to be honest,
if you got to do that much work in order to see somebody, like there's a problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, we definitely had a lot of fun, but it was just short lived. And like, I was talking to my friend today actually about catfishing. And I've actually thought about, I was like, I've been on a ton of dates, but I don't think I've ever actually been catfished. I've had really good, I have had really good dates. I'm a good dater, but like, I've had some bad experiences, like some funny ones where like this one guy got really drunk and I had to like babysit him and take him to his friend's house nearby and drop him off. I was like, you are 33 years old. What are you doing?
What are you doing with your life? And he kept
trying to like kiss me and he was so sloppy and I was like, like, I don't wanna.
Wow.
And this one guy, still, I've dated some really nice guys, but I was just in the wrong headspace, it sucks. Yeah. And sometimes I just wasn't feeling it, and you can't force that. This one guy, he called all his friends called him Thor. He had like long hair, was super cute. And we were in Grapevine, and it was Christmas time, and like the lights were all there. It was so romantic. And he was like, I really like you. I want to go out with you. Can we make this exclusive? And he was like pouring his heart out to me. And I'm just like, man, I was like, Thor, like, I'm not there. Like, I don't feel that way, right now. And I said, I want to be honest with you for myself and for you.
Yeah.
And he got so upset. I felt so bad. He had this Corvette and he like raced back to Dallas and he got a ticket. He was going like 105 or something. I felt so bad. But the next girl he dated, he found God. Amazing. Like, I've had multiple guys find God after me. It's kind of awesome. I'm like, you're welcome, Jesus. But he was
signed you up another one.
Saved. He found God. He got married. He has kids now. He's such a good dad. His mom was the nurse. When I got my girls done, she was my nurse. Done? She was my nurse.
Did you name them too?
Thelma and Louise. Yeah.
Thelma and Louise.
She was my nurse. She was amazing, and she understood. Like we were friendly, but I just didn't like feel the same way, and it sucked. And you have to have those tough conversations. I have only ghosted like 2 people in my life, but ghosting is so normalized now. It's just so stupid. Just have the conversation. Just have it.
Like me, I'm like, used to back in the day, like I would just block.
How many girls have you ghosted, Devin?
Oh, you should see my block list.
Block. See why? I think that's so extreme. If they're not harassing you, why block them?
I've come to the age where like I don't put up with shit.
Are they harassing you or being like crappy?
Just it's not like they're being like harassing. Like they're not.
You don't want to have a conversation. The hard conversation.
So.
Ross is in. Yeah.
Ross is in, but I don't see you, bro.
Yeah.
You got to turn your camera on.
Man, ghosting is so normal. I literally, I think I've ghosted like 3 or 4. I don't know, a couple people.
Right.
But just because I think it was mutual. Like I think we both just didn't feel it.
And so
You know?
to your point, to answer your question,
But
like
I block them.
well, I mean, I blocked a lot of people, including my own parents.
Oh man, you blocked your parents?
Oh yeah,
Well, they birthed you. You're here because of them.
they're here because of me, fuckers.
Oh my god.
Don't get it twisted.
I love it.
Those motherfuckers wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for me. Fuck them.
Oh man, yeah.
No, in all reality, like I've learned that my peace and my sanity
Mm-hmm.
is invaluable.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I'm not willing to let people rent space in my brain and my mind and everything else, causing stress and causing all this bad decision making and everything else.
Yeah.
And so I've learned that, like, even if it's family, even if it's blood, like you have to cut those ties.
I have had almost, not all, but almost every ex come back around. And there was one that would always, like, he was blocked on my number, but he would hit me up on WhatsApp. And he would just like check in and be so like random. And all I would be, I was just like, no. Or like
No.
one time I just like gave him the finger, and then I just, after a while, I just stopped. But in the beginning, it was like kind of fun. It was like, no, like no matter what you said, I was just no,
Yeah.
leave me alone, no.
But
No.
then like fast forward to like recently, like I've reached out to people that I've dated, and I've reached out to people that I was like, hey, you know what, I fucked up.
You're
like,
making amends.
I was is like it's like it's not even like I need a reply from them.
Yeah.
Like it's me. Like just
How did that feel?
it felt like a huge relief.
Right.
Like I felt like I said my piece.
Yeah.
Like I said, like what you want to do with it is irrelevant. Like perfect example. Like I burned a bridge with like one of my guy friends.
But you also don't know how long those people have been holding on to that as well, because you probably hurt some people.
I did. And like that was my thing, is like I've never meant to hurt anybody. It was just like I had to do what I needed to do at that time to basically get myself to a better place.
Yeah.
And by getting rid of that negativity and getting rid of that, you know, wall or whatever, it allowed me to grow and it allowed me to expand. And then once you grow and expand, you realize like, hey, you kind of self-reflect and you realize like, hey, I fucked up with this. Like I fucked up with, you know, this relationship, whether it be guy, girl, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then you want to like reach out and say, hey, I'm not that same person. Like
I did that yesterday.
Did you really?
Or this morning, really. But I was thinking about it last night. And I was like, you know, I've been really shitty. And I messaged this guy and I was like, I just want to apologize for the way I've treated you. And I was like, early on, I've known him for like a little over a year. Mm-hmm. And when I first met him, like we went on a couple dates and like I just kind of blew him off. I just wasn't like, I didn't think he was over his ex. I mean, maybe he was, but I also felt like he like partied too much. And we just like, I didn't feel like we were on the same page.
Right.
And what we wanted or where we were at emotionally. Mm. And so I kind of blew him off and I felt bad, but I was doing my thing, you know, and there were things I was still processing too for myself. But you know, we saw each other again at Party Cove when I was with you, and I burned my boob that day. Remember, I burned it. I don't know what happened, but I burned it. And
yeah, I don't remember how that happened. There was like no fuego on the boat. I'm like, how the fuck did that happen?
I was hopping around, but like I saw him in the water, and I was like, oh god, like I've been swerving this man, so it was kind of awkward for me. I was like, oh no, like. Oh, you know, and he's like, "Hey, what's up?" And
this is when you give your captain a heads up.
I can handle it, you know. Like we were already tied up in Party Cove. I was just like floating around with Chad, you know.
Yeah.
So everybody knows Chad now, my blow up boyfriend in the lake.
But, we love Chad. Like needs his own fucking like social media page.
I know, right?
Like Chad gets all the bitches.
Yes, such a chick magnet. But I saw this girl like glaring at me from the boat he was on, and I was like, definitely swerve again. So, and the next thing you know, like I'm on some big boat, shaking my tush, you know, twerking or whatever, you know, just having the time of my life and doing the Party Cove thing. And he was like texting. He was like, "I see you over there. You're shaking on this big boat." I'm like, "Duh." And so we kind of reconnected then, and you know, we hung out off and on here and there. You know, when he didn't have his kids, and I just felt like I was giving him mixed signals. Like I was interested, but maybe it could be more, but no, not really. And then it kind of became like a casual thing. And I felt like I was just like, this is wrong. I shouldn't do this. And I didn't know what he was thinking or feeling. So I was like, listen, I just want to apologize for the way I treated you. I don't want you to feel like used or anything. Like you are worthy of, someone who gives you more time and whatnot. But like,
I mean, I would love, like, I've never once been on the receiving end of that, other than like Andy. Like he actually like apologized to me and stuff for stuff that was, huh? Oh.
And like I didn't expect a reply or anything. I just wanted to get it off my. I was like, hey, I felt I wanted to say this. Like, I'm sorry if I made you feel that way, and it was my bad for giving you mixed signals. I want more. So like, he wasn't my guy anyways, because I want someone to commit with me and build a relationship. And we could have had a lot of fun together, but like, I still think that we were on different pages.
So how does that work in this day and age with social media and everybody having instant gratification and hard. Likes and
we were like
kissy
friends.
Faces and all that shit?
It comes down, like, I want my man to be so secure in himself. I've never cheated in any relationship I've ever been in. I've never cheated. And that's just something like I pride myself in, and I've just always been a loyal person. And I want my man to trust that. And like, if I post a selfie and other people like it, whatever, like I want him to be like, that's my girl. She's confident. She looks amazing. Fuck yes. Like, he should be my biggest supporter. I will never date another man who's like, oh, why'd you post that? You're just looking for attention. It's like, not at all. Like, I don't just post stuff for attention. I try to be inspiring. Like, dude, does a selfie get attention for like, does it make people look at the message? Yes. But like, if I'm feeling myself, because for the longest time, I was like made to believe I was worthless and nothing and not like never lovable, not wifey material, all these things. And I built my way back up to that. So if I'm feeling myself, go me. Like, just like, I love when like women post good selfies and everything. I'm like, you go, girl. You look amazing, stunning, gorgeous. We are hype women, right? You see it all the time.
I know, and I love that. I love that about you and your personality.
And even you, like, if you're successful, I'm like, fuck yes, that's my buddy.
Yeah, and like, and that's my thing. Is like, people like want a good leader. Wants to elevate and bring people up.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between, like Andy will say if he was here, like difference between a leader and a boss.
Yeah.
A boss wants to manage and like literally like basically a puppet holding your strings. Whereas a leader wants you to grow, wants you to succeed, because your success is their success.
And a leader would never give you something to do that he or she wouldn't do themselves.
Ding, ding, ding. And that's the thing. And that's one of the things about me is like, I've worked in every single industry. So like, I know the ins and outs because I've literally done it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've literally I've been in the kitchen. I've been in the dish tank. I've been in all of the facets. I understand, which is part of the reason why I've opened up 12 different restaurants.
So you should have like a bunch of employees.
Well, the problem is, and this is the challenge that I face, and I don't know, probably other business owners and stuff face the same thing, is like my work ethic is not everybody else's work ethic. Like what I put in is not what everybody else.
But you have to have boundaries. You don't live to work, you work to live.
Yes. Word.
Let's see if this works this time, Ross.
Ross, are you there?
Can you hear me?
This is so cool.
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
I have no idea what's going on with this right now.
I want to hear your stories.
Well, I base then, so it might work out. I can have the law come and get me.
Do you have your phone camera on?
So about that too. I was in Nashville about 2 weeks ago, and I dropped this bitch from like 3 stories. So she cracked.
Dude, how come you're always in like a different state or different?
That would be my job and the military, my good man.
Well, I mean, I knew the military part, but like, what are you doing these days, man? It's been so long. Like, this was
I've missed you, dude.
Aw, I miss you too, homie.
I like your last name.
Thank you. That's my stage name if I'm lucky in the future.
Now on the main stage.
I literally told myself,
Oh,
fail in the next few years, it's going to be that.
So are you still in the service or what's going on, man? Like, give me, like, it's been years.
Well, what do you want to know? I got a whole Chicago bob of shit for you. Like, it's just a big old city of just nonsense. But I have been in the Army for about 6 years now. And
Talking about
dude.
time flying by.
thank you for your service,
Uh-huh.
dude.
Oh,
Yeah,
don't
brother.
start
Thank you,
that.
homie.
I appreciate it, but thank you guys for the support.
Always, man.
But I did infantry, so I'm still infantry right now. I did active for about 3 years. Thought I was going to see some cool guy shit.
That's
Nope.
So hot.
Not at all. Wait, what? What was that?
I'm like, that is so hot.
Appreciate it. And
You have a new fan.
I know,
I'm uncomfortable.
something's wiggling. I don't know what it is.
I never thought the FU podcast would be a hookup show. All right.
But so I did that, and I'm still doing that currently. I went to the reserve/guard. It's like active reserve now. I don't know what the hell they're doing with all this shit because the border and all that crap. So I thought I'd be able to do some more cool guy stuff. Nope, just standing on the sidelines. So we're gonna see how that goes.
Stuff to do.
I was gonna. What's crazy?
No,
Yeah, right. So during
I'm totally fucking with you, dude.
You're good. You're good. When I was at Fort Benning, they were doing these like off the record tryouts for air assault and airborne. And I remember going up, and you were doing like platoon versus platoon, and I would climb up the rope, part of the rope test. And I thought it'd be cool to like just like let go at the very top so I could beat everybody and like kind of like zip line it down. Not only did it burn the shit out of my hands, but like I got like now like a fucked up L4 and L5, and I got a floating till in my right knee. So I think that dream's kind of dead.
Oh,
That sucks.
Yeah, I'm a few scores low now, but they were, of course, recruiters just trying to get you to re-up because they know my contract's about to be up here soon, which I might, I don't know. But they're like saying, hey, you're kind of smart. I was like, kind of? What do you mean?
I'm liking what I'm hearing.
a chip off your block, eh?
I know. Like I said, I'm usually the homie with the
Up
extra
there.
throw, but it's okay, usually. And,
I love like what I love about Ross, like his energy, like his outlook, like his just like it's just there's certain people you connect with, right? Like
Yeah.
this was one that like I've worked 2 different jobs with him. And this is like and I've hung out with them, shot fireworks at his face.
this is
You'll
true.
never hear girls be like, "Oh, we shot fireworks at each other," but guys will be like,
Oh,
"We lit our shit on fire."
It was literally like it went viral. Like this fucking
Girls don't do that kind of
Someone
stuff.
hit me in the dome, too. I don't remember who it was. It might have been you or it might have been the other dude.
I have no idea, man.
1 versus 5.
It was crazy.
Sounds like good times, man.
That's what liquid encouragement also does.
It,
too.
it does.
It helps you live the dream.
That's so
But
funny.
So you were in the military, and then what happened? Like you got a job, like
yeah, so
or what happened?
with being in the like active reserves now, or the guard if you want to call it that too, or I don't know, they're trying to change their names now. It's like 50-50 from what I'm hearing. But when you do that, you become a civilian and then you do your win weekend a month. It's like the whole weekend warrior bullshit. But
Right.
it's cool because you kind of get to like live the both best of both worlds, where you got active that's jealous of you because you get to go home. But then if you want to do some cool guy shit, you can put your name like on a roster and go like do some cool guy shit. So I like the option of that for
Keep
sure.
my mouth shut on that one. I'm not even gonna say it.
But,
You know what I'm gonna say, though, don't you?
kind of have a hint.
I'll put you on a roster.
Well, I was listening to some of y'all's stuff that you were saying about like the people watching. And I was like, oh, I've been in a few of those boats before too. That's pretty crazy.
I'm like, where's my little donuts?
Yeah, you get the sound guy to
I'm
do
eating
that.
cheese curls. I don't.
Well, it's from the good Lord Bookies or Buseys.
Although he didn't get to hear it. Unfortunately, the audience doesn't get to hear it. We get to hear it. The audience doesn't get to hear it.
Darn, it was really cool.
So I switched, just FYI, I switched boards to a newer, better, supposed to be latest and greatest, supposed to be like 10 times better than the last one I had. And like, it doesn't play sound effects. I'm like going, are you fucking kidding me? Like, that was what was golden about the last like podcast.
You have to make them yourself. 7.
Well, no, like you can play them. I've made them all. Like I literally have like 5 pages of fucking sound effects. But the thing is, I play them. You and I can hear them, but the audience can't. So I don't know what's going on with the board, why it's not sending the signal through.
Yeah.
But
we'll have to make our own. Be like wiki wiki ow.
Yeah, I mean that's why we literally just do it. Yeah, with our voice. So like, fuck the buttons. We'll just make our own.
You want things done right, you got to do it yourself.
Do it yourself, motherfucker. All right, so you're active reserve, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And then when did you start this new job, and what is the new job?
Okay, so I've been working for this company called Equipment Share since 2019 as a yard guy. Fucking hated it. It's hot as hell to be a yard guy. And long story short is you work on construction equipment and you get to like shake hands with all these people who like build multi-million-dollar buildings, and like they're like legit agencies, like just like job sites pretty much. So after being in the trenches, I kind of worked my way up as a tech, and then now I work more on the technical side where we focus more on our cameras, our tracking devices, our what's going to happen in the engine, the circuit boards, all that stuff. So that's what I do now. So with that being said, again, they got me traveling a lot because a lot of people don't know that stuff. And I've only been about a year in this position, but they got me now going. Like I think last time I talked to you, other than today and a few other times, like 2 days ago, was I was in Benbrook and then Houston, then Galveston.
I know, man. Like every time I talk to you, I'm like, dude. He's like, we kept talking about hanging out. I'm like, bro, you're always somewhere else.
Rack up those points, baby. Rack them
Yeah,
up.
I got, which is crazy too, because now with the Marriott, so let me backpedal a little bit here too as well. When I was active, this is called Title 32 orders for the active reserves or the guard and all that stuff. You have to get these orders handed down from the federal government because you technically belong to the state, but they can both bend you over any way they want to. You get those orders, and then we got stationed on stateside missions for COVID. And so when COVID was a big thing, we were thinking that we were going to do some like cool guy stuff because we heard that dudes were like robbing our vans for like the vaccines and like those cards. So I'm thinking, hell yeah, a cool detail. No, we set our asses in a Marriott hotel. We were like Air Force for the next 2.5 years. It was great.
Wow.
So we got like a shit ton of Marriott points. So now I travel a lot and just keep accumulating that. I think I almost got over 1 million points.
Wow.
Hey, what are you doing in August, homie?
August, right now, whatever your heart desires from what it sounds like it. What do you need?
All right, I'm going to Vegas. Hold on. Let me figure out the calendar.
Dude, I cannot go to Vegas. I'm going to get in so much trouble.
Why do you think I was like, come to Vegas?
Because you're going to have videos and stories. Unless I meet my girl, Sunny. I'll never forget that time, too. That's another story I got to tell you guys.
Vegas experience.
All right, so it's the 12th through the 16th in Vegas.
Oh, dear God. Let me see what I can do.
Troubled hangover time.
Actually, no, it's the 12th through... Actually, no, the 11th through the 17th. I'm there for a full 7 days.
What are you there for?
It's an AI convention.
Oh, that's gonna be so cool, dude.
So the tickets,
that's gonna be so cool.
The tickets for this thing were like $4,000 a fucking piece. Yes.
Jeez.
Why?
And so I got invited because I've been doing AI for like 5.5 years.
That is so.
So I got invited.
Are you a vendor, an exhibitor, or are you just an attendee?
I'm just an attendee. So I get to go to all the VIP, like all the.
You're gonna see some cool shit.
And that's the cool thing about the area, the industry I work in. So I work in material handling. So that involves a lot of robotics, a lot of AI, and a lot of machine learning and all that sort of stuff. So like I've been deeply engrossed in it for a while.
Yeah.
And so part of like our bonus structure and stuff is you have to go attend like something that's in your field of expertise.
Okay.
So last year I attended a Web 3.0. So like in case y'all don't know, when you look on Google and stuff like that, you're on Web 2.0. So what 2.0, the difference between 2.0 and 3.0, 3.0 is operated on a blockchain system. So think of Bitcoin and stuff like that. So when you look at something...
Is that still a thing? Bitcoin, crypto? Oh. People are still doing that?
They're still trying to push that. Like we got stores in just like our unit ourselves that are trying
Anybody
to
and everybody that's listening to this podcast right now, fucking put your money in Bitcoin.
Really?
Yes, I
don't know.
I don't know either.
I will explain to you this. Okay, so if any of y'all have noticed, I've been posting a lot of my gains and a lot of my financial like stock market stuff, right? Just to kind of give people encouragement to like, hey, invest your money wisely. Like
Invest in land, property.
No.
That's what I did when you don't know this, Deb, but when I left, I think the last time we saw each other was at Hillside, I was under the works of getting 100 acres up in Oklahoma.
Bone knows what's up.
Wait, did you end up getting it?
Yeah, we bought it, and me and my dad are now thinking about partnering up again to go buy the neighboring for another 50.
Well, let me know where, because my buddy owns 7. You remember Tom fucking what's his name? Tom from
I don't know.
Marty B's.
Oh, Tom from Marty B's.
Remember the guy that always had the wide stance, and we'd always make fun of him.
That's funny.
Like he shit himself every time.
Oh my gosh.
Tom, what the fuck is his name? No, I'm blanking. Anyway, like
Tom blank. That's all. Just remember him. He has land in Oklahoma.
Bevins. Remember Tom Bevins from?
Yes. I was just talking to him the other day.
So he had 750 acres in Gainesville, and we exploded 250 pounds of tannerite.
Oh,
I definitely saw that. I saw that.
That's
I was
on my list. I want to play with tannerite so bad.
So badass.
Boom,
and
let's
that
go.
shockwave. So Andy, he had his rangefinder, right? So
Yeah.
he was calculating the distance. We were
So cool.
literally scouting it out, and like the safe distance was where we were at. And when we shot that shit, and I've watched the video footage because I filmed it in slow motion, and you can.
Did you post that? I think I remember.
I did, yeah.
Okay,
And it was
okay.
it was the intro for the podcast for a while.
Mm.
It was one of the big intros, which I gotta find that fucking footage.
That is so cool. How fun.
It was
That's
so
so
badass. And like when that, like you could literally, because it was like water in front of us, you could
Sounds like freedom.
see- right?
Yeah.
You
That's
could-
actually something I would love to do is
you
blow
could
stuff up with tannerite.
See the ripples in the sound wave,
Ugh.
and then when it hit you, it was like, holy
Whoa.
shit! You're like,
So
that was a big ass. So like when we drove the carts around the side by sides
Mhm.
to where the explosion was, leaves were still falling. Like
Wow.
literally 20 minutes later.
some people do hog hunting with tannerite.
Have you
Like,
seen
it's
that video
tiny.
when they did that?
The hog
bitch, like,
thing?
yeah, that bitch flew up
Yeah.
like 500 feet in the air.
Yeah, an ER doctor sent that to me, and I was like, that is so cool. It's probably really messy, but hogs are like nasty animals, man.
So
They're dirty, and
the
they're
whole reason
ruin
why
your land.
we had the
Yeah,
tannerite
they're
there
considered
was-
an invasive species.
so these inhabitants, I'm not going to say what they are, were actually ruining the topography and the flow from the lake to the river.
Chewbacca.
They were blocking the flow.
Okay.
So we blew the fucking hell out of that den.
Oh my god.
The crater was 15 feet
Fucking hate
deep.
them.
Oh my god.
15 feet deep. And literally Tom picks one of them up, and like the tail from his head was all the way to like his feet.
What is this? That doesn't sound like any kind of Sasquatch to me. What is this?
Ross already said it. I'm not gonna
So
say
rewind.
it. Eager
tail?
beaver. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So there was there was 2 in the den.
Wow.
They both were unalived.
Of course.
Yeah.
Tannerite, you not mess with that.
And the crazy part was, so like, you know those white Igloo 120 gallon, like the big long ass coolers, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what we had the tannerite in.
Whoa.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Filled that.
That's a lot, dude.
I'm sure that's a crime somewhere.
Target right there too.
And the best part was, like, we're sitting there mixing this with a metal shovel, and I'm like,
oh
going,
my god.
oh god, this is not going to end well.
Who's dying today? We'll see.
Y'all had a mission.
But yeah, we did target practice beforehand, and then we set up, and the first shot was the one that just lit everything up, dude.
And that's when you say,
was
America.
America. I never felt
Screaming
closer
eagle in the
to
background.
America in that moment.
Blowing shit up. America.
Hashtag America.
I remember you posting that video.
Oh man, it was like probably one of the like I've had some pretty good days. That was like that was
fun.
up there. But yeah, like so Ross, is your property, is it near the Gainesville? Like where is it near?
No, so it's near what's it called? LaFleur County. And we're up in the mountains pretty much because we're trying to pick up on that hunting stuff again. I don't know if you remember me ever telling you back at Marty's or Hillside, but I was big on recording my own hunts, and I won like 2 or 3 state competitions from it. So I'm trying to figure out if I want to do that again. But
Cool.
we wanted that for the hunting property because it had deer, it has pigs, it has black bear, and it has turkey, and it has coyote and mountain lion.
Wow.
So walk me through, like how did you even like get an award, or like walk me through that process?
What do you mean with what?
You said you wanted like an award or something, right?
Yeah, so I used to do like I said, a YouTube channel before like everything got weird and got deleted. I had a YouTube account where I would record hunts, I'd go on hunts.
So why did it get
And-
deleted, if you don't mind me asking?
I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. I really don't know. I think it's my
But-
damn ex who did it.
That's the wrong word.
Well, and that's why I ask, because it sucks, because there's, the algorithms, if you say certain things, you will get demonetized and
Yeah.
you will get taken down.
Oh yeah,
That's
this
what
was
I was
also
wanting to know.
yeah, no, this was before all that stuff really started hitting hard. I would say as well, but
Like how we're 3 years in, like with uncensored, unedited, and uncut, like in even having FU podcast, like to me blows my fucking mind. That's the whole reason why I created this channel, was because I'm like, we're gonna fly into the radar, we're gonna talk our shit.
Sometimes you just
Yeah.
gotta talk some shit, okay?
Yeah.
Sometimes-
But yeah, so like that's why I'm curious to like what was it that like ended it all, because it sounded
Well,
like you had something good going.
yeah, if it was because of that, it'd definitely be because of the blood and guts and crap like that, you know.
Oh, because you didn't
The
edit.
gore.
Yeah, you didn't edit.
Yeah, I mean that was before, like I
Blurred.
said, all
You
this
just, like,
stuff got
warning,
really.
like,
It doesn't matter. Like the algorithms, if they see red and they see like, yeah,
but people literally post nudes on YouTube. And
That's what's crazy, and that was my argument too, because we sent up a bunch of claims to it, saying like, "Look, dude, like you're worried about red right here, but there's a girl right here where I can literally see pink. What are
Yeah.
you talking about?"
I
You
was
know?
on Instagram the other day on my fitness page, and I saw this reel pop up. I don't know why, but I think it was one of those like meme pages, but it was like advertising some OnlyFans girl. And because they do promos for that kind of stuff, and you never know when they're going to do it. It just came up on my feed, and I was like, what is this? You could see full frontage, full nude, full, like, I mean, she had like a sheer cover, but you could see boobs and
What? That's
everything else.
crazy.
And I tried to report
Send
it.
me the link for study purposes.
ah,
Well, I
scientific
tried to
research.
report it because, like, I work with kids, and like I know kids are probably seeing this too. I mean, my ex's daughter is on that.
That's
Like,
the
he
problem.
probably
That's
sees
the problem.
stuff like
there
that. You never know
there
what's gonna pop
are
up.
no filters for that.
Yeah, so I reported it. I was like, hey, this is porn. Like, this is nudity and pornography. Like, and so she was doing like and like doing stuff with her hands and all that. It was really hot. Don't get me wrong, but it's not something that should be open out there unless you're like subscribed or whatever. And so I reported it, and they're like, no, it doesn't go.
It doesn't
into the
qualify
community.
against
Yeah.
community standards. Wow, that's fucked off.
Yeah, shit's a
But
lot.
like
of
we get
I mean,
half-assed
censored
backwards
for our
now.
opinions and what we say.
Well,
and
we
fact
have,
checking.
and like, luckily, we've like literally, I think the first 2 years, it was literally every fucking episode
Yeah.
we would have to fight YouTube,
Wow.
and then I think after the 2 year mark, I think we're kind of like grandfathered in. Like, I have yet to get another
Black.
like a flag, yeah, like, and I'm like going, we're doing something right.
Well, I
Because we
mean,
still talk about the same
Yeah.
fucked up shit, but yeah, and we still swear, and we still like, I'm never gonna filter that shit.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I'll keep it real. Like, I'm not gonna be like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Well, whether you want to believe it or not, or like get into this like political aspect of it all,
Let's do it.
This is the beginning stage. I mean, I would never have thought that I would be seeing what I'm seeing right now, not only just for being in the military myself, but just on the news. Like, look how they're already trying to put under the rug Trump's assassination attempt.
Bone, is it not terrifying?
It is
scary what they're doing. Like that, they think like how.
I want to hear your perspective because I already saw your TikTok, or not your TikTok, your Snapchat where you're like, dude, and I even shared with Jackie before the podcast. I let her know like your Snapchat and your thoughts because we actually wanted to dive into it because we actually talked about it last podcast a week ago about like talking about the whole assassination and everything else, and I don't think we ever got into it. I don't know if we did or not.
So,
I was a little bit.
Devin was being a little litty over there.
I was with pity.
With being in the military, we have certain standards that not only the Secret Service has to abide by like training wise, but just your basic infantry army practices.
Yeah.
And the fact that Secret Service, out of all fucking entities, did not pass the basic things that you need to have for security. Like for perfect fucking example, the biggest building out of all 4 buildings, nobody was in.
Well, they said that there was somebody that walked up there and they saw them and they went back down the ladder. And they had multiple opportunities.
They did. And here's the thing. What about the water tower? Is anybody talking about the water tower, the highest vantage point that was on the ground?
But also,
do you see the guy in the background too of the water tower going in and out of frame?
What are your thoughts about that?
There was a sniper, though.
I heard that. Okay, so, and I literally had this conversation with Natalie last night. I go, this can play out 3 ways. Mm-hmm. I go, if certain alphabet letters hire somebody to do a job, they hire somebody else to take care of that person. Look at Jack Ruby. Look at Clinton's, yeah. They hire people to dispatch the person that was hired to do the job. Why? Because they can't talk. They can't talk if they're dead. Mm-hmm. So that's when it clicked in my head. I go, well, it makes sense if they had a water tower aiming at the guy on the roof. And that's why I want to know the angle of the head explosion. Was it from the left or was it straight on? Because if you look at the line of sight from the snipers from the adjacent, not the one that was obstructed by the trees, but
they said
the other
weren't
one,
the guys that took him out.
But that's
nobody's talking about.
If you listen, hold on 1 second. If you listen to the shots fired, if you just close your eyes and listen, you can hear the barrage of bullets from him. Then you hear intercept bullets.
He got more than one.
Hold on. But then you hear 7 more rounds.
Yeah.
And you're going, wait, if he's dispatched, how the fuck is 7 more rounds going? And where is that going?
That's a security measure. We're trained with that too. So if you have a sniper that's, trying to hit your target or whatever, you got to get one guy on target to shoot said target, and then the other guys follow up to make sure he's dead. So when the media said he has 1 round in him, don't buy it. I've seen the videos of where the dude is bleeding out on a tin roof, feeding the green grass so the green grass can grow. Okay, he is stuck like a stuck pig.
What was the trajectory? What was the impact, and where was the entry points of those wounds?
So the one photo I got from
straight on, that would make sense because his vantage point and then the Secret Service vantage point. And if you look at the footage, Secret Service was like, they were literally pointing at this.
There was a sniper.
The entire fucking time.
They were told to stand down.
And that's my thing is like, there was inside. And even like snipers from Canada and other places. Ross, I don't know if you've. Oh.
Did we lose it again?
Oh, shit. Did the government kind of come in and say, we don't want you talking about that?
We're going to get flagged. You said the Clintons. We're all dead.
We got Clintonized.
Trigger word.
Oh, we're 2 hours and 25 minutes. Didn't glitch one time until we started. Ironically.
Isn't that kind of weird?
That is so
bro, like, so, like, without going into too much detail,
Wild.
I have my press credentials. I have.
I don't mean to interrupt, but check your phone real quick. I just sent you a photo of the guy. That's the exit point that I circled.
Did you send it to text? Oh yeah, you did. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's a zoomed up one.
Bone, I like you. You're cool.
I try my best.
Mm-hmm.
He's my boy. So I don't see an entrance wound.
So there isn't going to be one. That's the exit, I think.
Oh, bro.
because
Hold on. Do you notice his position?
Send me this picture. Oh, send me that picture.
Hold on. If you look at his position, the left side, what I said, the water tower was on his left. And look at where his face is positioned. His face is positioned to the right. If you're shot from the left, your face is going to follow. And look at that position. His face is pointing to the fucking right.
And that's the thing is Secret Service won't give out any details. That might have very well been one of our guys on the water tower, you know?
And it could have been. And that was my point. I said, like, what I said is like, there's three different scenarios. It's one, they hired the alphabet, starts with a C, hired somebody to orchestrate the hit, and then they hired somebody else to orchestrate the hitman, which is like, it's been known through history. This is what's happened. Or that was one of the snipers. But here's the thing. When the director of the fucking Secret Service didn't ever once mention the water tower or having any Secret Service on the water tower, she could have relinquished her resigning, which, oh, by the way, she resigned today, just in case y'all didn't know, because of the scrutiny. Like, she was literally ostracized because she didn't have any of the fucking answers. And I'm sorry, if I'm going to report to any court or any jurisdiction, I'm going to have all my numbers and everything. Like, I'm going to tell you trajectory. I'm going to tell you the angle. I'm going to tell you the azimuth. I'm going to tell you the fucking sun, the stars, the moon, the sky. I'm going to tell you there was 5 ducks walking by. I'm going to fucking tell you everything. And I'm going to tell you to pinpoint accuracy of when shots were fired and when things were like, she did none of that.
Well, didn't they have to subpoena
fucking failed? She's either a patsy or a failed fucking leader.
Yeah.
Oh, this is 100%. And I will, after, like I said, and I've seen a lot of military guys say the exact same thing. This is 100% an inside job.
Oh, yeah. And that's even what they were all saying, because I'm like, look at the way he got up on the roof, the way people saw him and filmed him on the roof. And the fact that the fucking snipers were pointed right, they literally waited until he fired.
Yeah.
And like, I get it. I understand, like, you don't know it's a threat until like they pull the trigger. But at the same time, I'm like going, why the fuck was Trump allowed to walk on the stage?
Exactly.
Like, there's
warned.
so many flaws in this. Like, I've run multiple events and shit. Like, granted, yes, I have not run presidential type shit, but I've run security. I've been a part of security. Like, I understand the high points. I understand all the places where bad people are gonna be. And the fact that this guy was already flagged 30 minutes beforehand with the rangefinder and everything else, and nobody stopped, nobody questioned. You allowed this motherfucker without, like, what? So many derelict of duty. Like, it's Uvalde all over again.
Like, regardless of how much you hate someone or don't like the way they do certain things, that should never be in the cards.
And that's my thing. As much as I don't like Trump and as much as I don't like what he stands for and how he propagates his message,
that may not be the best way, but
yeah, at the same time, like, I didn't agree. I did not like. I was not one of the people that were like, yeah, like take him down. Like, no.
I think that he is for the country, though.
No, I think he's for himself.
Do you really think so?
Oh, 100%. Everything.
I don't know. I think after getting shot at, I might have humbled him. He looked totally
Yeah.
different during the RNC convention. Like he looked
did.
like he
I
was
will agree.
shocked.
Did.
I will agree the first 30 minutes, but then after that, like he deviated. He went full Trumpianism.
Okay, but
Like
gotta look at
he
the other
literally
stuff,
was like,
though, that's
now I'm going to
lining
be
up
on
for
my
this.
my campaign and my rage. Like at the end of the day, like I don't trust any of them because they
no.
like. So
What do you
Ross.
Okay.
Ross worked with me. Like he kind of understands like my mentality and my like when somebody comes to me with problems, I'm like, you want me to solve your problem.
Mm-hmm.
That makes your problem my problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, come to me with solutions. And then I'll tell you, is that a good solution or is that a bad solution?
They'll
And
tell you to
that's
kick
the
rocks
thing.
too.
Well, do what?
Kick rocks too.
I was like,
Exactly.
Yeah, that's not my problem. Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
But no, like, and that
Depends
was
on the
always,
problem.
you know, that was always the challenge is like, you know, people like want you to solve their fucking problems for them.
Some people need help.
But the thing is like, as a politician, I want you to solve the world problems, and I want you to tell me what those solutions are.
We're so
And
screwed.
they never fucking tell me those fucking solutions.
We're in such a
Well, Trump has actually done that and delivered, and this is why I think this goes back to where this is bigger than Trump. You gotta
I
look at Reagan too. Reagan was not in the club of politicians; he was an actor, and
Yeah.
he realized that he had the money to fix the problems, and that's why he did what he did.
Yeah.
Fast forward now to 2024, history is repeating itself again.
Yeah.
It
And
is.
we're not looking at the right people. Have we ever thought about looking at BlackRock or CrowdStrike?
Right.
Well, CrowdStrike.
Are you
I've
guys
already
tracking
invested
all
heavily
that
against
stuff?
BlackRock.
Put
Mhm.
options.
Well, BlackRock
But
owns
BlackRock
CrowdStrike.
owns like, yeah. There's three companies: Vanguard, BlackRock, and basically the Rockefellers that own like basically all of everything. And people are like, "Oh, inflation!" This, I go, understand like who is the one that's in charge of the prices? BlackRock. And Ross, I don't know if you saw. Did you see the BlackRock commercial that actually had the shooter in?
Yeah. He
Yes,
was.
and they removed it.
Did they?
You can't find it anywhere else unless you
No
save it. They
way.
removed it from the website.
Wow.
Will not.
People are
Be.
catching
Guys,
on.
like, and here's the thing, and Ross, did you hear about? So, like, I always follow the money. Obviously, I've been deeply involved in the stock market.
How BlackRock bet on Trump to die and take all of his whole assets? Yes.
12,000 fucking. It's like 12 million or something like that.
Yeah, and they try to blow it off as like it was an error.
Yeah,
You
they
tell
said
me
it was
the
an error. I
biggest
go,
company.
and I go, that was absolutely bullshit, because if I make a trade, I can never, ever in a billion, trillion, million, zillion years go back and say, oh, I made a mistake. But yet, this company that did 12 million put options against fucking DJT,
Yeah.
just follow the fucking money. Like, that's
Yeah.
all you got to do and understand. Like, this shit, we're dealing with a world that is so corrupt.
It is so.
It
corrupt.
doesn't matter who we vote for. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter who's in office.
Oh, as soon as that.
because of Ross's point,
Yeah.
who owns the fucking world? Who's dictating all these trades? Who's dictating where the money flows?
And this goes back to where the system's at too, because like I said, BlackRock owns CrowdStrike, and CrowdStrike just like 2 days after the assassination attempt caused the biggest computer network crash in all
Yeah.
of history, right?
Yep.
Killing flights, killing everything from corporations to government systems in just a matter of
Mind-blowing.
hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait till the
You think
final.
that's a coincidence? They're trying to get their
No.
money back or stop that transaction is what they're trying to do.
Right.
100%.
Well, BlackRock wasn't the one that did the 12 million. It was another Austin firm, but I don't know if that Austin firm is associated with Crowdsource. If anybody can connect those dots, that would be very interesting. Like, and I would
Well,
be like,
you got to think too the point of like how and when they did those donations or buyout, right? They did it on a Friday night, waiting to watch the news on the planned assassination, in my opinion, right?
right.
And then realized that it failed, so they had to wait till the market to open back up on Monday when the network crashed. right?
Ooh.
Yeah. See, I'm going down a rabbit hole.
That network crashed on Friday.
Did it?
It did. CrowdStrike. Go look
I
at
think it started on. Let me double check too. Let me pull up.
Yeah, CrowdStrike. I think started on Friday.
As soon as that assassination attempt happened, I was like, "That's not going to be in the history books. They're going to take it out."
Well, no one's looking at the lady too behind him. Did you see the lady that everybody's freaking out about now too? And if you zoom in close enough, she's smirking when she pulls out her phone.
Smirking, she gets her phone out.
Yeah. She's there to put eyes to confirm to whoever she answers to that man is dead.
And then you see the other guy who's like looking in the crowd to see where the shooter is coming from, and he's just a bystander. You're like, wow.
Yeah. It was it's interesting, and I keep looking at stuff, and I think it's also very funny that the more you do your research and stuff, the more you're also not going to find, because what you found yesterday will be either removed or harder to find now. And it's
and hey, just so you're wanting to know, but like what the premise of the show is we talk about this stuff and we document this stuff, because then we can go back in history and be like, you remember this shit that happened? And
100%.
like, we reported on. So just FYI. So, I mean, obviously, I'm a little bit of a hoarder. So
a little, Devin.
Me too.
So, like, I have
I have my moments. I got stories to tell you.
I have thousands of DVDs that are that I ripped from like different things.
Yeah.
So you know about the Mandela effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so now they're trying to make the correlation of CERN, which is the particle accelerator, right?
Yeah.
In Switzerland. They're basically saying like that every time there's changes in the Mandela effect, and I don't know if you're big on the Mandela effect, Ross. I don't know if you know about the Mandela effect, but like Bernstein Bears and like there's certain Nelson Mandela was one of them. Obviously, that's why he got the name. But like they're basically saying that like every time they fire up that, which oh by the way, if you looked at when they fired it and looked at when the assassination attempt was, might be a little correlation.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I feel like we're just watching a movie at this point.
Oh,
I know.
yeah.
Wait, what
like
else?
A bad Tubi movie.
What else has the Simpsons? Let's just watch more of the Simpsons.
Oh, the Simpsons.
What else have they
put?
have they called? Because is it the Simpsons or is it South Park? It's the
Simpsons,
right? Okay. Yeah. Wild, how crazy accurate that is.
Yeah, there was also a theory about that too. Is like they're doing that whole they go back. I wouldn't say go back in time, but because their numbers are so low, they just go back, re-edit the videos, and then they make it the way they want it, to where it's like, oh, I read the future. I was like, I don't know about that one.
Yeah,
because that's a lot of money to just go back and edit something than to re-air it.
Well, and that's the problem with everything being digital. Is it can be altered. And like think about the technology we have now and think about like their
AI.
They're 70. Okay. So let me rewind a little bit. So back in the 80s, they were 60 years ahead. Mm-hmm. And now let's fast forward to now. They're probably 100 to 150 years ahead.
Dude, AI right now can make a video of you or me saying something we never said.
But that's my point.
It's scary.
They can go in
about that in the military,
and they can change our history. They can change and make us feel like we're delusional. Like perfect example, Disney had the Tinkerbell that flew over the Disney Tower and sprinkled her and then dotted the I. Now apparently Disney says that never happened.
What?
Yes, that is a newest Mandela effect. And I'm like going, fucking
Wait,
remember
but we have old movies. Old movies we can look at. Does anybody still have a VCR? Wait, you're a hoarder.
I totally do.
But no, like I never thought like keeping all of this data and keeping all of these records would like be useful.
Wild.
But now I'm like going, I gotta dive into this shit because I gotta like put this stuff out on air because I'm like, you can't erase something that's on a physical CD. And I was smart at a young age putting these on DVDs and CDs and everything else, being like, you can't change fucking history because I have the original copy. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It makes me want to pull up a Disney movie now, or like at home, and just rewatch that.
Oh, there's Shazam, which never had what's his face? Oh, fuck, what's his name?
Is Shazam like the new modern like LimeWire or something?
No. Well, I'm trying to think. No. Shazam is that music thing where you press.
Oh yeah, when you can like. Okay.
Yeah.
If you hear a song, you'd be like, "What's the song?"
But there was a movie with Sinbad that was called Shazam.
Okay.
And in the movie, and I've seen clips, they actually had a bunch of Mandela effects. One of which was, you remember Monopoly, the game?
I love that game.
You remember him with the monocle?
My sister can never be the banker, but yes.
You remember the monocle? Apparently, the monocle never existed.
Bullshit.
Whatever.
Yep.
We grew up playing.
Ain't no way.
Who says this? I challenge them.
Fruit of the Loom. You remember the cornucopia, the little wooden thing at the back?
Yes.
Huh?
Never existed. In the copyrights, trademarks of Fruit of the Loom.
But why? That is
it was
so
never
minor.
trademarked.
Why?
Never
Why would they do
copyrighted.
that? What's the point? That's so tiny.
It's
You
because
think it's so tiny? It's baby steps to see if we're gonna notice and catch on.
it's a noticeable thing to like if we deviate from. But then there's also the flip side of CERN, like flipping the universe. Like, are we in a different dimension now? Like, did that dimension that we were in have that? This new dimension we're in doesn't have it anymore.
This is like Thanos level fucking sci-fi shit right here.
Oh, bro, I study.
Control. I had no idea about any of that.
I study all of this shit. Like anything that like I don't know about, like I study the fuck out of. Because like I want to know the ins and outs. Like anything that's like mind blowing, I'm like I fucking have to know all the details.
It's fascinating but scary at the same time.
It
like,
is.
What else are they doing?
Mm-hmm. Because if they're gonna fly, it's like that old adage: like you lied about this one thing that you got caught. How many other things
did you ever hear about like messages being put into the media, like music, and in the background of the music, it's saying something that you subconsciously hear, but you can't really hear, but it's like a message that sends to you. Did you ever hear anything like that?
So my background is journalism, and what you're talking about
is real.
Yes, it's very much real, and it's called fuck, I just had the name in my head.
That's terrifying.
Subliminal messages, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
And what they do in advertising, because that's the field that I'm in, is you subliminally advertise.
You need this.
Yes, exactly. You want this. You crave this.
Can I do that for men? I'm kidding.
You probably could.
Hey, that's an idea.
But no, like, and I used to talk about to one of the girls that I dated for a long time. I told her, I was like, hey, just so you know, there's certain words you cannot say on the phone. Mm-hmm. There's certain words you cannot say in a conversation that's recorded, that's out. And I told her those certain words, and she like looked at me like I was fucking retarded. And then Snowden came out, and then all the NSA stuff came out, and they were like, yeah, we've been recording this shit. We look for those trigger words, and then you become part of. And I'm like going, I told you about this shit. I literally studied fucking journalism. I studied advertising. That was my fucking major.
Right. Yeah.
And there was color palettes. Like there's certain color palettes that affect you a certain way. Mm-hmm. Like Sprint and UPS and all these. The reason why they choose those color palettes is because it's going to affect you in a certain way. There's certain reason why, like jail cells and stuff like that, if they paint the rooms pink, people are calmer.
Really?
Yes, there's a whole science behind all this.
Yeah,
there's a whole psychological.
Paint it dark, you're like all sad and depressed.
Yes,
that's why you want to get out of those northern states like Indiana when it's like nothing but cloudy for the whole fall.
Pink is not dark and it's not a light like white, so you're not institutionalized like white, right? You feel like you're in a doctor. You feel
pink
like
is annoying. It's an annoying color.
Yeah, if I was an inmate, like, what are they trying to do? Make me gay? What's going on?
Right?
What is this?
What is this shit?
Yeah, it's a crazy world we live in today. It really is, and nothing would surprise me now at this rate. The way things are
And that's
going.
where I'm at because like I've already been.
No, November is creeping up real fast. and
I've been on the like beginning cycle of things, like understanding the concepts and understanding and like designing things for a certain purpose, and like looking at the historical nature. Like Nvidia, perfect example. If you look at Nvidia's logo, it's an eye. You ever heard of the all-seeing eye?
Yeah.
There you go. That's their logo. You look at the back of a dollar. You look at the
Well, people talk about the Illuminati. Too, and
Illuminati,
all of
exactly.
things
The
that you
all-seeing
see with-
eye.
Mhm.
Yes.
Oh, here's another one for you.
If you look at
for
Greek
those who are religious,
culture.
the Apple on the back of your iPhones are all Apple devices that is half bitten. It's like the fall of man because Adam took a bite of the apple, and what's causing everybody to be like stupid as hell right now? Apple products, all the devices, and all that stuff.
Hey, but Apple wasn't affected by CrowdStrike. Ow!
Oh.
Yeah, you know, I think that's why I was able to see all my stuff still.
Wow.
And that's why I was literally joking at work. I'm like going, "Hey, is y'all's computers and shit still running?"
I didn't notice any. I didn't have any issues. I knew people were stuck from flights being canceled, but I really didn't notice any issues for me.
Adobe was one of the ones today that was fucked.
Wow.
And I was like, it actually was the last 3 days because I was trying to save a file, and I'm like going, "Why the fuck is this file not saving?"
User error.
No, and I'm like, I'm literally looking at this thing and I'm going, it literally took 7 hours to fucking save a file.
Was it a big file?
No.
Huh.
It was an InDesign file. So like InDesign is like if you're designing a magazine or a flyer or whatever, you use InDesign because it's a print file, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, granted print files usually do have big, because you're high definition and stuff, you're using high quality images and stuff.
Yeah.
It is usually a pretty big file, but InDesign is pretty smart about like compressing images, keeping the file size low.
Wow.
But yeah, literally this shit took 6 to 7 hours, and I'm like going, what the fuck is going on?
What is that?
And then today, literally 10 minutes, like no, not even 10 minutes. It was like maybe a minute and a half. And I'm like,
they got everything back up and running, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they did
Today?
today because Adobe, like I said, like today it took like a minute and a half. What took 7 hours? Monday. I was like going, fuck.
That's wild.
And I'm like, do I just sit here and like let my computer? I'm like, what do I do for the rest of it?
Stuff like this freaks me out because this goes back to what you said earlier about invest in Bitcoin. They want things to go digital so fucking bad so they can control you. Whether it's electric cars, whether it's with your digital wallet, they want to be able to I mean, for example, perfect example.
Hold on.
January.
Okay. Let's take one step at a time. Okay, so you made a broad claim about they want to control you. Explain to me how they can control you with Bitcoin.
By closing it down. If they want you.
Okay, hold on.
Here's
Stop. Pause. You made a statement.
Okay.
Let's elaborate on the statement you just made.
That's what I'm going to.
They can't close it down. That's the thing, because the way blockchain work, it's not on one ledger. It's on multiple ledgers, on multiple computers. You will never, ever, and even the CIA, FBI that have tried to refund people's money.
But if it was created, it can be deleted.
And I think they came out with a statement like that too, saying like y'all can't track this stuff, and the federal government said, "Bet, hold my beer." And like a week later, they were able to track all this shit.
Yeah.
Well, they were. The only reason why they were able to find it, like this is why I'm glad we're having this conversation. The only reason why was because they had to have the guy have his laptop open and on and in out of the password phase. So the guy that they busted, who you're talking about, is in Thailand. And the guy had only a little window of opportunity to go in there and get his laptop while it was open, because he has the encryption, because his laptop is open and it's unsecured. Now, if his laptop was closed or he had his password protected, they would have been fucked 10 ways from Sunday. So to your point, yes, they were able to find him. They were able to do all that stuff because they knew that the only way they could get him is if it was unsecured. And the only way to be unsecured is if he used his thumb, retina, or anything
Yeah.
to log in and had the actual app open. So they were strategic in their planning of making sure A, he had it open, B, his computer was not password protected at that time. So they literally rang his door. Actually, no, they didn't ring his doorbell. They crashed a fucking car through his fucking.
Sounds like America.
Yeah, like they crashed a car through his front foyer. He came running out going, "What the fuck?" And they all went in, bum rushed, and got the computer and did all that stuff. So yes, to your point, it can be hacked if your shit is open and unsecured. But if it's not, and if it's locked, only one person holds the key. If you've heard about all the Bitcoin people that have lost billions of dollars because they don't remember the key, that's why. And nobody can unlock it for them. Once you lost it, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Well, it's only a matter of time, though, before somebody, aka the federal government, decides to put their hand, they want more, and they'll figure this shit out. Like, for example, the January 6th event, right? Thinking it's the worst day of Pearl Harbor, yada, yada, yada. They found these guys, drained their bank accounts, made them lose their jobs, and put them in federal prison.
Right.
You don't see any of that happening to the left when they were storming the Capitol for Roe versus Wade, and this recent one that just happened now about the strike against Palestine again. It's like, it's the picking and choosing that drives me absolutely insane.
I got to take a tea break, so hold on.
Yeah,
I can hold it for you. I'll be right back too. Hold on.
I'm right here with you.
I do want to elaborate on that story.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a weird time we're in. And to
is.
say that it's not going to happen, I think is, I want to say ignorant, but at the same time, just like, you're just not on guard the whole time. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say foolish either. I don't know the word.
Yeah. It's like, what next? And November is coming around so fast, and I just am like, what are they going to do? What are they going to do?
Well, if shit ever hits the fan, I don't think people understand. It's like, oh, I'll just put cash on the side. Yeah, it's good to have cash, silver, and gold, right? I agree. That's good things to have. But, like, if you're with my mindset in a sense where it's like, cool, I got guns and ammo, and it's getting to the point where I need to survive for my friends or my family, then it's going to be a different ballgame where
You have
your
land.
gold, your money, exactly, and your gold and your money is not going to save you unless you have some sort of skill or asset you could provide to join, I guess, the new clan or join the new group of people that's going to help us survive to rebuild civilization, if that's even a thought to have in the future.
Yeah, but at least like when you have land, you have some sort of refuge also. You have some place to go and make your own supplies and your food and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it gets to that point.
It gets to that point, but it's also scary too with how much they could track you on everything.
Yep.
So like, yes, you could go, let's say Devin bought like 100 acres somewhere else too, right? In the middle of buttfuck nowhere, and you have no service. Well, your phone is still tracking you. So they could find you even in the middle of nowhere, except if you're in the mountains. Why do you think we had such a hard time fighting against Afghanistan? Because they're up in the mountains where it interferes with the wavelengths.
Yeah.
That's why everybody lived in caves back then.
They talked about putting those chips in people's hands, you know.
And this goes to, again, I don't know how religious you guys can get or all that stuff.
Mark of the Beast.
Mark of the Beast.
Dude, it's insane with how much stuff is lining up now. And it's even opened up my eyes. I'll publicly admit it, where I'm a Christian, but like I wasn't the best, to now where I'm like looking at stuff and I'm just like, oh my God, this
Lord
is spooky.
Jesus, help us.
All right, so
Jesus, help us all.
when you work for the companies that I've worked for, now granted, I haven't worked for government entities, but I've worked on companies that have worked with government entities. And being one of the companies that I worked with the telecom was like absolutely mind blowing, because I'm like, the amount of data. So like, this is what started the whole AI thing for me. So I used to use AI to basically build an audience profile. So like, let's say, Ross, you and I were watching FC Dallas, right? You would get served ads that were like geared towards you, and I would get served ads that were geared towards me. But like, you got to think about like contextually, how did I get that information to build that profile on you? And it's based on your user data, it's based on your credit card history, it's based on a whole litmus of fucking like things to your point, like even if your phone is in airplane mode, it's still being tracked.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's what I tried to explain to people. Like, and this is like remind you, like when I started college and I learned about color theory, and I learned about like all of these subliminal messages and advertising. Perfect example. If you ever go watch Fight Club, when he splices in dick pictures in the film, there's legit 2-3 second clips of like dick pictures that are put in, and there's other like pictures that are put in. But like that's my whole point is like all these movies and everything that's like there's always underlying meanings, and there's always, and that's like as a director, as a producer, as somebody that has IMDb accreditation, like when I watch a movie, like I can almost 9 times out of 10 predict how it's gonna fucking end and what's gonna happen next and stuff. But like when I see these storylines, and I'm just like, why do they got to bring political bullshit into this? Like
Or an
you
agenda.
literally
Political
fucked
agenda
up the story
to push their political agenda.
exactly to
Yeah.
push an agenda, and I'm just like, oh, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, it's crazy. Let me ask you this question, since you were talking about movies, and I heard this, and I want to pick your brain on it. Have you
Go
heard
ahead.
about this theory where they say that the government knows about certain movies that air it months or years in advance, and then that's what's going to happen in the future? For example, there's this one on I think Netflix or Hulu where it's like Watch the World End or something, where those Freightliners were crashing into the breach and then the system went down and all that stuff.
Teslas kept running into each other because they're electronically
Yeah,
controlled,
yeah.
and that's one of the main reasons why a lot of people are collecting older cars that don't have ECUs, that can't be electronically controlled.
Yeah,
and don't
the
have a
brains.
ECU
Yeah.
too,
Yeah.
or fuck, what is it called? Shit, I'm just blanking on it. I have the fucking tool downstairs.
You're on there. It's like the chip or some shit like that, I think, ain't it?
Yeah, but I'm trying to think of the OBD2 sensor. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So that's the thing you plug in that basically controls, and like I can manipulate my cars, and like I control the shift, and I can control the gas, I can control the way the engine fires, like I can control everything. But the thing is, if you send an electronic signal, or you send a pulse, an energy pulse, you can fry that whole entire thing.
Wow.
EMP, yeah.
Yeah, EMP, exactly.
Can you make it explode?
Yeah, probably it's battery. I mean, it's electric. Yeah, you could probably make it explode by overvolting it.
Wow.
By sending a signal to overvolt it, yes.
Or just put salt on it. You see those guys when everything got.
My way's a
Yeah.
lot easier, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
All right, so going back to your question, what was it? Can you restate it again? Because like I
Okay,
do have
so
Yeah.
so the movies that it's I can't remember what it's called, but like I'm just gonna say it in my words, it's like predicting the future, but through a movie. It's like the elite's telling us so they're not guilty of it. It's part of like their like religion of the Illuminati or whatever. But long story short,
it's
it's
called
that.
hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is.
It is,
And-
and that's what they do. They foreshadow is what it's called in the movie terms. Like if you're a director producer, so you're foreshadowing certain events, and so there are some funding by the U.S. government for movies and stuff. I think 2022 or one of those ICE tomorrow.
Okay.
There's several movies that are actually funded. If you look at where the money goes, that's why I always follow the money.
There's
'cause,
a
like,
lot of movie companies that are owned by the government, like the
And so-
Pentagon.
It's spooky.
And I
It's like-
will
like I
say,
was
because
saying.
I have experience in this too. When I had my entertainment company and I was dealing with California and I was dealing with SAG and I was dealing with all that sort of stuff, when you're in the funding stage, so let's say you've already produced a movie, you already have it, it's on the books, it's in the can, as they call it, like literally it's done, finished, and now you're going to shop it. You're going to find all the people that are gonna, a showrunner or a movie runner, right? The thing that people don't understand is like there's all these strings attached. So like perfect example, like in my case, it was like Zodiac Theater, one of the ones that I was working on with Ryan Reynolds, Emma Stone, and all that sort of stuff. Like basically they were like, well, we have this investor that is willing to fork over $5 million, if you hire this producer, and then I talked to that producer, and he's like, well, yeah, I'll chip in $7 million
Wow.
if you hire this director. And then it was just this tangled web of like, if you do this, I'll do that. If you do this, I'll. And I'm
Right.
like, I'm the type of person that can't be bought and sold because I've self-funded like all of this stuff. Like I've already shot the movie. I've already funded it.
Right.
Like now I'm at the point where like I want to recoup my money. And I'm like, if I've already funded, I've already done the expensive part. And so that's when I realized like the whole industry is so fucking corrupt and so fucked up.
Mm.
And that's just me. And that's just me like dealing with, I mean, granted, it was a $20 million fucking film. It's not like it was a cheap film. I mean, granted, it had Ryan Reynolds, Emma Stone, it had Taylor Swift in it. So like it had high profile people in it, which meant high profile money.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like even still, like it was like, if you do this, I'll do that. Like if you pay this and then get this person on board, I'll pay 20 million or whatever. And it was just like, at the end of the day, it was like jumping through so many fucking hoops. And I'm just like, yeah, I got out of it.
At that point. Yeah.
Yeah, I got out of it. I was like, it's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong. We're talking 15 million at a minimum. We're talking 175 million at a maximum. But it's just like, when you deal and you got to take in consideration all of these deals you're working out, like, oh shit, does this guy get along with that guy? And you know what I mean? Like you got all of these different hands in the cookie jar, and I'm just like, nah. I'm just like, yeah, no, it's fucked. The whole everything is fucked. Like no matter where I've been.
So I just looked up about the Pentagon.
Uh-huh.
So it says the Pentagon's Department of Defense Entertainment Media Office, DOME, oversees decisions about movies, shows, and video games that request military support from Hollywood studios. The DOME also supports the production of scripted and unscripted films. Yada, yada. So they do.
So all right. So here's another fun fact for all of you people out there. This is how I know like one of the 87 million ways we're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever have a patent and you think in your head, you're like, damn, this, we talked about this, I think, in the last episode. And I'm like, if you have a patent, you think it's an amazing idea. If the government,
my toilet chair,
exactly,
mm-hmm.
It's a great idea. I fucking want one. I literally re-listened to that. And I'm like, I want one of these now.
I love you for that.
And I'm like going, okay, so like, let me keep it short and simple. If you have a patent that is infringing on national security, and now granted, they deem whatever is a threat to national security,
mm-hmm.
not you,
like
not
steamed engines for cars again, and the guy
or
who made the
water
water
powered
engine,
engines.
yeah,
Stanley Myers, yeah. Like if you study all that
Rip.
stuff, yep, and then they all of a sudden get unalived and everything else, and all of a sudden their patents disappear. Tesla was another one. Like they stole like, I forget how many trunks. I think it was like 20 different trunks, and only like 12 of them have been accounted for. So there's still 8 fucking missing, and it might be more than that. I can't. I'm just going off my memory. But yeah, like, and that's the problem when the government holds that much power. Then we're all fucked.
I just want to know when we became a mob mentality, and when did the politicians sell out the government? I'm backtracking, and I lost track, man. It's like going back towards before even Nixon. I'm like, good Lord, like when did it start, and if and when is it gonna end? You know, and I don't think it is at this point. You know, it's just so far deep. And the machine is like, it's like their mindset is we're too big to fail, but when we do, it's going to be catastrophic, not just for them, but for everybody, for the entire world. And it's just,
since I'm solutions based, I will tell you how it can end. It's a unity of the people to handle and control and produce on our own food, where we all meet up. Like, let's say this subdivision, perfect example. if I have quail and I have carrots and I have lettuce, and then my next door neighbor has potatoes and my next door neighbor has chickens, and we trade, and then I trade
The
with-
youth of our generation is screwed.
exactly, and
They're all dead.
that's where we're fucked, is because our youth of our generation has no idea about homesteading,
Yeah.
no idea about any of that shit. And the worst part is if they try to consult YouTube and the way that the government can go in and manipulate videos,
Yeah.
they could literally be raising dead chickens, and they could be literally raising dead crops.
Yeah.
And this is where I see, because I'm a very much future proof type person. Like, I'm always like looking past everything.
Mhm.
The only way we can ever unite and overcome the government is we no longer rely on them.
Yeah.
We no longer need them. We no longer pay them. We no longer pay their salaries. We no longer fund the black projects, black ops. We don't. And in the only way, what needs to happen is transparency in the funding. So if I, perfect example, this past year, if I am paying $17,000 in fucking taxes, I want to know where every fucking dime goes, because if the IRS
Right now, Ukraine,
Ukraine.
right there.
I want to know how much
People.
of, like, is my name on one of these goddamn bullets, like, or missiles, or fucking,
All I'm saying is I'm going to put Ukraine as an dependent because I need more money on my tax returns. That's some bullshit.
bro. Like, I literally had to link my bank account to my IRS for them to be able to like deduct from the $17,000 that I owed them to they owe me money. But that's fucked up, because now they have my whole bank account.
You work remote, right? So
And this goes
like,
No, I only work remotes on Wednesdays.
oh, okay.
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday I work.
Oh yeah, you
And
drive all the way over
Yeah,
there. Mhm.
yeah, fucking that's a.
I was like, if you work somewhat remote, can't you like
So
that as your office?
I was
Yeah.
able to deduct the podcast because it is one room in my house. I was
Right.
able to deduct DG Media, which is downstairs,
Mhm.
which is the whole facility down there. So I'm able to deduct 2 rooms out of my house.
Mhm.
So that did play in my favor. And then I was able to deduct a couple vehicles, because I think I had 3 or 4. Now obviously I have 7, so like
You
I
can deduct
I can deduct the whole fleet if I want to
You
now.
can make that secret room and then deduct the sex room.
Yeah, I'm about to say you could like do like what everybody's
House
doing
bank.
now, these family compounds, and just have crazy orgies and shit, and then there you go.
There
you're
you
set.
go. Yeah, that's the secret room over there. You missed that conversation beforehand.
Son of a bitch.
So I was telling Jackie, I was like, dude, I'm to the point where like I got too much shit. I got to get fucking rid of this stuff. Like, because I emptied out my storage unit, and I had a huge ass storage unit. So like, I'm like going, fuck, where is this shit gonna go?
Well, I'm with Bone on this. I think getting self-sufficient on
Yes.
your own,
Yep.
having your land,
Yep.
doing all that, I think that's the way to go.
And I think,
They can't touch you.
and here's the other thing too. You got to think about, look at where water is rising.
Yeah.
You got to seek higher elevation. So you not only have to be cognizant,
Mountains.
yes, you have to be cognizant of the topography and where the water is now and where the storms and where everything is. And then you got to build. And then this is what I'm looking into, is actually building an in-earth shelter. So your temperature,
Yeah. Like
your
a.
temperature is constant. It's like I think it's 68 degrees or something.
Well, you
like that.
hear about those people.
Oh my God,
building
Biden's
the-
alive still. I just see him on the news right now. I thought that.
Are you
dude
sure
was
it's him or
dead.
is it a puppet?
Yeah, no, but it's a spitting image of him. I
Well,
saw
you've
it.
seen
Okay.
those about how they're building homes for like the end of the world,
Yeah.
where like they're underground.
Zuckerberg.
they're,
Like, look at every
know.
billionaire is building them. So you got to understand, like, what do they know that we don't know?
right.
Because they have all the information.
Crazy.
They have the algorithms.
That too.
Zuckerberg's doing that.
Are you kidding
I
me?
haven't heard that.
He built one of the biggest compounds ever.
Is it like 8 floors?
Google it. Google
8
it.
floors tall.
It's
And
ridiculous.
the Bible says in Revelations that the
Dude, we're
rich
living-
will
we're living.
hide in the caves.
Yep.
We're living through the revelations, y'all.
Oh, did
Sorry.
you know that? Go study the Grand Canyons. That will fuck with your mind.
Mm.
So the Grand Canyons, the government has shut off almost all access of the Grand Canyons because certain people have flown drones into the Grand Canyon and have seen hieroglyphics and rock drawings and stuff that are almost identical to Egypt.
No
And so
way.
explain to me
Right.
how Egyptian hieroglyphics are in the Grand Canyon.
Wow.
Yeah, no, look at it. It's a thing now. Like there's so many
looking at-
parks in Grand Canyon that are closed. But anyway, go ahead.
Zuckerberg's $270 million Hawaiian apocalypse bunker.
Yep. How many square footage is it underground?
5,000.
Yeah.
Dang.
And if you look at what it's equipped with, it's
The rise of luxury end of days shelters. Oof.
Well, I don't suck wiener, but if I ever met that man, I guess the wiener would be suckled.
I'm with you on that. Dang. Wow.
That's wild.
So it's
Amazing.
funny, like you say that. Like I was actually thinking about like I know I'm a really amazing shot, and I know Andy. Like we all have.
I'm a
guns.
pretty good shot.
We all have guns locally here, and so I was like, hey, if shit hits the fan,
We're rolling.
we're all like, there's a couple houses where we will all team up and we will take any and everybody out.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, my house, like, I want to build in the backyard. I have enough room to build an underground, like, bunker hideout, like, area.
Mm-hmm.
And then use the pool for water, because then I got 35,000 gallons of water that I could filter and use for...
Yeah.
Use your resources.
I don't know, y'all. If it comes to the end of the world, I think I'm just gonna be like, I'm good. Let's go, world. Like I'm with you. You know, like I don't know if I.
But like, think about like worst case scenario. Okay, let's say like a ginormous flood happens, like what happened to the end of times, right?
Yeah.
If you look at history, if you look at like the Sphinx and everything else, there's actually water erosion and not sand erosion. If you look at it, and if you look at if you follow any and all religions, which I've traveled most of the world, so I've followed like a lot of religions, not just one.
Mm-hmm.
All of them talk about a great flood. All religions,
Yeah.
whether it be Muslim, whether it be Christian, whether it be
But we had it.
Buddhist, we did.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's like, okay, so like let's take it cyclical, right? So it happens again. What are we gonna do in a great flood? I mean, I got my fucking boat. I'll be floating that bitch out. But then what? But then what? Like, if everything's underwater, where am I gonna get food other than like fish?
Yeah.
There you go. You know, it's just like, you know, you gotta like prepare for the worst, but hope for the best.
I'm gonna hang out with Bone in the mountains.
We're still working on a shower, but good luck, everybody. Yeah, it's definitely spooky times for sure.
It is, man. Like just the chaos, the shit that's going on. Like I never thought in a million years of my lifetime. Like,
Do you remember that video that came out? I think it was like 2016 or 17. And he was talking about by the time we get to 2025, the world population is going to be drastically lower. Like the US is going to be like 90% less.
are you talking about the monoliths that popped up that said that, or are you talking about what are you referencing?
It was some like video of what they were showing, the statistics, the probability of what was going to happen.
Okay, like
I'm
yeah,
thinking of what you're talking about. It's like the Elon Musk. He came out saying that we are in a population crisis because
right.
it's too expensive to live, so nobody's reproducing. Which I don't blame.
Yep.
I wouldn't want to bring a kid in this world either, because not only is that going to cause stress on me and my
Yeah.
future partner or wife, but it's going to cause stress on the kid, and the kid doesn't deserve that.
And they talked
Yeah.
about the vaccine, how you give it 3 to 4 years, and there's people dropping left and right.
all right. So Ross,
Not
just so you know,
No.
like the whole reason why I bought this house and stuff when I was 24 was because when I grew up, like my parents fought about money and stuff like that. So I was like, if I
Like
buy,
one of the number one things for divorce.
yes, exactly. And so I was like, if I
Out
buy,
of no sex.
Yeah. Okay.
well,
I
that
know
usually stems from no money.
I went to a birthday party, y'all, and this older lady was there. She was like probably in her 80s, and people were like, "What's the secret to a long marriage?" Because she had like I don't know, 60 something years of marriage. And we were like,
That's
what's
fucking awesome.
the secret? And she was like, never stop blowing your husband.
Hell yeah.
She hawked to it
Fuck,
to the
lady.
fucking moment.
Like, not
Take
bad.
out them
One good advice.
dentures.
Some good advice there.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know, they always say happy wife, happy life. No. Who's the breadwinner?
Sometimes it's not the case.
I'm just saying, whoever the breadwinner is. Happy breadwinner.
You know,
I'll be
I
like,
wouldn't
Exactly.
give two shits. As long as my willy's getting wet, I'm good still.
you guys are so simple. Such simple creatures.
Men are simple creatures. Like okay, listen to this. I don't think I ever told you this story yet, Devin. Do you remember E-dge Bar and Grill over here in Highland Village? That used to be that swingers bar.
Oh God, there were so many.
Oh
Where
my
was it at?
This was like literally across the street from my house that I had no idea existed until I stumbled in there one Halloween night, which was glorious, by the way.
Stumbled in, huh?
Oh,
That
So-
wasn't Z Bar and Grill, right?
I was-
yes, it's that one.
Okay.
Did I say
Okay,
E-dge
yeah,
Bar and
yeah,
Grill?
yes,
Z
that
Bar and
is-
Grill.
Z.
It's still known for being that.
Yes, it's been through two different buyers now because it has that reputation and they don't like it.
Yep.
Like I went in there and I just wanted to shoot the shit with the owner. It was some Italian guy, some old sweet dude, but he was like, "It's not swingers. I'm here trying to serve Italian food." I was like, "Okay, dude, sorry. I'll take a meatball sub to go. Let's go." But I went in there one Halloween night because I didn't know what was going on, and I don't remember why I was. I was
Sure, you
going.
didn't.
No, I had no idea.
You're naive.
I will definitely entertain these future thoughts now from if this ever happens again. But I go in there and it is the dudes are just dressed casually, but all the women are dressed in Halloween outfits. Okay. I'm thinking, okay, cool, whatever. I'm gonna go in there. And do you remember that crazy bug-eyed lady chick that worked at Marty B's as a bartender and dated that really buff dude?
God, I can only imagine how people describe me.
Ah!
Bug-eyed girl bartender.
She was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, let me tell you. Okay. But she was there as the bartender after she
Was
got fired from Marty's.
Was she blonde?
Yes.
I know
You know
exactly.
exactly who you're
Bug-eyed
yes.
blonde.
Keely.
Yes.
I used to fucking yeah.
Poor Keely.
I busted her ass so many times for being drunk on the job.
Yep, that's her. Yeah, she
Yep.
had a very bad problem. Yep.
Bug-eyed blonde.
Yep.
Keely.
Yep.
Dude, I fucking rode like. You remember Krista?
Yes. God,
I had to
dumb.
fucking chase her down in the goddamn parking lot of fucking Marty B's.
Oh my god.
And it used to piss Tom off so much because I was like, you know what's fucked up? And he was like, what? I go,
On the wide-legged shitter.
yes. I told him, I go, she out beat you in sales and she's in the fucking parking lot sucking dick. I didn't
Man,
quite say that, but I was like, she's in the parking lot, not even working, and her sales are still better than yours.
She's a chick.
Yeah,
A
poor
chick.
girl. There was
And he
not
was
a
like,
thought
he was
behind
like,
those eyes.
"Bullshit." And I would show him the numbers, and he was just like, "Fuck that bitch."
Yeah.
It's a lot easier.
But yes, I remember. Yeah, so she was over at Z Bar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she was serving. So I walked in there. She's like, "Hey," I was like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" Yada yada. This. I'm glad to see that you found this place after this. You know, after Marty's.
Right.
And she was like, "Why are you here?" I was like, "Well, I've never eaten here before, and I just want to drink." And she said, "Do you know what this place is?" I said, "No." She goes, "It's a swingers bar," and I'm just like, "Okay, like I don't have a partner, so like nothing's gonna happen."
Right.
And I
That makes
shit
sense
you
why
not.
she was there. I
Oh
didn't
my
like that.
god, dude, this is magical.
She's a huge swinger.
Oh, is she really? Good for her.
Don't ask how I know. Go ahead.
Oh,
Sure, she
So-
can find a partner bone.
so what?
You can find you a partner there.
Oh, well, here's what happened. As a lady walked up,
What
and she
happened
was
was-
a smoke show. She was a beautiful older woman, and you know me, I like them older women, especially that Jessie chick that worked at Marty's and all that good stuff. You know,
Wait, how old are you?
I am 30 now.
Calm down there.
Hey.
Hey,
And-
host, calm down. Blow your tits.
Simmer down.
But
But
my yard boy.
oh, I am a pretty good pool boy from what I've been told. But so she comes up in there and she starts talking to me, right? And then Keely starts, you know, introducing me, and I said, "No, I'm good. You know, I appreciate the thought. You know, whatever." Then this dude comes up. he starts pumping drinks into me, and I'm thinking, "You gay dog? What's going on here? Like, what are you trying to get at?" And probably about 30, 40 minutes of just doing shot for shot, just chilling. We're like getting very loosey goosey, and he goes to me, he goes, "Hey,
I don't know anything about that."
Yeah, you see that girl over there in the bumblebee outfit for Halloween?" I was like, "Yes, sir." She goes, "She keeps looking at you." I was like, "Oh yeah, I know. Keely was trying to introduce me to her." He goes, "Yeah, that's my wife." And I'm thinking about to get my ass kicked or something, right? No. He goes, "Do you want to come fuck my wife?" I was like, "Yo, wait,
so
what?"
Common. That is
Wait a
so
minute.
common.
He wants to be a cuckold.
Yeah, I choked on my drink, and I was very surprised about it. And he was like, "No, I'm being completely serious. Like, you can come over, and I'm just going to watch." And I was like,
Yeah.
"Dog, I mean, knowing what I know now, I would have back then. But, like, at that time, I was, like, 22. I was scared. I was like, "Oh, my God, what is this?"
One of my best friends is a swinger. He tells me all kinds of good stories. But that's pretty common.
This is why I don't know if I could ever, I wouldn't say get married. I would like to. I like to entertain the thought of marriage, but in today's time, it's not only not affordable anymore. Both parties don't win except unless you do a prenup. If not, the girl could take everything. Okay.
So could the guy.
Not necessarily in the society.
The guy brings the table to the fucking table. Yeah,
before you get divorced, you take everything out of the bank and chunk deuce. Bye. It happens all the time.
Not when you have.
There's nothing they can do.
And you have assets.
Okay, yeah.
And you have cars, and you have boats, and you have jet skis, and you have. Yeah.
Well, that's why I think prenups would be very important too. But just again, the sex life would be, I feel, either could it be magically amazing or just completely boring because it's just the same person, same position or whatever, right? Or unless she or he is open to like, "Hey, I want to bring a partner, I want to do this, yada yada." It's like, okay, well, I can see why people do this because this sounds exciting. I will not lie to you, it sounds exciting. And I haven't been to one event or so yet, but I may have encountered a situation where I walked in on people banging. They're like, "You want to watch?" I'm like, I'll be sure, but I don't know what to do. Like, do I just walk? Like, what happens?
A couple swinger parties because my best friend was a swinger.
Ooh, let's hear.
And my my ex-boyfriend, who I dated for 5.5 years, was really good friends with him. And so he had like a big old house in Houston, and he would throw these parties. And I didn't go to the big one that he had. I got there the next morning, and there was just naked people everywhere. But once they're closed, I mean, they're so normal. You would never know.
100%.
They're so nice too. It's just a lifestyle they live. But I can also tell you that every married couple that I know who has had an open, who has started swinging, they're all getting divorces now.
Yeah, I hear the exact same thing. It fails. You got to go in there ready to rock if you're going to live that kind of lifestyle and be.
You're going to have very specific boundaries. You got to have understanding.
Well, the biggest thing is you got to have communication.
Well, yeah.
The biggest thing, whether it be in business or whether it be in a relationship, you got to have communication.
Somebody always gets emotionally attached,
and that's the problem. If it's strictly dickly and you're just filling a carnal desire, then that's one thing. But if you're, and women get more attached than men, no offense, because with y'all,
we're emotional creatures.
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all are visual creatures,
right? We're visual. We got to see it going in.
Well, yeah, I'm a big believer too with the aspect of men being seers and women are emotional. Is that how do I say this without? This is going to be a good topic starter, I would say, for any other podcast that or anybody else who sees this. It's gonna be like, "Who the fuck is this dude?" But I'm a big believer that I'm not okay. Pause. I'm not a big believer. Okay, but I think if a man cheats on a woman, it's not necessarily okay, but it's justified. But if a woman cheats on a man, it's not, because there's an emotional connection now. That's over. That's done.
So what you're trying to say is with men it's carnal, desire fulfillment, and then with women, it's an emotional. It's something
I think
that's
it depends
lacking.
on the person.
Yeah, I like, again, it does go back to the person, but from what I've seen and like everybody else talk about, like this is one of the reasons why I don't want to get married. I work with people that are married right now, and they just bitch about it the whole time. They say, "Oh, cool, like my wife didn't give me shit for like a month, and I had to go run around on her." I was like, dude, like you're not cool by telling me that. Like I don't get it, but like at the same time, like you got your manly desires, and that's like literally embedded in your DNA, and you're gonna have a wife or a woman or a significant other hold that against you, and then expect to believe that everything's gonna be hunky-dory when they come home or something. I can see both sides, but at the same time, is it right? No, I don't think it is. But it's a tough thing to say or see now, because when you have women that do it, they've already checked out. That relationship's done. They've already made that emotional connection. But if a dude does it, he's just fulfilling his desires to get a nut. That's it. He's just trying to breed and conquer. It's in our DNA. Genghis Khan did it. Yeah, just perfect
What about
shitty
the leading
example.
up to that, getting the women? Because the guys are like, "I love you, you're my soulmate." Like they bullshit you just to get their.
They
in.
do, and
I
some
think
of
when
them
you're
are-
younger, yes. Like now that I'm older, I'm like, I'm not even gonna like blow smoke up your ass, like because at the end of the day, I'm looking for somebody that's a lifelong, like that's gonna be a ride or die.
So you're good with the same hole for the rest of your life.
There's 3 holes. We're good.
Pick which one you want today, honey.
It's like
You're a real one.
3 different people.
This one's a lot tighter. This one's a lot smellier, and this one shuts up when I decide to do something. It's great.
Stop when you play with.
This one doesn't bitch
You
as
guys
much.
are onto something. You guys are onto something.
But it's definitely a interesting conversation to have, because, like,
I told you
when
nothing is censored on this show.
no, it's good, because you don't see people talk about this stuff anymore.
I know, and that's what I
can't tell
love. Like,
Okay, but
get it out.
so here's what: if people are gonna be swingers or have like open relationships or whatever, they have to have an understanding and boundaries. Kind of like if you were to have like a friend with benefits, like a fuck buddy. Like you don't hang out with them, you don't talk about your day, you don't like. It's just easy. Like they come, they do the thing. You like might have small talk.
They come again, and then they go.
Yeah, and then like you peace out. There's no like, and there's nothing else. You don't hang out. You don't, go on trips together. You don't, none of that.
Right.
That should
You don't
be-
share experiences.
That should be the understanding of the swinger lifestyle. They're gonna come do the thing. There's no.
How's your day?
How's your day?
Yeah.
There's no.
Oh, good morning, sweetheart.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That should be the understanding. Those are the boundaries.
yeah. It's just, you don't see a lot of people set that up. They want to. Well, what they do is they set themselves up for failure, because they just jump in thinking like, hey, I want to spice this marriage up a bit. Let's do this, and then realize, holy shit, I over-seasoned and the grill's on fire. Like, what do I do? And it's like, well, you gotta fucking let it die out now, because there ain't putting that bitch out. It's fucking done. There's nothing but ashes. So it's just like, it's like a tough thing, but at the same time, you get a beautiful marriage. You can get a beautiful marriage.
Yeah.
But just like you were saying, it's like, it's not beautiful till you're 62, right?
You
It's
can,
like, well,
find
shit.
someone who learns how to love you, is open to experimenting with you, mixing
Butt
it
stuff
up,
all the way.
keeping it spicy. There are people out there like that.
They're just-
Who like to give oral, who like to have fun. Like, it doesn't have to be open or swinger lifestyle for you to understand that you both have needs.
yeah.
It's just, I know a lot of women and men who get married and like sex is over, and I'm like, how? Why?
It's supposed to be the opposite. When you get married, it's supposed to be like fucking jackrabbits
You
over
should
here.
maintain a healthy sex life.
Yeah. And I think that's what happens too, is when you get married, is a lot of people stop dating their spouse.
That, oh my God, boom, right there.
Yeah.
And they get complacent and comfortable.
Yep.
But
Just
hold on.
because you're married doesn't mean you let yourself go. You don't try anymore. You don't put any effort towards the relationship.
Yeah.
So I will say this, like one of my biggest things is like, as somebody that like runs companies and does all the things that I do, like when it comes to a woman, and you want me to
We're not companies.
but understand, you're more work than those companies. That's the
Are we
problem.
though?
Yes, y'all are.
we?
Because you want us to plan things. You want us to. So, like, for me,
Every
personally,
once in a while, I'm a great planner.
for me personally, when a woman goes out and like chooses, hey, like we're gonna go here, we're gonna do this and that, and I'm like going, that sounds fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, now I'm doing something that she wants to do, not something so if I choose it, it's something that I want to do.
Okay, here's the thing. I'll piggyback off that because I'm going to give you a female perspective.
Go ahead.
So I'm a great planner. I love to plan things. I have no problem choosing where to eat ever.
Mhm.
You gotta, if you're hungry, like I'll give you some options, and then if you can't make a decision, I will make a decision. But early on when I'm dating, there is nothing sexier than when a man plans the date. And I'm just talking about early on. Show me you can lead.
Yeah.
Show me you can make decisions. Show me you can, hey baby, like be ready at 7. We're gonna go here.
And I mean, and I still do. I literally did it today, actually. So like, I was like, "Hey, what are you doing Thursday?" And she was like, "I don't know." Blah blah. I was like, "Well, we're going to the fucking movies. We're gonna go see Deadpool, fucking Wolverine, like premiere, like in
I
3D."
forgot that's out.
Yeah,
There's
like
lots of guys who have asked me out, but they've never planned anything, and I'm like, all right, fuck off then.
Well, you got a lot of guys now that don't know how to lead. The war on masculinity has, I think, ruined not only future generations but the current generation right now that was already injured from a fucking heartbreak, right? So
This
they're
is
being
what I
brainwashed
talk
to
about all
think.
day.
find people that are in leadership positions. Like, look at perfect example.
Not necessarily.
Well, then they're not good at their leadership
Yeah.
positions. There's people that are in leadership positions that are board directors and stuff like that. They are the ones that are responsible for corporations.
My ex-fiance was a VP, couldn't plan shit. He was
VP is not shit. A board of directors dictates what the fucking VP does.
Yeah.
VP can suck a bag of dicks because the board of directors.
I can't believe you still say that. Oh, you said that at Hillside. You said that at Marty's.
I long for a man to lead so I can be in my feminine.
But the
that
problem
is
is
what I want to just be in my feminine. And
But
feel
as a leader, and I'm going to explain this to you, because as a leader, when you're leading all the time, it gets mundane. It gets like
trade off, take turns.
I'm 100% agree with you. That's where I'm saying it's like I've never been in a relationship where the girl actually planned something. The girl actually, I'm always the one planning. I'm always the one doing. I'm always the one, and I'm like, it gets fucking old.
There should be a balance, but early on, that man needs to show that he can
Right.
be better.
But the thing is like you can do too much too soon.
Yeah.
Like taking a chick out to fucking Three Forks, and she's like,
Early at like the first date.
I'm gonna get this every time.
right?
Setting the expectations.
But that's
I bet you get McDonald's and a Happy Meal.
you might be lucky if I biggie size.
Whatever
that
happened
shit.
to going to listen to music and drinking a couple beers? Like going to play. I used to go play bingo with guys I went on dates with, or like open mic night.
Yeah, and I loved all those
Those
things.
things still exist, but it's not common anymore because everybody's just not. I wouldn't say about it. They're just people are weird now. People are 100% weird now about like legit, cute, nice, fun date ideas. It's like, cool. Am I getting my wiener wet? No. All right. Well, bye. And then vice versa. Cool. Am I sucking it? No. Okay. Bye. You know.
Yeah,
It's weird
we're
now.
all a part of the problem, but it's not everybody. I'm very traditional and old school, so
Keep that. Don't ever lose that.
yeah. No, I'm
So
not.
you say
But
you're
I also
very traditional, old school. So what does that mean? What does that entail?
so a man will open my door for me. If you don't
See,
open
some
the door for
girls
me, I'm
nowadays are like,
what's,
look at
what's
that.
wrong? Is your door broken? Like,
There's some girls nowadays like,
it's respect.
yeah, no, and that's the way my mom and the way I was raised and
Yeah.
taught was open always, no matter what.
I've always
So shit. I got scared one
to say-
time when that
this is a
happened.
huge debate for a lot of people. I've always like a lot of women are like, oh, the guy has to pay on the first date. You know, like it's nice when a guy pays on the first date, but I've always offered to split the check. And if they're like, no, definitely not. Like When they're like, no, absolutely not. I'm like, lady boner.
But to me, like this in this scenario, like the fact that you offered, that gives me credence to like, hey, this chick is badass. Like she can afford her own shit. Where like I've taken girls to like really high end places,
But that's on you. That's on you.
but that's what I like.
Wait till they earn that.
Okay.
I was told I was being stingy once when I went on a date, and I gave her 2-drink minimum. Right, we're gonna go to eat. This is your first date. Eat whatever you want, but I'm not your tab to keep going and get hammered. Right, and she thought it'd be a good idea to call my bluff. She got like 7 drinks. I dipped on that tab. She had to pay for it. I 100% dipped on that tab.
Nice.
See, I was on a date not long ago.
Solid.
And
kudos to you, Russ.
We split a pizza, and then we got drinks, of course, beers, and then like he was in between jobs, so I offered to split the bill with him, and then we went to a bar after to watch the World Cup. And is that what the hockey thing is? World Cup,
Stanley Cup,
whatever.
World Cup of soccer.
Stanley Cup.
Football.
We went to a bar to watch.
Close enough. Some balls getting hit or something.
Yeah,
right?
it was fun. It was cool. I'm not like I wasn't crazy about it. I didn't even know who to root for, but I was like, whatever, I'll watch it with you. I can get into it.
Yeah.
And then I ended up rooting for the winning team. It was great. But like I was like, let me get this round. And then he got the next round. And that's like, I think that's polite. I mean, I am old school as far as I think it's respectful to open your door and pay for the first date, but like I will still contribute because it is more modern times. But as far as old school goes, like I still want to be in my feminine, in the feminine role, like a man should lead. I'm good with splitting bills when we live together, things like that. But old school, just as far as like those traditional values and morals and all the things that come together as a family dynamic, like you teach your kids the right and wrong, all of that, All
right, let me deep dive on this splitting the bills situation, because I've dated many a girl that has many a definition.
Expect you to pay for everything.
No, I want to hear what your percentage of the bills is going to be.
Well, I'll tell you, a couple relationships I've had, I paid for everything.
Well, I've never been used to that. Like I've never had that. I've never in a million years.
Income has never really been a thing I care about. I used to make crazy money, so money.
We talked about that. Like we both have made 6 figures for
like one of my
decades.
Birthday gifts I gave to my ex.
What the hell? Where am I going wrong in life? I'm telling you, in the next 3 years, if I fail, my last name's gonna go public on Pornhub. I swear, it's gonna happen.
I took one of my exes.
Well, that was hold on, for 1 second. So hey Ross, just so you know, like when I was working at Marty's, I was already making 6 figures before I worked at Marty's.
Why were you working at Marty's?
Yeah, just for fun.
I did it because like I believed in like his concept, and when he started fucking me over, I don't know if you know this or not. So Aloha System rebooted every night at I think it was like 4 a.m.
Wow.
And so I was never paid from 4 a.m. when I did inventory till however long it took. And I was never informed of this for about 3-4 months.
Is that why you left? Because I was wondering why you just packed up and went one day.
Yeah, because it was like, and then dealing with Manny, because like me and like one night, like I had to leave because I was gonna beat the fucking living shit out of Manny.
Oh,
I got him fired, but I also got fired.
Oh man,
in the process.
Manny.
So like, and it was what made it even worse was the girl that I was dating at the time. And you know who it was.
I was gonna ask you, are you still with that Asian chick?
Oh fuck no.
Yeah, I saw her go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs too. I was
dude,
like,
that chick went fucking batshit fucking crazy.
Well, they all play.
No.
What part did you play?
I played the fact
the
that
bystander watching is me. I was like, whoa.
I was like legit. So like whenever I moved to Missouri, whenever I moved to San Antonio, I was like trying to find friends and trying to find like people and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was trying to find a house. So I needed to find a realtor.
Mhm.
And so I ran into her because her father was a realtor.
Okay.
And I found a house that I really fucking, and to this day, I'm still kicking myself in the ass because I listened to my fucking parents. They're fucking retarded when it comes to making money.
Mhm.
So long story short, I found a house for $125,000. It was overlooking Lake Medina. Lake Medina is a spring-fed, crystal clear lake, beautiful. And in order to get to Lake Medina, it was a winding ass road. And when I pulled up to the house, there was 4 deer underneath the house.
Oh, wow.
And I go, this is like all the signs.
This is my place.
This is my place. And I walked in the house and like they showed it to me. The whole entire front was all windows overlooking the lake. And I'm like going, this is my house. Because I had the boat at the time, right?
Yeah.
So I was like going, I can bring my boat down here. Like, boom, beautiful. $125,000.
Dang. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. They had a 300, I'm going to put this in air quotes, 300-year drought. And that's why the price dropped so drastically.
Okay.
By the time I left the company, that house went for $475,000.
Wow.
Because it was lakefront property.
Yeah, of course.
I could have made more money investing in that fucking house than I did ever working for USAA.
Say it again. Property is your best investment.
Trust me. Like, that's where the money is. I mean, look at this house. Like, I bought this house for peanuts.
So you didn't get it because of her crazy house?
I didn't get the house because of my parents. My parents were basically like, why do you need 2 houses? Because I'm like,
because look at this house.
That's an investment property. And if I move, I can rent it out.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
generating me money. And so like I literally walked away, and granted, credit score, everything was like perfect. Like I could have easily paid cash and like walked away and had that house.
You done fucked up that one.
Yeah. And that's when I realized I'm like, maybe my parents aren't such good influences because I was the one that told them when my dad worked from American Airlines and then he went to Oracle and then he sold his stock. And I said, why don't you buy Apple stock? And he goes, oh, why would I buy that fucking shit? We would all be billionaires. If he took the money he spent, he sold to buy the house and everything else and put it into Apple. Yeah. We're billionaires. Like, that's how much equity and that's how much money he had, like, in the stock markets and everything else. And I'm like going, I should have never, like, taken. And then, like, fast forward to today, they were the ones that chose this job that I have now. Okay. Over the one that's literally less than a mile from the house. I could walk to that job.
Where are you at right now?
And this job over here, that's less than a mile, paid more than the one that's.
What?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I'm like going, what the fuck? But where I'm at now, I am still in the same house. I bought it in almost 20 years ago in November in Lake Dallas. I don't know. Have you ever been to the house?
I think one time. That's when you guys were shooting fire. No, that was at Brittany's house.
Yeah, that was at Brittany's house. They no longer have that. They have a house, fucking Aubrey or some shit.
Bone, come on over. He's getting a bunch of animals.
I'm about it. What like, you said Lake Dallas?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll bring a case or something or a bottle.
Right over at, my boat is like literally a quarter mile from the house.
Oh, say less.
It's so nice.
Yeah, it's fucking.
It's good to go out on the lake whenever you want to.
Although I might,
that's a good thing to have.
I'm thinking about pulling it out of the slip though.
Why?
This is like $450 a month.
So you got $150,000 worth of useless cameras, whatever. You're set for a few years, dude.
I'm trying to like save money, and I'm like trying to be more.
Well, I guess it just depends on how often you're going to go out, because
and
if I had a boat, I'd go out all the time.
I know, and that
dude, I would charge people for rides. I would do like a little event, like sacrifice a weekend, put something up on social media, be like, hey, I will do a birthday event. I'll be your captain. Here's $50 a head.
People
Pay
do
that
on
thing
Facebook
off.
group. They charge people 20 to 100, depending whatever you want to add. They charge them for a spot on the boat.
Jackie's friends are usually pretty good about.
We
like,
give you gas money.
yeah. There's a few.
Yeah, I would totally pitch in. If you invite me on a boat, I'd be pitching in, dog. 'cause
We
that's
always
not
bring
fair to
gas
you.
money. We provide snacks and drinks. Yeah,
And see,
Well, I
that's
mean-
another thing that's what's wrong with society is people don't have that mentality anymore.
they don't.
People think everything needs to be handed to them. I deserve, just because I'm friends with this guy or this girl, I deserve to do this, this, and this with them. Nah,
Yeah.
bitch, did you buy the boat? No. Okay, well then help out.
My friend
It
Aaron.
ain't cheap to maintain or keep
It's
it
not.
cool.
My friend Aaron got a new Supra boat. It's beautiful. And he had a crew come on his boat, a bunch of girls, and they didn't bring shit. They mooched off all of his drinks. They didn't bring any food. They trashed his boat, literally.
Well, you know
had
me.
better
I usually
being
bring
a
at least
Hot or some suckles.
3 coolers.
Yeah. And they didn't even bring gas. They didn't offer gas money, nothing. They were just like there for the ride.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I'm about to redo. Like, part of the reason why I want to pull the boat out is because I want to redo the upholstery.
That's probably a good idea. You've had it for a bit. It's probably time.
Well, like the upholstery was amazing until I
Yeah.
fucking sent it to the shop, and then they just left it uncovered for fucking 2 years, and I'm just like,
Do you have to get a new motor or what?
no.
What?
Oh yeah, I put a brand new motor and brand new outdrive.
Okay.
So we're talking $20,000 for the motor and $28,000 for the fucking outdrive. So we're talking almost 50 grand
Yeah.
sunk in that boat. But the thing is like I didn't pay full retail price for either the motor or the outdrive.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm very good at shopping.
Nice.
Especially with shit that I need. So I paid a fraction of the price.
That's nice. Excellent.
So that like leaves like wiggle room for me to do the interior.
Yeah.
And then still if I sell the boat, and
I was
that's
gonna say,
I'm
how
almost
long-
on the fence of selling it because I want something bigger, and like granted it is a big ass fucking boat.
Yeah.
But I'm like I want something that like I can
Are you thinking bigger like pontoon or
Oh,
like
no.
bigger like
Fuck a
bigger
pontoon.
sea ray?
bigger sea ray.
Yeah.
I want one that like I have a cabin down.
Yeah, those are so nice.
Yeah, those are cool.
I mean, because I have a cabin now, but it's on the right, and then I have the head on the left. But nobody ever uses either one of those. Because
So like you want like a cabin that's like air conditioned and all that.
oh
stuff.
yeah, oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That would be cool.
So I've been looking at RVs. I've been looking at.
Sell your camera shit.
Yeah, I saw how big them eyes got. He
Girl,
doesn't
if
want
you
to do
want-
it.
If you knew how much, like, if an auctioneer came in his house and started like just putting prices on shit,
Yeah.
I think both of our minds would be like literally
Yeah. Yeah.
like because the house may be worth $500,000, but what's in it is worth 10 times that.
Yeah, and if you don't need it or really want it, then yeah, someone will buy it.
Yeah.
I tell
So
you
much
what. After moving back in, so I tried moving out after COVID, realized I couldn't do it. I swallowed my pride and moved back in with my parents, and they've been great ever since. But since I've done that, I have realized how much shit I have that I am just now giving away, like to those in need, right? Clothes, all that stuff. And I am becoming a person who would love to live in an empty house because there's no clutter.
Yeah.
You know? I am becoming that person. Like I literally have cleaned out my closet like 4
Minimalist.
times,
Bro,
and I am still
that's
doing it.
literally where I'm at now because I realize like what good is having all of this shit, everything and anything you could ever imagine tenfold.
Yeah.
If
So
you-
do it.
If you can't enjoy it, if you
Yeah.
can't use it, if you can't even find it,
And someone else would probably love it. It
It-
probably mean a lot to them.
you're absolutely right. And that's where I'm at because like even like Andy goes, he goes, don't you have a card that's worth like $500,000, $1 million? And I was like, yeah,
Where is it? You're like, well, I don't know where it is.
I know exactly where it is. It's in my safe. And he goes, don't you have like multiple diamonds? And I'm like,
You better get a new padlock on your door.
well, I have multiple safes hidden throughout the house, so like
Mm.
nobody knows where they are, and they're all bolted in and everything else. So yeah, so yeah, you know, and then the titles. I think I have 12 titles, vehicles, and and everything else. And I'm like going, most people,
You're not doing anything with any of that.
I know.
Well,
and
you got to think about it too, bro.
And I have
Like,
7.
Here's the thing.
Hey, Ross. This is going to blow your mind right now.
oh God, I'm ready to get blown.
Think about say
Bro.
your blowing thing.
I have 7 cars.
I just bought my first
You didn't
one.
already
What are you
get
talking about?
Get own one. Jeez. What kind of friend are you?
I just bought my first truck.
It's Grand Cherokee. That was trying.
Dude,
Oh,
do
For
you
the love
remember
of
that?
life, it was trying.
God, that
thing,
was the
though.
worst project vehicle I've ever done.
Here's the
and
thing,
invested
Devin.
in.
You have all these things that you're not using, you don't really care about.
Yeah.
And what you could do with it is get whatever boat you want and make experiences.
Well, and that's my
Memory.
thing is like all this shit is like it's not creating experiences. It's
Yeah.
creating fucking headaches.
Clutter.
It's
Yeah,
creating
yeah.
Clutter headache.
Anxiety. Yeah.
Well, I'm like, you got to think about the fact too. Is like, you can only like. I was telling my friend this the other day. I don't know if you know this. I'm a big outdoorsman. I like to hunt. I was just in Arizona mule deer hunting and elk hunting like
I'm drooling
last
over
year.
here, sorry.
Jackie got excited. I got clean up aisle 4. Clean up aisle 4.
Yeah, I'll send you some photos of what I found. But dude, it's like my buddy has 2 bows, like the bow compound, right? And he's like, "Oh, I don't know which one I'm going to use." It's like you can only shoot one at a time. So why do you even have the other one? Get rid of it, get money out, and you can have another hunting trip. You know, that's your tag right there, dog. He goes, "Oh, I never really thought about it that way." I was like, "Well,
You got 7
There you
days
go.
in a week. You can drive a different car every day of the week.
yeah, you know, I wish I had a big weenie like that, but I'm not there yet." Okay, baby
Jeez,
steps,
Devin, you're being
people.
so stingy. Bone needs a vehicle.
No, I got one. I just got to pay it off now.
He
I
needs a
bought a
better one.
Oh, these are all paid
2024
off.
Ram
What's a Rover?
2500.
Out of the 7 vehicles, I will attest I only have a payment on one.
You bitch.
See,
And
that's how you do it. You pay it off. You get
I could have
extra
had one of
out.
those vehicles. I could have kept Black Betty and just used the better vehicle.
and that's the Mercedes, and that's because it's
Yeah.
fucking-
You still have that?
Oh yeah.
So how old are
remember
all
that.
your cars? Are they all just old cars?
No.
Okay.
So now you're asking. So I got a 2014, 2012, 2 2008s, a 2005,
You're a collector.
and 3. Shit! I just realized 3 2008s.
Why?
I don't know.
Are they all covered? You have
Maybe.
insurance for all of them?
I mean, I got insurance for.
Or are they all registered?
So that's the thing. I got to get all the titles. That's the thing.
Do they all have full tires?
Yes, they all run and drive. That's the ironic thing. Except for the Range Rover. I don't know because I got to get the. So I got
That one's a little sus still.
so I got the keys, and now I got to get a locksmith that can.
That's just a dud car, dude. You got screwed on that car. It's too many bad juju with that.
I
You gotta
know
get
there's
rid of
there's
it.
a lot of bad juju, but at the same time, I'm like, dude, that's like a $20,000+ car.
But you're not using it. You,
Well,
don't
I just got the motherfucker.
you already got probs, man. It's already that's like a new girlfriend. You already got problems.
Yeah.
No, you gotta get rid of her.
No,
Okay.
You got that many problems early on. Get rid of her.
my plan is once I get the titles done on Wednesday, I'm gonna get rid of all of them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep the Mercedes, obviously. I'm keeping the Tundra because that can pull the boat.
Hell yeah.
Now, granted, the Range Rover could probably pull the boat.
No, but
too.
Tundra's your daily, right?
No, the Subaru, the one that's parked out front,
Okay.
the Forester. That's
Yeah.
that's my daily because
Okay.
it's got all the it's got a lot of computer bullshit.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's one of the safest vehicles. So I was like, yeah, that's a good daily commute. Plus, I got the dash cam and everything else. So.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
So that's my daily. I'm gonna get rid of the Prius, which was it was
Some California will buy that.
well, and it's very rare. So it's a very rare. It actually has a solar roof.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
Wow,
and
so
Keep that one,
you
keep
say
that one, keep that one.
Prius?
yeah, and I'm like,
Keep that one.
the cool thing about the solar roof is it actually keeps the car cool.
Yeah, keep that one.
I'm tempted because it gets 60 fucking miles a gallon. And
Is it on top of the roof or built into the roof?
it's built into the roof.
Why don't they do that more?
I don't know. And I honestly, like, when I bought the car, I was like,
Those are the cars they should.
this is fucking
Those
brilliant.
the more the cars they should be.
And the
making.
best part is the car will never get over 100 degrees inside.
I believe it.
So when you open the door and you get in the car, you're not like, oh my God, I'm dying. Like, no.
Or get an instant like 3rd-degree burn from a seatbelt.
Right. Yeah. So like, and like, this is the second Prius I've owned. And like, one of my buddies was like, dude, he goes, I've seen all the cars you've owned. He goes, like, you've owned M3s, you've owned like multitude of BMWs, Land
Right.
Rover, Wrangler. He goes, your best car is fucking
Prius with the
Yeah, he
solar roof.
was like,
The solar makes
and this
all
is-
the difference in the world.
and
that
this
solar
is
roof.
coming from a motorhead. And I'm like going, dude, I would never expect those words coming out of your mouth.
I'd get a car with a solar roof over a Tesla any day.
Well, and that was
Mhm.
what's amazing about it, because it literally charges itself while
Yeah.
it's sitting.
Runs on energy, solar.
Yeah. And I'm like,
we need more
why
of
the
those.
Yeah, I'm like, so when I was 12, I drew a car that had the whole entire panels were solar, side, top, everything solar. And then where the scoops are, like for wind and all that stuff to cool the brakes and all that shit, there was actually wind turbines.
But how protective can that car be?
It's depending on the layers.
So safe, yeah.
You put glass, you put like poly, you can put urethane, you can put all that.
Congratulations, you just created a bomb and a claymore and have 5,000 pieces of shrapnel in you.
Yeah.
Oh, that would suck.
Mm.
I mean, it's a great idea, but that would suck. Just imagining like little shards everywhere in you.
Oof. Interesting idea.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you have safety glass, like you have on the windshield and everything else. It's not
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, does hail break the fucking front windshield? No. Every once in a while, yes, it'll break the back windshield.
Sounds like a Rivian.
Why? What happened with Rivian?
The Rivians are so badass. They're like military grade.
Bone,
Bone, have you seen those? No, not a Rivian.
I-
Rivian.
I've
Not a
not.
Rivian. A Rizvani. That's what I mean.
a what?
A Res-
Rizvani? I'm looking it
Rizvani.
up right now.
They're military grade cars. They're Rizvani. Yeah. Look it up. They're so badass. They're military grade. They have, like, that's the kind of car you want at the end of the world. Like, if you're going to stay above ground.
Rizvani Motors.
Rizvani. They look so
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Yeah.
REZVA. Okay.
They're like bulletproof. Yeah.
Oh, that's hot. Yeah.
So hot, right?
I dig it.
Lady
A
boner.
little too much plastic for me.
They're bulletproof.
So is Brabus
Mm.
Mercedes.
What?
Brabus Mercedes.
Are they?
Yep.
I didn't know that either. A Mercedes.
Brabus. Look that one up too.
A Mercedes. Brabus Mercedes.
Mercedes.
Well, I'm clearly spelling it wrong because it's giving me a velvet taco and a sandwich place.
I think you just made it up.
The joke's on you nerds. I got you looking it up. Ha ha ha.
G63.
Is it Brabus? Brabus?
Yep.
Ah.
And
The
then,
Oh, I
name is
used
just
O.
like- I like
BRB.
their Resvani way better though.
and then they make a Rocket GT 1000
Dude, wait, that's
horsepower.
bulletproof. They're going for. Oh, I was like, this. Like, I see one for like $31,000. Okay, turn your volume off, dude.
I'm sorry, calm down.
And then I see one for like, what was it? 216,000, 329,000.
That makes more sense.
I was like, wait a minute, Brabus.
So they make Brabus military grade, like where it can literally sit on top of a landmine and it will not blow up.
Dude, that looks so cool. They also have a Brabus X Wake. You see this?
What?
Mm,
Uh-oh.
that's a sexy. They got some more stuff. They got like Brabus Shadow. It's a boat.
What?
Sell that shit. Get a Brabus, dude.
Like, I saw something else you need now.
Oh man, that'll give you some real experiences. Plus a few extra side hoes.
It's like every time I bring this boat out, my wiener gets wet and tits are out. I don't know what happens.
You have a lot more experiences with that, dude.
So
God.
the story is with the Brabus, Mercedes, especially the G-Wagon is one of the main ones. They basically reinforce it for military spec, so it's able to withstand like fucking 50 caliber bullet.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like it's literally made to withstand everything.
Yeah. Wow.
It's got 800 horsepower, 1,000 newton meters of torque.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so yeah, they're definitely.
Is that purpose just to run over the person it's trying to get to? Like, good
Yeah,
lord.
I know, right? It's like people in the like take that.
We're
to
gonna
the
sink this ship, and we ain't going down with it, but we make sure we got you.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I'm still about that solar roof.
Yeah, so having that solar roof was like literally like that was one of the things why I bought that car, because I was like, man,
Yeah.
I've never owned a car that had a fucking full-on solar roof.
That's pretty cool.
And the car like drives great, everything. But literally like I built it from the ground up.
Mhm.
And I'm like literally now that I have 7 cars, I'm like going.
Wait, so did you put the
Why?
solar roof on it, or was it already on it?
It was already
Got
on
it.
it. It was
Okay.
already on there. That's why that was one of the main reasons why I was willing to invest money into it, because I knew it had something that no other vehicle
Gotcha.
had. So I was like, I'm starting at an advantage. So like, let's fix all the little bullshit and then
Right.
make this thing fucking awesome.
Right.
And that's like even like so the Acura that's right here, the all-wheel drive, the one that's like next to my Tundra in the
Yeah.
driveway.
Mm-hmm.
That Acura is the highest horsepower of Acura ever produced, and it's all-wheel drive.
Wow.
It's people like they call it the sleeper car.
Mm.
The
Because
what
it's
car?
faster than the NSX. And NSX is one of the ones that's like $150,000 for a new NSX.
Oh wow.
The car is a Acura RL. And so it's
Heard
one of
about
the cars that I have sitting in my driveway. It's ridiculous fast.
Yeah, it's like a speed demon, pretty much.
Just not.
And that's
I
my thing
would've
is like
never.
I feel like I'm Jay Leno,
Yeah.
like I'm collecting cars, but I know the cars that I have. Like I know what I have. You know what I mean? Like I know that I have something that like nobody else has. Like I know something that I have is valuable.
I mean,
It's not like a run of the mill.
Yeah,
And then
Like,
once
I'm
you
not
sell,
buying-
you're gonna be like, "Oh, I shouldn't have done it."
you're a collector.
That's what I did with the 300ZX, man. I was literally like going, "Fuck my life." As I'm saying that, like when the lights go out.
Yeah, we're shut down.
Hold on.
I'm about to ask, is that me or is that you?
No, this
It's
literally
the government.
happened. This literally happened actually last time at 4 hours,
Oh shit, are we 4 hours?
around 4 hours. Yeah.
Oh, we're 4 hours.
It did the same shit. I think there's a timer on it, and it's
There
like,
is.
all right, you
Yeah,
need to
yeah,
cool
yeah,
your
yeah,
jets,
yeah,
y'all.
yeah. You're absolutely.
That's awesome, though. It shows you how much like time you can go through if you have a good crowd. You know.
Yeah, definitely.
I think we lost a lot of our crowd.
We did. So I think a lot of our crowd wasn't expecting us. Oh shit, we went back to like fucking. Oh look, Willow's in the frame.
What's up, Peppers?
What's up, baby?
Dude, you got a gnarly setup.
Dude, he does. Bone, come over here and check it out.
I would
Why do you
love
think
to.
I've been
That
trying to
looks
get you on
legit.
the damn podcast, homie?
Yeah, I'm all about it. When do you like? How does this work? Like, do you guys have set schedules or what?
Oh,
On Tuesdays.
every Tuesday, brother.
Every Tuesday?
His
I will make it a
co-host
mission now to come on with you guys all the time.
co-host has failed the last 2 times. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of my original co-hosts, that's a whole different scenario. He was actually the reason why I started the podcast because he had very high anxiety, and I was like, "Hey, if you get it out, you will no longer have anxiety." And I go, "That's why I built this whole entire studio." And then he ended up doing some nefarious things, and I'm not going to talk about that. Yeah. And then Andy ended up buying a house 3 doors down, which is one of my best friends. I've known him for 25 plus years.
How have I not met him yet? Have I met him?
You probably have.
Probably.
I think you have. And like, I'm gonna feel stupid as fuck whenever I introduce you, and you're like, "Oh, we know each other."
You had a couple events here that I wasn't able to attend. He probably was there
too. He's been at a lot of different events and stuff. So anyway, so Andy lives like about a house 3 doors down, and he has not been on this show in the last 3 weeks. Yeah, and I haven't even seen him in like 2.5 weeks.
Have we checked if he's still breathing?
Yes, he actually stopped by my driveway tonight in his new car, and
good for him.
Yeah.
First of 7.
Yeah, right. It's just the beginning for him.
He only has 3.
He only has 3. I remember here. I'm like, my one car.
Hey, I never in a million years thought I would own 7 cars.
You're a collector.
And 2 of
many things.
Yes, I am very much a collector. Like,
I collect koozies.
And you know what's funny? Koozies. Like, there's a rap artist.
I collect koozies.
You do? Isn't that cute?
There's a rap artist that basically says, "Hey, if you can't buy it twice, you can't afford it. You're not rich." And I'm like, what if you buy it 7
times? Rare shit too. Right?
Yeah, and I'm like, even today, I'm driving home and I go, "There's no way I own 7. There's no way."
But who cares if you're not doing anything with it and you don't value them?
But that's my point. That's why I'm like, I'm willing to get rid of them because I'm like, like I buy something.
I would rather do things and have experiences and make memories than have material things.
Oh yeah, and that's exactly where I'm at.
But I understand where he comes from though too, because he understands what he has and other people don't. So if you were to get rid of it, you need to get rid of it to somebody who understands it and has the same value or sees it as the same value as you do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Appreciates it.
Don't just get rid of it and sell it to some Joe Schmo off the road or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, because all the vehicles that I have, like even so you're gonna get a kick out of this. I even have a FedEx van.
You told me that. Wait, what did we call it? What do we call it? It has cameras all around it.
It does.
That sounds like the bang bus. You need a. Yes. I'm not gonna see you on the tow before.
We called it something last time. I forget.
So it has 360 cameras. The cool thing is when if you hit the turn signal, like whether it be right, it turns on the right camera.
Yeah.
And if you turn signal on the left, it turns on the left camera. So it's like I'm like, why can't I have this in all my vehicles? Like, this is fucking badass. Like, she's all like creepy. No, because like I don't gotta worry about side swiping somebody because like I can see what the fuck I'm doing.
Yeah.
Especially when you're driving a big old ass, like, you know.
FedEx. You delivering some packages?
I'm delivering the D.
I got some
packages. Delivering this pipe.
I'm delivering this dick.
At your mom's house. So Bone would be going to the mom's house, not you, because Bone likes the older women.
I don't discriminate, but just so happens that the older women tend to just educate you a little bit more in all aspects, and it's just quite nice.
We're a little wiser.
I'll never forget. Do you remember Jessie, the mom that everybody was freaking out about when I was there at Marty's? Were you there for that?
Yes, I was one of the ones that first interviewed her.
Jessie's mom has got a...
How is that?
I have no idea. Huh? I have no idea where she's at. She I think got back with her ex-husband and moved away and
womp womp.
Yeah, I remember her asking me if because she wanted to move back up north with her daughter or for her daughter. And I remember her asking me as just a young 21, 22-year-old, hey, you should come up with me. I'm like, I wouldn't even know what to do over there.
It sounds like you missed out on a lot of opportunities presented to you as a young buck.
Dude, honestly, yeah, you know, knowing what I know now, if it presents itself again, it's going to be a different ball game. There will be some home runs with it.
And this is why I love Ross, because he's had opportunities that not only knocked on his door, but they like literally kicked his fucking door in. And it's
like
funny
waving in front of you. Hello.
It's funny because like I can relate, because if I look back on my history of life, and I think that's why I gravitate to Ross, is because I'm like,
he sounds like a cool dude.
Oh no, I like love him to death. Like he's literally legitimately like my brother from another mother.
Nice.
And like I don't say that about any of my guy friends, but he's like one of the few. Him and Ross, you remember Caleb?
Caleb. Give me a last name if you can.
Ironically, he's also in the service too. Caleb Thauman. He was at Hillside.
Hillside?
Yep. Remember when
I think I do,
club?
yeah.
Remember we broke his cherry and took him to the strip club?
Oh my god, dude, I forgot about that.
Do you remember about like the stench when we came home? Like I had to fucking Brillo pad ourselves.
Yeah, that was a bad one. That was a bad one.
That was bad, bro. I was like, so I'll never forget. Like, I don't know how we showed up, but like there was a lady that like was an Uber driver that had an Audi or whatever.
An Audi.
And like, I don't remember how many people there was of us, but it was way max capacity for this Audi.
Yeah, if it's the time that I'm remembering, yeah, it was packed.
Yeah,
and I think we like pre-gamed a little bit at Hillside, and then we just dipped from there or something like that.
Yep. And then we went there, and like, oh my god, like yeah, there were some experiences to be had, and then I felt bad for Caleb because like we completely corrupted this.
Oh no,
poor little kid. And like Ross, I wasn't worried about because I'm like, I know
he's too far gone.
He's too far gone. Too far gone.
So I felt like it was like Ross and I like corrupting.
No, I look at it as a learning opportunity. It built character is what it did.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, we had a lot. It was a very memorable experience.
Life's all about experience.
Yeah, that or fuzzy memorable experiences. There was that time. What was it that we did at Hillside 2 with? Now I lost my train of thought. Now thinking about it, because I'm trying to think about it. I couldn't tell you, but next time, I'll definitely figure it out. Oh, you guys wanted to know about the cop situation. I forgot about that story too. The whole cop.
Wait, what cop situation?
Yeah.
Same cop, two different.
Same cop.
Oh yeah, like yeah.
That was the whole purpose of
that was
this
like 4 hours ago.
I know. I just popped back in my head.
I'm looking at the clock. I'm like, yeah, it was.
Literally 4 hours ago.
So we were the chick at the time that I was just talking to, right? And it was this was at like Lake Grapevine as well.
Lovely.
And there was this little back route where we would always take, and I would have picnics all the time or just chill to, hang out or do little illegal substances of some sorts. But
there's a girl that got murdered over there.
Oh God! Well, that just fucking ruined the story. I didn't know. That explains why the cop was probably there.
You know, right?
Oh, Ross was there.
Ross was there.
However, on a brighter note, I'm just chilling with this chick, and we just ended up, one thing led to another, and the cop shined his lights on us, and I was like, oh shit. Yeah. And we got caught. Long story short, he says, hey, don't do this. This is a public park, yada, yada. I was like, even though it's like at 1 o'clock, he goes, yeah, just don't do it again. I was like, okay, yeah, officer, sure. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, tickle, tickle.
Did he ask the girl if she was there on her own?
No, she asked. I mean, she asked like he asked her if she was like okay and like, are you here on like, are you here with him? Do you know him? Kind of deal.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I mean, that's like good vibe checks, right? So she was like, yeah.
I never got those questions.
Mm-hmm.
So then they look at me like I'm not trafficking people.
I don't know why they would look at me like that. I was just nothing but skin and
You
bone
look like
back
a
then.
trafficking type.
Oh God.
Never know,
And,
man. Never know.
Dude, you can never know now on today's
I have a
time.
funny, like not really a funny story, but like I have actually a story about the whole trafficking thing, right? So when I was in production,
Wait, did Ross finish his story? Ross, were you done?
Ross,
No, I was not.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I totally forgot to.
can-
Oh, okay. So next week.
No, you're right. Good job, co-host.
I want to know.
One of us. So then next week, I rinsed and repeated, as terrible as that sounds.
Next
And
summer,
You don't learn his lesson.
Exactly, right? You know, like the chick wasn't just, wasn't my cup of tea, and we agreed to just go our separate ways. And this other chick was like all about it, having a good time. Like, okay, cool. So we get there, dude. Sure enough, the same fucking thing happens, and the cop shines his light on us and just started laughing. And I'm thinking, oh, it's just some fucking kids or something, right? Dick with. I was like, fucking go away. And he goes, hey, dude, it's I need you to step off. And I was like, wait,
Did he
what?
remember you?
Oh yeah, he did. It was a week later. It was just the same.
Was it the same car?
Same cop, same everything.
Oh my god.
But were you in the same car?
Well,
No, this was her car now. This is a different vehicle.
Oh no, he was in her car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this
So
is a
let's
different car.
change the scenario a little bit.
Yeah, and so
Surprise,
this
surprise.
cop, he looks at me, and me and him make eye contact, and I literally just said to him, "Look, let's face it. You've caught me doing worse already. It's fine. Like I'm barely getting a suckle right now. This is nothing." And he starts kind of chuckling and goes, "So who's this one?" And then she looked at me. She was like, "What is he talking about?" And I looked at her. And I was like, "I don't know what he's talking about."
Your ass out.
Oh, that's how he punished me, I think, because then he started laughing and he stepped away from the vehicle. I put my pants back on. She's sitting there waiting. When I get out to talk to him, he goes, "Didn't I tell you not to do this again?" I was like,
big trouble.
"Yeah." And he goes, "Okay, well, are you been drinking?" That's when I got the whole ask the questions. Have you been drinking? Are you smoking? Is there anything in the vehicle? Yada, yada. Because now I'm like a repeated offender. And he goes to her. He goes to her, and says, "Hey, you might want to get." And I looked at him, I was like, "What?" I was like, "What's happening?" She leaves. He takes me home, and he goes, "If I catch you again,
Dang.
this will be a lot different." And I said, "You know what?
You gotta find another spot.
Yeah, exactly. So I found new spots, but at the end of the day, he dropped me off, and I thought he was going to either arrest me or knock on the door and wake my parents up. And if you don't know my dad is an old school burly man. And yeah. I don't care how old you are, you're still my son. I'm gonna beat that ass if I need to. Yeah. And so I was more scared of him knocking on the door, waking up my dad after he dropped me off, than he of the cop himself.
Yeah.
So that's
oh man.
Yeah, that was a little rough one. But the way the cop threw me under the bus, he was like, "So who's this?" And she goes, "Or who's this one?" And I was like, "Oh, dog, why'd you gotta do that?"
You gotta make friends with them. You were now a regular at that point.
Yep. Can't do it again now.
Oh my god. Grapevine has a ton of good spots though. Grapevine,
Lake Louisville.
Yeah.
Yep.
If the Mexicans can hide out there, I mean, so can you.
Right?
Dude, there are seriously some families that live in those woods, I swear.
There was one time, because I got a little aluminum bass boat. It's nothing crazy. It's like a 5-person. It's for fishing, for me and my dad to go catfishing and stuff on. Yeah. It fits in the garage. But me and him, I was able to take it out once and show him this island that me and my buddy used to fish when we kayaked. And we got there now. There was like, I don't know how the hell they got there, but there was like tents of homeless people sleeping out on this island. I'm like, how did you paddle? Like, how did you get here?
There is an island on Grapevine.
Mm-hmm.
Or there used to be, at least.
Yeah, well, I think it floods all the time now. It's just the trees, but when it's dry, it's a pretty.
We used to have
island
parties
fish.
out there. We used to paddleboard out there and have parties.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Then that little island over
cliff
there.
diving, because like I went out.
That's
there.
a PK, Possum Kingdom.
No. There's cliff diving at Grapevine. Like I got video and I got pictures of like
Dude, I don't know where. What cove?
it was close
Yeah,
to
I've never
a
been in
marina.
cliff diving.
Not a big cliff.
It's pretty. It's like 25 feet.
The lake must have been way low.
No,
I don't know. I would never do no
I got
cliff
pictures.
diving in Louisville or Grapevine. All the stumps and
Yeah.
the way that bottom of the lake just grabs you and holds onto you. They've done like body recoveries at Lake Grapevine and Louisville. People just like
Yeah.
sucked in from the bottom, still hanging. You know, like
Well, the
they try to
problem-
push off of it.
the problem with like Louisville and stuff, and majority of the drownings are usually at the parks, and they probably alcohol involved. I'm not like saying that, you know.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, there is an undertow, but like, I've been on that lake. I don't know how many
For
fucking
years.
and like I know that lake so well. Like I can navigate it at night with just like
Oh wow.
yes, yeah, like
Louisville?
Louisville, yeah.
Yeah, I can. Well, Grapevine's a 7-mile lake, so it's so easy.
Well, Grapevine's a little bit tricky.
It's so easy. It's 7 miles straight.
Yeah,
You get the dam, go back to the cove. Like it's
I don't like Grapevine to me is dirtier than Louisville.
really
Yeah.
no.
They actually have a generator or whatever that circulates the water, whereas Louisville does not have that.
Louisville's just pissed.
No, don't get me wrong. Louisville's a shit lake. Like I fucking hate Louisville.
It's a good time. It's a completely different.
I love Ray Roberts because it is clean, but I hate the fact that
so
my
family
parents
friendly.
and all the drama out.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I think I've only been there twice,
Uh-huh.
but it was like super chill. There wasn't like a party cove.
And
Like not like
Ray
Louisville.
Roberts?
Yeah, Louisville had the biggest party cove. that
So
I've seen.
Ray Roberts, if you go into Isle de Bois, like if you go into the little party cove area,
Mhm.
it's actually sand,
Mm.
and it's
Is it kind of like Texoma?
yes,
Okay,
a lot like
Mm.
Texoma, where you can like
that's fun.
and all the boats like
Yeah.
literally line up, and then like
That's a good time.
We usually have like sand volleyball or water volleyball. Like we usually have like a lot of stuff set up
Yeah.
so that like we can have a good time.
Yeah,
I definitely need to buy me another boat or something. I need to get back into this game.
I second that bone.
Yeah, you don't need another boat. Just come out on mine.
Get it.
They're good.
I'll help pay for it. I don't give a damn.
Dude, that's what my friend Aaron did. Him and his buddy Dan got a boat to get the Supra. They bought it together.
Yeah, see, I'm like, I don't want to rely on other people.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, like my boat will be badass. Like once I get the interior done,
Like a Babas.
like I have all of the flooring.
Mhm.
So it originally had Berber carpet, which was great.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I don't know where the fuck it ended up.
But if you sell your shit that you don't want, you could get the cabin boat you want.
And I could sell that boat too and get, yeah.
Even more, yeah.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
And so the
Awesome
thing was, it's
point.
like, I want something trailable, right?
Mm.
And so today I saw there was a 36 foot, I think, Sea Ray.
Mhm.
That is still trailerable. It still fit on my trailer. So I have a triple axle trailer. So like I'm very much able to upgrade
Yeah.
as far as the boat's concerned. It suits my boat perfectly fine. But like if I want to get a bigger boat, like I have the trailer now, which is a lot of the people's problem that buy bigger boats. They don't have a fucking trailer that can handle that extra weight.
Yeah.
But because my trailer is aluminum, doesn't have rust, it's not so I can back it into the ocean
Right.
and not have to worry about rust or anything like that. So like my last trailer was steel.
Mm.
So it was very strong, but the whole entire trailer had to be, coated and everything else.
Right.
And it was a dual axle. And so like once you got up to 60 plus miles an hour, the trailer started to do the whole what we call the walk. It
Okay.
starts going left, right, left, right, left, right, and you're like going, oh, so then you got to slow down.
Yeah.
Just today I'm dying. Yeah, the fishtails are always scary.
Yeah, so that's
It's
why I
scary,
bought,
but it just gets out of hand very quickly.
and that's why I bought the triple axle, because the triple axle, like, it's completely stable. I can go 80, 90 miles an hour, and it's just like the Tundra pulls it like it's not even back there. So like that's the good thing. But like I want to upgrade. I want to buy a bigger boat. Just because I love the boat that I have. I love the sponsons. I love the way I can dial it in. But at the same time, I'm like, I've slept on the boat a couple times, and I'm like, I'd really like to have like AC.
Yeah, especially in these hot summers.
Yeah. Well, usually when I sleep on that boat, I sleep on the outside. Like I'm not in the cabin where and granted the cabin has fucking memory foam mattress, so like it's comfy, but it's claustrophobic as fuck.
Yeah.
And me, I'm like, I gotta have like open space. Like if I'm camping, I want to see the stars. Like I want to see things going on around me. And so like that's why anytime I sleep in that boat, I sleep like on the outside.
Yeah. Well, like, last night would have been a great night for that. The weather was amazing.
Yeah, it was cool.
Mm-hmm.
I know this morning and stuff when I woke up and like drove to work, I'm like, damn, it's like 70 degrees. It was fucking perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was so nice. I was like,
What is the weekend temperature? Is it going to be good or is it going to be
It's supposed to be raining, I think, too.
Is it? Is it supposed to be
I
raining?
think so.
Boo.
Ew. Yeah, that would not be fun. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. All my events are inside.
Although, like, I went, not with this boat, but with my parents' boat, it all of a sudden started, like, downpouring, like, storm came in.
Mm-hmm.
And I pulled into a slip over at Pier 121.
Really?
No bullshit. Like, they had a refrigerator that was completely filled with beer. We pulled in there and we like fucking tied up and everything, and I was like, we opened that fridge and we're like,
oh.
we're like, damn, this night just got infinitely better.
That happened to me in Galveston one time. I was with one of my best friends, and we snuck into one of those hotels, like the really nice one, and acted like we were there for a while, like we were, staying there, but we weren't. And like they would serve us, and
Saturday night,
we got to
74 degrees.
Nice.
All right, who wants to camp? Let's go.
We were drinking.
What about it? I got a good tent.
Oh yeah, that's the way to go,
bro. I got a tent right now that like has a.
I have an 8-person tent.
Oh, that's so childish.
I know, right?
So the one that I have,
fun tent.
Over 6 foot.
And it's like Sleep 16.
Why?
Because it has a patio overhanging and it has an enclosure. So like a think about.
Man, they ain't fucking camping. What is this?
It's a tent. No, it's a tent. Don't get me wrong, but it has a area where you take your shoes off, right?
Okay.
And like where your cooler is, so like in case you just want to grab a beer, grab whatever, you don't have to
keep all the dirt out.
Yes, and then you walk in past that once you take your shoes off and everything, and then there's 2 other areas where you can sleep. So it sleeps like 16 fucking people. Oh yeah, dude, I'm all about camping. I'm all about like.
All right, I just looked it up. A 16-person tent. My lord, it's a 3-room.
Yeah, I told you the front foyer. Then this, yeah,
looks nice, but you gotta find. I don't really know if I want to camp with 16 people. That's too much.
No, you buy it because you want space. Yeah. You want room.
For 2
2 people.
$280, that's really not that bad.
Yeah.
For how much?
$280.
Oh, which one did you find?
$280 at Walmart. It was $279. It's Ozark Trail 16-person 3-room tent. Is that a deal?
Yeah, because mine was like in the Mm-hmm. It's in the 900 range.
Probably got one fancy one.
Yeah, you want to get quality gear with all that stuff because of the weathering and the stitching. Yeah. So every tarp that I've bought and every tent that I've bought has been maybe no less than $700, I would say.
There's one that looks like a small house and it's $500.
But is it Walmart?
No, it's Academy.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't even see one.
So Walmart does not sell the tent that I have.
There's a big dome that looks like a big dome, like a hut. That's $1,000. I don't see one
Is that a Ute?
Look up
my God.
the tents that I have real quick. It's called
Yeah.
Seek Out Wolf. They're not like crazy. This is the stuff that I'm used to take camping with.
Yeah. There's
It
one
has, like,
even
a
on
little-
Amazon. It's a large black inflatable nightclub.
What?
Devin, that sounds like something you would get.
Yes.
Yes, 100%.
I put my JBLs in there.
Dude, it's a literally 30 by 20 by 13 foot disco cube gazebo event house that's a blow up.
Let me.
nightclub.
Oh, it's a blow up.
Yeah.
Let me see. Oh yeah, that reminds me of the underground parties that I used to go to. Oh my!
That's probably what they all get for like Coachella or whatever. Those big blow up things.
So I went to this one party. It was a completely like so I used to back in the day go to like a lot of underground parties and shit. One of the ones I went to, like it was a literally like a warehouse out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah.
We get there and like it is just fucking bass is pumping. Everybody's having a great time. I walk up to the studio, like where the DJ is and shit like that. And I'm like checking out their system, checking out what they got. And like all of a sudden, these stupid fucking people with their drinks, right? Like they're carrying them, no lids on, no nothing. Spill all over the audio board.
Oh God.
And so like I see this happening and I'm like immediately unplugging everything, like trying to like fucking grab shirts, grab whatever and
Yeah.
cover, and like literally the music stops. It was like and like literally did that shutdown like sound, right? And so I'm like going, oh fuck, like we had a catastrophe here. And so like I'm unplugging, like trying to remember like what I unplugged,
Yeah.
and like it was literally water liquid all over boards, all over the amps, everything. And I'm like going, oh fuck. So luckily we unplugged everything, and then we're able to get everything dry and then plug everything back in, and the party like continued. But yeah, it was one of those things that like when you have that portability, that type of venue, like you don't think about, right? Like
Right.
people come in like they're sloshed.
Sounds like
They want to hang out with a DJ. They want to come like talk
Yeah.
and blah blah. Blah.
right.
That's literally what happened. But yeah, like
I'm too old to babysit people like that.
those people fucking annoy the
That's
shit.
Too old for that.
Yes, exactly.
I just get drunk and burn my tit. Burn my tits forever. And I'm like, what happened here?
When what?
You didn't even know I was that drunk. You were like, what? You were good.
I never once saw your tit. Never once saw.
That's
like,
not true. I literally like drove. We rode like the whole way back, and I was like, "Woo!"
I was the captain. You were in front of me. I could not see anything. Now everybody on the left side and the right side got to see shit.
I was like,
I didn't get to see
Free
nothing.
the tits.
I'm the captain here.
Fuck
and
did
I
I
got
miss out
nothing.
on this like
It is a
episode of
Sunset show.
Free Willy?
Oh my god, that was fun though.
But that's what I love about Jackie. She's just like no fucks given.
No fucks given.
Exactly.
You gotta
No-
live life like that, you know. You gotta live it in a safe, respectable manner, but at the same time,
Yeah.
when you're ready to throw down and have a good time because you're meant to like just
Yeah,
chill
we were still safe. All of us were safe.
yeah. As long as that's happening.
Yeah, it was like-
Oh, and that's why I like to be on my boat because you know
I told you that. I was like, I
I know.
like hanging out with you on your boat because I always feel safe on your boat.
a lot of years of experience on a lot of boats and a lot of
I used to get on those big boats where you had like 50 people or more, and
yeah.
you just never knew what was going to happen. No, you don't trust anybody.
Yeah.
You don't know them very well.
Mm.
Anything can happen. No one gives a fuck about you. You
No.
know? They could leave your ass, you know?
Yep.
But we come with the people, we leave with the people that we go with on Devin's boat. So we take care of each other.
That's good. That's really good.
Devin and Chad.
So just so you know, Chad's her inflatable.
My inflatable boyfriend. Like
He
Like
brings
everybody
everywhere.
knows Chad too now. Like it's
Oh yeah, like everybody sees it. Like, oh, it's Chad.
Chad and Jackie.
That's why,
Big
like,
Mac,
when I
too.
did the advertisement and I put Chad, like, I was like, oh yeah, everybody's
Yeah.
gonna know. Like,
So funny. But I've been going out there for years. I've had Chad since like 2018. Wow. Mm-hmm.
Chad's
The
lived
inflatable?
a good life.
You just blow him and takes care of him.
See? It's
All day,
simple way
baby.
of living.
He's a simple
All
man.
you gotta do is just.
But
how
I
you keep
did,
him
so I
happy
did
now.
get a new Chad. I did, and the way you blow him up, they're not the dual valves. It's harder to blow him. I literally broke with sweat blowing him. It was so hard. I was like, this is the hardest blowjob I've ever given. It was breaking a sweat. It was awful. But like the other one, you can literally blow up in like 2 minutes. So the newer ones are.
So how long
they're
does the
not
new
so
Chad
updated.
take to blow up?
Like 5 or more. It was awful.
Oh my
You like Chad?
Lanta.
No, actually, I think it took longer than that for real. It was a mess. I was like, is it worth it? Is he worth it?
Is he worth it? Is Chad worth it?
No, yeah, it was different. They're cheap. They have black ones on Amazon. They have all different races and they have, like,
Ethnicities?
yeah, they have like bandanas around some of them. You could put someone's face on one of them. You can print out. I could print out your face, Devin, and put it on Chad.
Then he wouldn't be Chad
I
anymore.
know, it'd be Devin. Also, the newer one literally says Chad on the tube on the side. It has his name on it. I'd never named Chad. His name was always Chad. Yeah, he's just a hottie with a body.
Hottie with an inflatable body.
Yeah.
He holds my drink for me and everything.
He's such a gentleman.
He really is.
He's a scholarly guy.
He really is.
That's why he comes out
Gentleman
to
and a scholar.
I can't wait. We gotta go soon. We gotta go to the lake soon.
When's the last time you guys went?
What?
Last time I
When's
went,
the last time you guys went?
yeah, 2 or 3 weeks. Because I was out on 4th of July. I think that's the last time I was out. 4th of July weekend. I was out like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Solid.
Yeah, and that was the day you went out with Natalie. That Sunday, we saw you out. It was, and that was when that storm came.
Yeah.
I was like, what was that 2 weeks ago? I think it was.
The storm was July 7th.
Okay, a little bit after, the week after.
You came out.
Was that a Sunday?
I believe so.
Yeah, because we got on.
June 23rd was the last time you were out. Damn, it's been a fucking month.
Not me.
Yeah.
No, I was out July 4th weekend. We were out July 4th weekend.
According to that group picture.
That was with you.
Yeah.
The other time you went out with Natalie and we went out with Chris and Brandon.
Yeah, I already told you that
Yeah.
date. That date and time.
Yeah. That was the last time we both were out though.
That was July 7th.
Yeah, that's the last time we both were out. Yeah, that was fun.
Because I went to my little spot. Yeah, like there's literally nobody around.
Yeah.
And I love that spot because actually you can like beach it now.
We had our friend. Oh, really? Now you can.
Nice.
We had our friend from in town from California, so she wanted to have a little party.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm like usually like so. Just FYI, if I have a boat full of people, I'll go to Party Cove just because
It was dead that day, anyways.
Yeah, like there was literally when I pulled up, Ross, there was like literally 7-8 boats.
No, yeah, it was.
And I was
chill
like,
day.
yeah,
it was
nope.
a super chill day. I think people knew the winds were coming,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
and it was the 4th of July weekend. It was that Sunday. People had been out Friday. People had been out Saturday. You know, Thursday. Even some people were out Thursday. So
Have you ever been to like Yacht Cove?
no.
So if you go closer to 35, like if so, like you go through the little slip, and then you go towards like Sneaky Pete's, but then you hang a right. So instead of going left towards Sneaky Pete's, if you hang a right, there's a little island they called
Goat Island.
Goat Island.
Goat Island.
Yeah,
Yeah, we used to go over there a lot. I didn't know it was yacht, whatever.
We call it Yacht Island, like because that's where like a lot of the us bigger yachts and
Yeah.
stuff like will dock up and like we don't have to deal
I
with
like that cove. Yeah.
the little tiny wakeboarding
Right.
boats and all that shit.
I like that cove. It's a good.
Yeah, no, like I love that cove because like people that go out
We never
there,
go over there.
I know, because like if we're gonna stay out late, I'll go there.
Yeah.
If we're gonna stay out late, like most people on Party Cove are like vominos.
Out by like 4 or 5. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I'll usually go to like the Yacht Cove is what I call it, or like Goat Island is it?
Yeah. Goat Island. Mm-hmm.
I'll usually go out there like if I'm gonna stay late because a lot of times I'll like to go underneath 35 and go like towards like where my parents live.
Yeah.
And see all like my favorite house, the white one that my boy Matt Dill is listed for sale. I'm like, fucking I want that house so bad.
Sell your shit.
I was like, I want
sell your
house.
shit.
I was like, Matt, like, let me have the house.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like I love going out that area, like crossing under 35 and seeing like because there's literally nobody over there.
Yeah.
But like Yacht Cove and stuff, like if I go there, like Goat Island and stuff, like I will dock if we're gonna hang out for like a long period of time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta.
But like if we're gonna hang out for a few hours, then like no.
Meh.
Yeah. I'll go to my little beach area.
Yeah. You gotta be in the right mood with the right people, the right atmosphere for Party Cove.
Yeah. When you got to know, like, okay, when's everybody got to be home? Like, when's everybody got to be back to wherever they got to go?
What's your curfew?
And that's always the challenge. Because I'm like, I always like anticipate, like, because a lot of people
Saturdays are usually pretty flex, but Sundays are when people are like, well,
I gotta do this.
Yeah.
Hey, when are you in town, homie?
I am currently in town for this next 2 weeks. It looks like it from my scheduling.
Nice.
All right, so Saturday.
Yes.
I can go Saturday. I can go Sunday.
What?
I said I'm out Saturday, but I can go Sunday.
Oh, you got your concert or whatever, right?
I'm going to that psychic. I'm doing the Playboy party and then the psychic, and then maybe if I
Where's the psychic at?
It's at the Majestic Theater, and then after that,
Do I gotta get
there's
tickets?
like this rave. Yeah, I don't think they're that expensive though.
I don't care.
Yeah, I think they're like $25.
Send me
I don't
the
know.
stuff,
I'll send it to you.
the information.
I'll send it to you.
So Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday.
All right. Sunday, Ross, what are you doing?
Whatever you're doing.
That's right, baby.
That's the right answer. All right, we're coming out on the lake. Sunday it is. Sunday fun day. We're going out on the lake.
Oh, that sounds
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Hell
You
yeah.
have no idea what you're about to get into.
Uh-oh.
You're gonna meet Chad.
You're gonna be Jack.
Let's see what Chad can do.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
It's a good time.
All right,
Good
so
time,
Sunday, what
indeed.
time we playing it?
We'll figure it out.
Where you at? Hey, text me your address so I can see how far you are from my house right now. So I know what time I got to be there.
All right.
Either way, it'll be fun.
So usually we meet at my slip, but I'll go ahead and send you my Addy.
Yeah, it's always a good time.
Yeah, luckily you guys have timed out like being out at my slip at like literally as I'm pulling up. Like I'm like, yeah, I just bought 40 fucking pounds of ice.
We're pretty good about it.
Yeah, what was it?
Dude, you live. Oh my god, you're like 18 minutes away from me, dude.
God,
18 minutes.
you guys are
Yes.
neighbors, basically. I'm
I
like
had no
40
idea.
away.
No, I knew he lived like especially if you're staying at your parents' house. I knew it wasn't far.
Yeah. Well, we worked at Marty's too. Even then, it was like that. So it's not the same house. So yeah, you're not far at all, bro.
No, not at all.
Yeah, you can see my new truck.
Oh shit! What kind of truck did you
Yeah.
get?
I bought, and here's why I did this. I normally would not do this because it's ridiculous with the way the market was right now. I would never buy a brand new vehicle. However, in the state of Texas, trucks that are used right now that are 5 or 6 years old are going for just as much as brand new vehicles. So I'd rather be in something brand new that I know where it's been and be just as fine. So I bought a Ram 2024 2500. That's just your black model. I saved money. I got shitty ass tires on it right now. It saved me like $4,000. So it just needs tires and wheels on it here soon. But other than that, I bought that and gonna get it tinted, lifted, and steps and metal front and back bumpers because I don't want to hit a deer all the time I go up to the mountains.
Yeah.
That fucking suck.
I was gonna say I got plenty of rims.
What don't you have?
I was roll 35s. What'd you say? The flu?
No, I said a fucking clue.
Oh, close enough still.
No, like I literally have 24-inch rims in my backyard. I have
A fucking clue.
I have 19-inch rims in my garage, brand new, still in original box. I have AMG fucking rims that are valued at I think like $2,000 a piece. That's for my Mercedes, obviously, because I had to have track tires and then I had to have regular street tires. Because I'm a fucking idiot.
I might have you help finance some, or not finance, help me with my finances and stuff. Shit, dude.
Well,
I'm pretty good with my money, but I need to get on your level.
Right.
So here's the funny thing. Like, nobody knows this. This, like, I haven't told anybody. So
you're about to tell
the
the
whole
world.
world's about to know. Yeah, the whole world, dude.
So you remember, like, I was talking about, like, my post about, like, the stock trades and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So apparently it got wind to, in the beginning, 2 different trade companies, right? One out of New York and one, I don't even know where their base location is, the second place. So they basically were like in competition with me for like who can, at the end of the week, who can have the most money generated. And so like that started, and now I belong to 12 finance companies. And the latest finance company, no bullshit, like I'm not even exaggerating, gave me $500 free money utilizing their new AI platform to test their new AI platform.
Okay.
See,
And whatever
that's the
whatever
reason why
profit.
sorry, my bad.
No, you're good. Like
You were lagging for a second, so I thought you stopped.
No, you're good. So like whatever profit I get from that $500, I get to keep plus that $500.
Okay.
And so that's why I'm trying to steer everybody like not away from Bitcoin, because like Bitcoin right now is untapped. And if Trump comes into office, Bitcoin is going to be a huge fucking deal, because he's all about crypto. He's all in on crypto. He's all in on taking the money from Federal Reserve and decentralizing it. And that's exactly what Bitcoin is. It's basically taking the power from the Federal Reserve into a decentralized place where your money is not dictated based on the economy. It's dictated on the value of your money, period. And that's why I was like trying to slow y'all's roll about the whole Bitcoin thing.
Well, I had Bitcoin and I got crypto. I got a little bit of both, and it's done nothing for me.
Well, Bitcoin is crypto.
Whatever. Same shit. I got it, and it did nothing for me.
So, and it's funny, like Ross, like to your point, like it's funny that like
you can get black market stuff on there though.
If you have money, people want to give you money. Like literally, like they handed me.
Weird how that works.
It doesn't make sense. It's absolutely absurd and mind blowing that like if you have money, then they're willing to give you money for free, no strings attached. But like if you need money, oh, there's all these strings attached. I'm like,
I mean, unless you're an immigrant.
Unless you're an immigrant.
I'm good.
Yeah, do you hear about that? Like, there's like a new wave of 5,000 coming out too. after Biden resigned. I'm like, oh, good lord.
What, 5,000 what?
Immigrants coming over the border. They're like marching their way
Probably a
over.
lot more than that.
I was gonna say that's a small number.
Oh yeah, easily.
Yeah, I was like 5,000. Oh shit! Well, that's good.
No, we can.
Yeah.
We reduced it.
We're doing something.
Oh man.
Uh-oh.
So what is the solution to all this?
I can't say my answer because it looks like I'm a bad person.
Now I want to know.
We'll
save
all I'm
it.
saying, if I was
We'll save
on
it
that
for Sunday.
fence where, yeah, okay, yeah.
We'll save it for Sunday where there's no. We'll have. Well, I was gonna say we have to turn all phones off.
Yeah, I'm serious.
They're listening to
No,
us.
we can't put it in airplane mode. Everybody's phone's got to be off. Dude, that's what's fucked up. Like you can't even like. So just going into tech, right? Like, if you communicate, they can hear your conversation.
Yeah.
The vibrations of the wall.
What?
Yes, like they have like the sophisticated technology, bro. Like, and I'm surprised you don't know this because, like, they can hear conversations. They can see heat signatures inside your house being outside in the parking lot.
I heard that was from something that they created a new device. Someone did. I don't know who they is, but they said that they
Nobody
can
ever
hack
does.
into your. Yeah, right. They said they can hack into your Wi-Fi to get like a radar signal, right? To do what like dolphins and bats do.
So,
echosonic
Hey, like, whenever
location or
you're
whatever.
Downloading apps
And they-
or agreeing to all these.
so what he's talking about is the Wi-Fi signal. So I know I'm like, damn it!
Were you doing a repeat?
Did I do this last time?
I-
Son of a bitch! Where's my water?
Oh my
Fuck my water!
There's one in there, I think.
All right. So what you're talking about is based on the Wi-Fi signal and the strength. When it bounces off, it knows exactly where you are in each room of the house.
Yeah, it's like echolocating your. It could paint an image of your
It's,
rooms.
it's a Wi-Fi signal.
Won't give you like details like a camera could, but it would give you like a signature of like how tall you are, how heavy you could possibly be.
That's crazy.
You know, yeah, but it can't give you like details like your face structures, from my understanding at least. But I remember reading that somewhere online too.
Yeah.
It's like what?
Dang, that's so crazy.
Yeah, it's to the time where it's like we're just circling back to now. It's going to be like another third world country. It seems like at some point.
I'm just wondering when they're going to come after me for my blood because I'm unvaxxed.
Hey, yeah, I could see that being a thing too in the future of just you being a precious entity or thing of that nature, right?
Y'all remember
the
The
whole-
Handmaid's Tale? Did y'all ever watch that?
Mm-mm.
They talked. Oh, you didn't? It's a twisted show. It's basically the population is so low that women become like servants of these rich families to produce babies for them.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that like on Netflix or something?
Say what? Like, can you tell me that again?
The Handmaid's Tale.
Uh-huh.
The population gets so bad where they're at that they create this like society, and it's supposed to be amazing, right? That the rich and powerful basically have these women who are like they're kind of like their slave servant or whatever, but they produce babies for them because like the population gets so bad people stop being able to produce kids. So the ones that can produce them are like gold, but they become essentially servants to produce. That's all they do. They reproduce. And if they don't, they either kill you or they like beat you or torture you. It's crazy. Anyways, the Handmaid's Tale goes through like, and they don't get to keep their kids. Their kids become these other people's kids. They don't
Property of the
them.
state?
Yeah, property of the families. Yeah, that are paying for that. So they get free and all that. But it's fucking twisted. And they talk about, well, people have said this could be our future.
That goes back to hiding things in plain sight.
Doing what?
Hiding things in plain sight.
Yeah.
Goes back to what Ross was saying earlier about movies that predict
Yeah.
the future.
You should watch it though. It's twisted. Some parts are kind of disturbing even.
Yeah.
But I kind of like those like psychological thriller.
Oh, I
kind of
love
things.
those.
Yeah.
Those ones that make you like think, and then depending on how you interpret it, like even
Well, the shows like after you see it, you're like, what? Oh my god!
Like-
And you like have to see the next one.
Black Mirror.
Oh my god! But here's the thing about Black Mirror: is Black Mirror every episode was different.
Yep.
You didn't have to watch the one before that to
Right.
watch the second one. They all had different plots,
Yep.
but they were all so twisted.
They are.
The one where like you can tell, like you see the day when you die, like you know when you die, and the one whenever they had the memory, you could like delete memory or go back to memory. Oh, they were so crazy.
So it's funny because
Have
like
you never seen all the Black Mirrors, Ross?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's a twisted show. There's one that's interactive. You can like choose.
yes, and I
That-
actually
I was
I,
What the fuck?
Sick.
and you know what the funny thing is about that, like the like I watched after like how they made it type thing,
Yeah,
and it was
bet you did.
it was really interesting because like it's never been done. So they used a program that's like a project management tool.
Yeah,
So that says if and. So like if you choose this, then this happens.
Right.
If you choose that, then this happens.
right.
And like they branched out. And I'm like going, I want to shoot a fucking movie like that. Like I want
Whoa,
to
that's-
where everybody in the audience presses and whoever the majority wins, right? Chooses the destination
Yeah,
of where the film and stuff goes.
that's cool.
And like yeah, I saw that Black Mirror episode and I saw the behind the scenes and I was like going, oh my god, like that is fucking brilliant.
I was almost like afraid to watch it because I was like, this is dark. Like it could be really dark.
There's one, did you see the one about like I think it was like all the people that are influencers and stuff?
Yeah, yeah,
That one was fucked up.
yeah.
What was this one?
There's one where it's like influencers, right? And like literally this woman's live was like a Netflix series,
Saying
basically.
how many likes? Yeah,
Yeah, and she was like, and people were like looking at her like, "Oh, you did that? Like, you're a terrible person. You chose that." She's like, "It wasn't me, motherfucker." And so she was like, "I got to take down."
it ruined her life.
It did, and she had to take down Selma Hayek, right?
I don't know.
I think that was so. Selma Hayek was the person that was pulling all the strings and basically suing this chick, and chick was trying to sue her. Like it was just like this convoluted. Oh my god, son of a biscuit!
Are you see? Can you see this, Ross?
I can, yes, I can.
I'm sorry.
God damn it. Son of a bitch! I'm not even drunk. Fuck.
I'm about to say, what's in the flash, buddy?
Well, last time, I don't know. I was like, "What are you drinking?" Because after 2 hours, he was like slurring. And I was like, "Bruh." I was like, "Good talk, but no."
All the work.
So funny.
Yeah. So my drink is gone. Might explain.
No,
the
my
hiccups.
explain.
But yeah, like the Black Mirror episodes and stuff, especially with the robotic stuff, like when
Yeah.
the dogs started attacking and shit. I'm like going, dude,
Crazy.
Boston Dynamics like literally has the same fucking dog.
Yeah. Did you ever watch American Horror Story?
No, I haven't. It's good.
Not any of them.
I don't think so.
The Asylum one was my favorite. If you like psychological thriller, I'm surprised you haven't watched E-dge. It's really good.
Which one was the one that had
Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
It was a hotel one.
that was the second one, right? Second season?
No, Lady Gaga was in way later.
Oh, way later. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah. I think the Asylum is the second one.
Oh, okay. That's the one you liked, right?
I like that one.
All right, I'm gonna have to check it out.
Yeah.
It's like I love all those like psychological things you walk away from, like in different interpretation. Like this is one of the things I like is like when I watch something with a group of people and then we walk away with different like understandings of like the film, like
Yeah.
the one you were talking about with like Teslas that were crashing and all that sort of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I took away something completely different than my parents, and it was really fucking weird.
Then you should watch The Fall of the House of Usher.
Fall in the House.
The Fall of the House of Usher.
Is that like
It is twisted at the very end. You're like, oh my god, like it's just twisted, but it's cool. It's like you're like at first you're like what? It's like you just don't know what's gonna happen next, and it all comes together at the end. It's so good, and it's a short like series. It's a short like limited series. The Fall of the House of Usher. It's really
on
What's it called
Netflix?
again?
I think it's on Netflix.
Yep,
My
it's on
friend Johnny was having a rough week, and I was like, "Get your ass over here. Let's hang out." And he came over, and we like literally binged it for the whole day. I think he left around like 3 a.m. because we were watching all of it. I was like, "You have to see it. Yeah, and we're this far. You have to finish it." It was so good, though.
And my thing is like I have one of the
I'll
best,
have to look into these.
and like not even like kudos to me. Like I have one of the best video setup,
Then you can
audio,
really watch
picture.
it. Yeah,
Yeah, and I'm like, and my thing is like I'm trying to find something that's like just it's so badass sound picture. Because like I haven't
how much do you
found
watch
anything.
TV and movies?
Huh?
How often do you watch movies and TV? That already tells me. What's the point? If you're not going to use it,
Well, no, I do, but I'm like I'm trying to think of like any good quality movies that I've watched that I was like mind blown. Like
you were like, whoa, like Game of Thrones kind of stuff.
I never was. Ironically, and I worked for the company. I was never into Game of Thrones.
There is, what's it called? I'll think of it.
Like Six Underground was pretty good as far as picture quality and as far as like soundtrack and like audio.
Dude, watch Furiosa.
What is it?
On Furiosa, the new Mad Max. Watch that on your TV with your sound. You'll enjoy it.
Furiosa?
The new Mad Max, Furiosa. I don't know if you're a Mad Max fan. But the new one, Furiosa.
I think I
really
watched the last Mad Max. Yeah, actually, I remember seeing that. Okay, cool.
This one is new, and if you like good quality sound and picture, that's a good one to watch.
Like my thing is like, and that's what I was trying to tell my buddy Andy. I was like, dude, like the biggest challenge for me is like I have an IMAX certified TV.
Yeah.
Like trying to find IMAX
Furiosa
certified.
I just saw Twisters, the movie.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah, I did.
How was it?
Wednesday.
She wants to go see it.
It's so good.
Is it good?
Yeah, I'm terrified of tornadoes, but this movie was good.
Really?
Mhm.
Makes it feel better. They just dropped it really high and pretty much over after that.
They did what?
I said they just pick you up and drop you really high. Other than that, it's pretty much over.
Really? The pressure? Is there any pressure or anything?
I don't know. Like I know, like the Twisters, they say you don't want to be in metal because apparently it twists the metal.
Yeah, there's like pressure, like
yeah
things.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I've heard. I have no idea.
Stuck up in Twisters. They don't count how many bodies. You don't have that many bodies, but how many cows do you have, dude? In Twisters, how many cow deaths are there really? No, but the new one's really good. The new one's it's based out of Oklahoma, and there's like 3 tornadoes a week. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, Oklahoma gets hit hard yearly.
But the weird thing is that in the movie, there's all these tornadoes, and guess what? Not a single fucking place has a basement or a storm cellar. Not a single place.
Which is weird because that's all there is in Oklahoma usually.
It's like, why the fuck do you not build a fucking bunker like
what?
Zuckerberg? Hello.
No, yeah, seriously. Like,
Because I'm poor.
If you know that you have tornadoes all the time and they're trying to save people from these tornadoes, build shelter.
That's why I buy a lot.
You think that would be in a house if you were to buy a house or a lot, right? You think that would be in it.
I wonder if Oklahoma just has like weird soil or something that they can't do that for some reason.
They probably have sandy loam like we do here. Actually, they don't have sandy loam. I think they have. I'm not 100% certain, but I feel like they don't have basements like they do in Missouri.
No.
And it has to do with the bedrock. It has to do with the soil content. It has to do with the water table, and it has to do with the whether it's sandy loam or whatever. That's the problem with we have here. We have sandy loam, so you can't dig a basement because of the sand. It'll move and all that sort of shit.
Some places
makes
with basements, they creep me the fuck out.
There was a house that we listed when I was in real estate in Hearst that actually had a basement, and we were like,
Yeah.
what? And like none of us, like, we literally saw the listing of like
I've
bullshit.
seen too many true crime.
We were like,
horror.
bullshit, it does not have a fucking basement. And we pulled up the floor plan, and the
Has a
motherfucker has a basement.
Dude, there are some sick basements though. Like I used to watch House Hunters all the time, and the things you can do with the basement.
Oh yeah,
they don't all have to be scary.
so like when I was in Missouri, all the houses had fucking basements.
Yeah.
And the house that we stayed in had a basement.
But how many tornadoes are there in Missouri?
Not very many. But you know what you have to worry about in Missouri?
What?
Earthquakes.
Really?
That was the first house we've ever been in that had an earthquake detector.
Wow.
And I was like, "What?"
I've never.
I'm like, "What? What do we do?" Like at the end,
Did we have an earthquake yesterday?
we did 4.9.
Whoa.
No, we did not.
We were talking about it. I got alerts, and it was like, "Did anyone hear that shake?" And I
You
was
want to
like,
hear the
"No."
fucked up part? Like we're gonna deep dive into another conspiracy.
Okay. Shoot.
I literally watched something last night, and this like gave me fucking chill bumps today.
Okay.
Yeah. What is it? Is it Dr. Pepper? Oh, I don't drink that. No.
He needs water.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
Kool-Aid.
You know, I don't drink. Only time I drink Dr. Pepper is if I'm making my smoked Dr. Pepper.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand Dr. Pepper otherwise. I just.
What about Dr. Salt?
Huh? Do what? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't. I took my headphones off so I can
Dr.
hear you.
Salt.
No, I'm not Patrick. I don't need salt.
He was on earlier, I think.
I know. I saw.
What were you gonna say?
Mm.
Your conspiracy theory about earthquakes.
So, all right. So I watched something last night, and they were talking about like the eclipse, right? And they were talking about how the eclipse, both eclipses passed over Texas.
Right.
And if you look, and I want to pull this up because now this earthquake happened, where the two eclipses, the solar and the lunar, connect.
Yeah.
That I think that's almost literally spot on where that fucking earthquake hit. And they were talking about where the lunar and the solar eclipses happen in throughout history. There has been an increase in magnitude of earthquakes. And I was like going, this is the first time I've ever fucking heard this, right? And then I woke up, went to work, and was like, holy shit, it literally hit where they fucking intersected.
Candace Owens said something not long ago about how she was like, I don't know if I believe if we even landed on the moon.
Oh, we didn't.
Why do you think that?
There's no fucking way in hell.
Why?
Why?
How can they make that up?
This cell phone has more fucking power, computational power, than the fucking entire goddamn. And the fact that we lost the technology to go back. Get the fuck out of here. I still have technology from 30 fucking years ago. And I'm not NASA. You're full of shit.
I thought we still go to the moon all the time.
No. When is NASA win to the fucking moon?
I don't know. I thought they just hang out there and don't tell us anything about
No. No. And here's the best part.
Do we actually have a space?
Here's the best part.
Space, what do you call it?
Station?
Station.
Not for long. $500 billion offered by Elon Musk to blow it up.
Really?
Yep.
Why?
Girl, you have not been paying attention to your.
Interesting. Why would you want to blow it up?
Good question.
Wow.
Yeah, it makes you really think. And this is what I love about this show, is because like we ask the questions that really make you think. Like, why? Like, you mean to tell me we landed on the fucking moon with technology? Actually, you know what? I can't even say the cell phone. It'll blow your mind. This watch
Yeah.
This watch has more computational power than all of the computers that were on
Jeez.
the space shuttle.
So they just made it all up.
They did. And if you follow
And the astronauts just went with it.
if you follow Stanley Kubrick, you follow Beyond it was a Space Odyssey 2000 or whatever.
Okay.
They basically said that like he was hired by NASA to basically fake the whole fucking thing.
Wow.
We haven't been there. And the only way to prove it, like, why do you think Elon and Bezos, all these people that have all this money that can fire rockets and land on the fucking moon?
Yeah.
And so there's so many things wrong with this scenario. Like I could talk all fucking day on this subject because I love NASA because
Good night.
good night, sweet dreams. You don't have to close the door.
We're just telling his lovely girlfriend good night.
So think about this. There's so many fucking things.
I know, right? We could have a whole nother podcast from that.
Yeah, I'm like, there's the Van
Bring
Allen.
us your conspiracy theory.
There's the Van Allen radiation belt, which is like they still like struggle to.
Yeah.
Man,
Save it for next time.
no, there's.
Did we lose Ross?
Huh?
Did we lose Ross?
You did what?
Did we lose Ross?
Ross.
He's like, are we getting started on this again?
Oh man. Kind of what's the best?
There is
Because if we did in fact land on the moon and the flag and the rover and all that shit is still sitting on the fucking moon,
Mhm.
why have we not? So like to me, like NASA is a joke. Like I wear NASA stuff because to me it's irony. To me, it's a laughing stock of who we are as America.
right.
Because I'm like going, okay, so you did it once, but you can't replicate it. 30 years later, after the technology has increased and everything
Right.
else. And like, there's so many things that just don't fucking add up and don't make sense.
It's crazy.
It is.
We're like in the freaking Twilight Zone. Yeah.
Oh man, and there's like, I'm
I think it's past your bedtime.
shut your face.
We're going on 5.
Oh my god!
I know.
Holy shit!
We could probably
Yes,
move this forward
we should
next
probably.
week.
Yes, we'll talk about moon conspiracies and.
Conspiracy. We could literally go on and on.
I love conspiracies. Like to me, because it's like it makes you think, and it makes like you were talking about movies that make you think, right?
Yeah.
Like, and it's like
Mind
conspiracies,
blown.
Like it makes you look at things in different perspectives. You
Yeah.
look at the way people act and interact.
Mm-hmm.
You look at how, like to your point, like when the astronauts landed, how was their demeanor? Were they excited,
Mhm.
or were they quiet?
Yeah.
Were
Oh,
they,
dude.
were they content?
Yeah. When Ross left, he AirPods and computer died. Bye, Ross. Bye, Bone.
Bye, Ross. Thanks for tuning in and thanks for hanging out, brother. Appreciate you.
But no, when my grandfather passed away, the guy that was there, the pastor, he was like sitting. We were all at this table talking, and he goes on into the revelations, in the story and how it works and what's going on today, and who he thinks the Antichrist is, and all these things. And it made sense. I was like, what?
Like what? Like details, baby. Details.
He was
Spill.
he was saying like Kamala was like the Antichrist, him or Obama. He thought him or Obama was the Antichrist.
Her or Obama?
Either Kamala Harris or Obama was his idea, his thought. Anyways, he went really into it detail. It was really crazy. And I was like, oh my God, that could. And he was like, this is what could happen, blah, 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 blah. And just the story of Revelations. It's crazy.
So my theory, you hear it here first. I think that Biden in the next 6 to 8 months is no longer going to be with us. I think because based on like my
an emergency issue, medical problem.
Well, my thing is like based on like so like understand Biden's history.
Is that really him though? There's like multiple.
Yeah, that's true.
There's been times where he looks completely different.
Oh, do you want to open that can of worms?
But my thing is, I'm like, I fear more about the people who got vaccinated and shots because I fear about people just getting sick, overdosing, and
But how? Why?
Whatever's in the mRNA, whatever is in it, however it altered it. I don't
So
know.
somebody that comes from a medical background,
Heart attacks, clots, strokes, whatever.
Okay, so
I'm a doctor.
Huh?
I'm not a doctor.
I'm not either, but I do have tons and tons of research.
Yeah.
And in those files,
I worry because my family got.
and I will say, unequivocally, one of the main reasons why we're here is people always ask, like, well, what is our purpose in life? Why are we here? What do we have to, like, if there's a higher being and a higher power, blah, 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 like, why do they allow us, like, the fact that they can shut off all of our nuclear capabilities with a flip of a switch, like that makes you understand, like they're at a higher power. If they wanted to here's the thing that I can't.
If they wanted to destroy the world, they could.
Exactly. Just like we can destroy the world with nukes and everything else. But the thing is, you got to think about it. Okay, why are they here? What did we do that piqued their interest? One was we started testing nuclear bombs. Mm-hmm. That's when they got afraid.
Dude,
that's when they got
aliens coming. Just when are the aliens coming?
Very soon. It's sooner rather than later.
They laugh at us.
And there's a reason why the government is now releasing that information, because they know that time is coming. They know that, like, hey, we gotta like soften the people. We gotta let them understand, like, it's gonna happen. And so that's exactly what they're doing. They're desensitizing us.
Like, here's a UFO. Here's a UFO.
Or like the whole Miami thing. Remember that when like 70 fucking cop cars showed up, the entire state of Florida showed up to the fucking mall? Really?
Yay!
For people like with sticks? Really? I was born at night. It wasn't last night.
They never really said anything about that after.
Well, they confiscated everybody's footage. They confiscated a lot of people's phones and a lot of
so crazy.
Yeah, and that's there's a lot of different challenges, but like going back to the RNA and the DNA and all that sort of stuff. So without getting too much into medical and stuff like that, there's the DNA structure, which is a double helix, which you know about.
Yeah.
The RNA acts as a connection point to the DNA and all that sort of stuff. So once you start modifying your RNA, you're starting to modify your DNA. And so the thing is, and the reason why we're here is because we had previously untampered, unaltered RNA and DNA.
Yeah.
Which is, when you look at an advanced civilization and the capabilities of what we can do, and then exponentially look at that times 100. So if we can do what we can do now, imagine what they can do 100 years from now. Imagine what they can do 100 light years from now.
Yeah.
And so, like, I look at it like as a big picture of like, okay, if we can do this now, then that means they can manipulate every single gene.
Oh yeah.
Every single element of your DNA and your RNA.
Yep.
So maybe we're here because we have untampered and but that's where we fucked up. Is because now with the COVID shot and everything else, now we're tampering with our RNA, we're tampering with our DNA.
Mhm.
But then you got to understand, like, well, why do they need our why do they need our uncompromised DNA and RNA?
Yeah.
Because maybe they fucked theirs up and they need us to save them.
Mhm.
And this is
We're about to have gold blood. We have gold blood.
gold blood.
Gold.
Gold. All right, everybody. On that note, we're gonna leave you hanging.
DPD.
Love you long time. Thank y'all for tuning in. It's
Bye.
5 hours and some change. God damn, we're setting some records.
Crazy.
All right, love you long time. We will catch you next Tuesday.